Good morning and welcome to this regularly scheduled meeting of the East Kelowna and Transcona Community Committee on this Tuesday, September 4th, 2024. And I'm the chair of this for the year for the Community Committee. I'm Councillor Jason Schreier, councillor for the Elmwood East Kelowna Ward. I'm also joined at this point with Jeff Barwadi, councillor from the North Kelowna Ward. And I'd like to acknowledge that we are on Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40, First Nation, and Treaty 3 territory. We're also joined by members of the administration who will meet along the way. We've got Kate McMillan from the clerk's office. We've got Dylan Chislin from Property Planning and Development, as well as Holly bringing us to the people, running our audiovisual this morning. And at this point, I ask Clerk McMillan, do we have a quorum?
We do, yes.
All right, we have two of the three councillors. And also, I would like to move a motion to accept Councillor Barwadi to do this remotely. And do you accept my motion?
Yes, thank you.
Since you're in the chair, it might be best if it's moved by Councillor Barwadi.
Yes.
There's provision to allow me to move the motion before being accepted. So I'll move that I be allowed to participate in today's meeting and public hearings remotely. I am traveling on city business today.
Fair enough. It is one of those odd things in which we already need a preordained permission to do such. Otherwise, it'd be a contradiction in terms. Fair enough. Motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Barwadi.
I'll also move that the minutes of the meetings held on June 24, 2024 and July 19, 2024 be taken as read and confirmed.
Motion carries. Would you like to move acceptance, to accept this information, the minutes of the Residents Advisory Group?
I would. So moved.
All right. Well, so moved. I mean, and then motion carries. Thank you, Barwadi and Clerk McMillan. Where do we go from here? We would have delegations. And here's my concern. Councillor Wyatt is not yet here, but we did want to start the meeting before 10 o'clock, which we have done. I'm asking Clerk McMillan if we may move straight to reports and deal with those pertinent to Councillor Barwadi and myself. We can move that motion. Councillor Barwadi, would you like to moving straight into reports?
So moved.
Okay.
And then just to confirm for the delegation that is joining us via Zoom, we'll come back and hear from the delegation once Councillor Wyatt joins the meeting.
That is the plan. That is understood. Okay, thank you. At this point, report item number 1, traffic signalization at Main Street and Fernbank Avenue, monthly updates. Is David Putman with us?
No, he is not.
He is not. Councillor Barwadi, what would you like to do?
Sure. I've spoken to David in the last week, as well as to Director Berezowski. This is moving, but not at the pace I'd like.
What is moving, but not?
The consultants, I think, have a class 3 estimate of the engineering and design. The director wanted to review a couple of things related to the costs, and there may be additional budget required to implement. I'm starting to be concerned that this work may not be completed in 2024. I am on top of it, and again, I have spoken to both David and Director Berezowski in the last 2 weeks.
So Councillor Barwadi's providing a report this morning.
Yeah. Again, this is very key and a major concern. I mean, the fact that we asked for this monthly reporting, I think, indicates the level of concern. But at this point, I guess there's no report per se, so I guess we'll just move to file this item this month.
All right, that is the wording accepted by the clerk. We move to file, not accept as information, or not receive as information, but to file. All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, motion carries. Item number 2, clerk, take it away.
That is a report on the semi-annual summary of the delegated authority to award PCG land dedication and community incentive grants.
Thank you. I did see the comments from the Residents Advisory Group regarding this matter.
Yeah.
Again, I don't think we use it unnecessarily. So I will just move that we receive this report as information.
All right, fair enough. That is your motion. Motion carries. Item number 3, this is in my ward per capita grant, Miles Macdonell Collegiate Alumni Association. Yes, on a regular basis, they do ask for support through the Alumni Association for activities at Miles Mac. And in this case, I do appreciate the comments made by the Residents Advisory Group. And I should give them a phone call. I do know a couple of people on the Alumni Association, and in the case of sort of a greater understanding in this case of what they have in mind, given the research that the East and Transcona Residents Association has done in regard to this, I think it would be appropriate to have a greater understanding on my behalf as well. And Councillor Rawadi, if you would move in a motion in favor of this on my behalf.
Councillor, I'd be willing to even step up here. I do have some. This is partially my in my catchment area as well.
Are you not an alumnus of Miles Mac?
No, I am not personally. I'm a River East Kodiak graduate.
All right.
But the catchment area for the high school is included in part of my ward,
Yeah.
the board I represent, as well as I'll just put this quietly on the comments here publicly, but disappointed to hear that Miles Mac has chosen to discontinue the International Baccalaureate program.
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of people from the North Kildonan community attended Miles Mac for that particular program, and recently that there's no more intake going into that. But regardless, I would like to move $1,200 from the Elmwood East Kildonan ward allocation to the Alumni Association and $300 from the North Kildonan allocation for the Miles Mac Alumni Association.
Okay, fair enough. That's a fair motion, and I do hear your words. It is disappointing to myself as well. Of course, I do share catchment with River East. My sisters went to River East Collegiate. My brother went to Miles Mac. I didn't go to high school in Winnipeg. Hope they don't hold that against me. But no one seems to know that. Oh well, cat's out of the bag. But anyway, yes. So thank you, Councillor Rawadi, for acknowledging the shared catchment and shared disappointment of losing the International Baccalaureate program at Miles Macdonell. Nonetheless, they do have an excellent music program, as well as French immersion, as well as other programs, as well as, like River East, an excellent reach for the top team and coaching. Hats off to the teachers. All right, motion is being heard and motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Rawadi. Item number 4. Occasional liquor permit, Elmwood Giants Baseball Club. It was my honor and pleasure to throw out the game ball at the Elmwood Giants Prairie Tournament. We had teams coming in from Alberta and Saskatchewan, as well as Steinbach for a Prairie tournament. My father played against the Elmwood Giants back in the 50s. I'm more of a hockey, soccer, and rugby player, but I did do my best. I did practice with the keeper of the Grey Cup, Jeff McQuinney, in East Kildonan that afternoon beforehand. My second pitch was good, put it that way. And yeah, they had an excellent tournament, which included liquor permit, which I was pleased to help out on their behalf. And Councillor Rawadi, if you would like to move this item number 4 for the permit.
Yeah, again, we did. I think we were canvassed on this and sort of approved this in a more informal way, and glad we could support it. And to you, Councillor Schreier, very brave of you to throw a ceremonial baseball. I think the internet is full of videos of politicians failing to throw a first pitch well. So good on you. You're braver than me in that regard. So I will move the occasional liquor permit.
In my naivete, given just my sense of general athleticism, despite the fact that I'm 57, I just can't help it. So it's like putting out a dance floor or a stage or something for folk around that Jeff Lemay to not do it. So in this case, I did practice, and it is the second pitch that was good. I just ran and grabbed it from the back catcher and tried again. But a good point, Councilor Boyd. I'm not sure how brave I feel about it, just something I feel like something fun to do. And fair enough. You have moved the motion and motion carries. Thank you, Councilor Brawadi. Number 5, Land Dedication Reserve, River Elm School. So this is an unusual one in that it is a request to rescind the motion from June 24th, in which the request was for $20,000 to assist River Elm School with the cost of the community playground enhancement project. It is now since they have now received alternative funding, the request is now to rescind the $20,000. Councilor Brawadi, I do not recall the last time anything like this has happened. Do you?
Not off the top of my head.
No, nonetheless, fair enough, as I have supported this in the past, I will support this request to rescind. Having said that, I do very much respect this, not the rescinding of funds. And I look forward to discussing with River Elm School and any further projects that they may have that I can help with. Would you like to move this motion, please?
Sure. Yep, so moved.
Okay, motion carries. We are at report item 6, plan approval for 1285, 1365 Devonshire Drive West. This is a plan approval for within the Transcona ward, and on that basis, I would think we should try to hold off for the next few minutes. Councilor Brawadi?
Yeah.
And do we need a motion to pass this by?
No, we'll just deal with it at the end of the agenda.
Fair enough. I see consensus on this. Item number 7, request for new street names to be added to the East Kildonan Transcona Community Committee street name reserve list. Now, this is, to my understanding, primarily a Transcona ward thing.
Yeah.
This Transcona ward. Again, we'll hold off. How much longer could we hold off? A minute? So we'll hold this off. If that's fine with you, Councilor Brawadi?
Sure.
All right, and we're down to number 8, extension of time subdivision rezoning for 1266, 1300, and 1350 Douglas Road -DASZ 13/2020. That is again Transcona Ward. Councilor Brawadi, at this time, we're done with those that we had to deal with that were on the written schedule. The rest are Transcona. Councilor Brawadi, do you have anything and any addendum items that you wish to put forward as reports at this time?
I do not.
Okay, fair enough. At this time, your clerk, what do we do?
The committee can either deal with the 3 items that are still remaining, or if you'd like to take a recess of the regular meeting and maybe come back to these 3 items once we've adjourned the public hearings, in the anticipation of maybe Councillor Wyatt joining.
Right. So we cannot start the hearings till 10:30.
Correct.
And we have a half an hour to start those hearings. So we may not start before 10:30. We must start by 10:59.
Correct.
Okay. On that basis, Councilor Brawadi, do you wish to entertain moving a motion that we take a 20-minute break maximum until such time as well, not even say maximum. I mean, I don't know.
I think out of respect for, the folks that are here in regards to the plan approval for Devonshire, I'd like to maybe do that before we go into the public hearings. So let's maybe plan to recess for 15 minutes, and if Councillor Wyatt isn't here, we'll deal with at least that matter at 10:25.
10:25. All right, fair enough. The motion is being heard by the clerk.
Yes.
And the motion carries. Thank you, Councilor Brawadi. Okay, and we are returning to the regular agenda of the East Kildonan Transcona Community meeting this September 4th, 2024. And we are returning to the report items as per the request of Councilor Brawadi. And Councilor Brawadi, therefore, at this point, clerk, where do we go from here?
Sure. So we're returning to the regular agenda, and we did have 2 delegations registered. So the first delegation we have is Ken Braun to be heard with respect to report number 6. Ken is joining us via Zoom. So Ken, if you want to go ahead, you have up to 10 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you very much. We have, this is our third try to get our colors consistent with the wishes of Councillor Wyatt and the community. And we have, I did speak to him on the phone a number of weeks ago. I had submitted the colors to him ahead of time. This was the only point of contention. He had approved the first building, and then the other three, he was questioning us if we could use different colors. So I did talk to him. He's told me verbally he was going to approve it. I know that doesn't, it wasn't here, but he did prove to me verbally that that was okay. So we have submitted it to the city, and I believe there are no objections to that. So I hope we can move forward with the project. We would love to get under construction.
Colors have been updated since the last meeting, or no?
Correct. Yes. Yeah.
Dylan, do you have-
So I had.
Sorry, Dylan, do you have the updated colors, or?
Yeah.
Should be on the agenda.
Yeah.
The revised plans, I think, are on the agenda. We have the colors.
Just 1 second here. I'll take. Oh yeah. Oh, nice.
Now, just so we understand where we're all at here, can this be moved to the next general meeting? Just to understand the logistics.
Well-
You can lay over the plan approval?
Yes, because I know that, yeah.
Is there a limit on these?
Further to that, I'm not saying that's what I want to do. I just want to know where we're at.
Yes, these are new revised plans, so the timeline starts again.
I have no more questions to Ken. Councillor Shire?
Please go ahead, Councilor Brody. Oh, you have no further questions?
Correct.
Fair enough. All right. Well, Councilor Brody, if you would like to move the motion on this.
Sure. I'll move that the
Our clerk McMillan has something to say.
Sorry, Councillor Brody, we did have someone else registered in delegation.
Oh yes, sorry. Yep. Go ahead.
Jasreen Sadhu also be heard with report number 6. Jasreen was joining us via Zoom, but I don't see him in the meeting. So just to confirm, he's not with us today. So that would conclude our delegations. Councillor Brody, you can go ahead on your
Delegations on this plan approval or
Delegations.
delegations in total?
in total.
Jasreen is our production manager. I'm traveling today. I wasn't sure if I could be on the call, so that's why she was also listed.
All right. Fair enough. Okay, thank you.
Okay. I've reviewed the revised submitted plans, and I certainly am comfortable with Councillor Wyatt's requests there, and I think they have been addressed by the updated colors. So I'm prepared to move report 6 with the revised colors for 1285 1365 Devonshire Drive West.
Fair enough. One thing I did notice is there is a difference between that which is seen on screen and that which is printed. Nonetheless, this was vetted pretty stringently. This is pretty robust. So I'm going to say, good due diligence has been shown on this one by Councillor Wyatt and those involved, and I will support Councillor Browadi's motion. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, there are 2 remaining reports on the regular agenda. Did you guys wish to deal with those as well before we get into the hearings?
Again, in regards to report number 7, there's no delegation here today. I don't think there's necessarily any immediate rush on approving number 7. So we do have a second meeting in the month of September. I guess we could revisit this and rescind this motion later if Councillor Wyatt feels necessary, but I will move layover to the next meeting on September 23rd or 4th.
Yes.
I'll move layover.
You move layover, okay, and motion passes for layover. Thank you, Councillor Browadi.
Report 8, the extension of time. I'll move the admin recommendation.
All right, and the administrative recommendation is that the time limit to satisfy the coming into force provisions of bylaw 69/2023 be extended to September 29th, 2025. That is the motion.
Yes.
All right, regarding these extended for Dual Road. Well, I don't see how Councillor Wyatt would have a problem with this. And that this could be rescinded at the next regular meeting should he wish to bring it back up.
The extension of time?
Yes,
No, this is a recommendation to the Standing Policy Committee.
I see. Okay, good point. All right, thank you very much. Nonetheless, I do support Councillor Rawadi's motion in favor of the administrative recommendation, and motion carries.
Okay, so that concludes the regular agenda.
Okay,
I want to move straight into the public hearing.
Sure.
yes, please. Well, to the extent that they are pertinent to Councillor Rawadi's or my ward specifically.
Okay,
I'll take the animal permit on Milburn Avenue, sure.
sure. So I'll just read a little spiel and then we can get into it. In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, the process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the application. Next, those registered in opposition are heard, followed by those registered for information. Finally, the applicant may return to speak and rebuttal the comments made. However, no new information is permitted. Please note that when your name is called, it is your opportunity to speak. However, you are not obligated to do so. For a more in-depth overview of the public hearing process and other information pertaining to what happens before, during, and after a public hearing, please consult the public hearing process brochure, which is available on the City Clerk's Department website. Please note that all public hearings are recorded and will be part of the public record. Should you have any questions after the hearings have concluded, please contact the City Clerk's Department.
Now, in all these cases, to my recollection, not all, almost all, if not all, Leland Gordon's here to speak, but I don't see him today.
No, I don't believe Leland is here to speak to these matters today.
All right, I just want to review this.
Sure. I'll just introduce the item.
Oh, excuse me, sorry.
I'm here on behalf of Leland.
Excellent, excuse me.
Perfect. I'm just going to introduce the item before we hear from the public service. Item 1 is an excess animal permit at 543 Melbourne Avenue under file PA2 of 2024. The process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support, those in opposition, and those registered for information. The applicant may return to speak and rebuttal the comments made. However, no new information is permitted. And if any participants are currently watching the live meeting on YouTube, please mute your audio player now. And I'll just pass it over to the member of Animal Services to briefly explain the nature of the application. You want to come to the table?
Good morning.
So with regards to 540,
I'm sorry, what's your name?
sorry, Jennifer Harewood, I'm acting general manager.
Excuse me, Jennifer. Thank you for being here today.
Yes, thank you. Please forgive me, it's my first round, so.
There we go.
So with regards to 543 Melbourne, Ms. Dickens and Animal Services has worked together to go through the process of looking at an excess animal permit. What Ms. Dickens is looking for is to have a permit for 15 cats and 3 dogs for 5 years. Ms. Dickens has had very little prior incidences in her neighborhood. We had one call in October of 2022 where she was working with a trap and release program, which we supported. And then again in August of 2024, we had another call for excess animal where Ms. Dickens decided not to trap and release any further and would like to permanently own the animals that she has. We have confirmed with multiple vet clinics that all animals have been vetted and up to date on their rabies vaccinations. We confirmed the signs posted for this hearing were up on her property on August 22nd of 2024. We completed an inspection of the property and the home in March of 2024. She has a very secure property. She has the neighborhood support, very sanitary conditions, and the animal care is satisfactory to us. So at this point, we do support the permit for Ms. Dickens.
So ironically, by supporting Ms. Dickens, you're saying that things will not go to the Dickens, all right? Because they kind of 15 cats and 3 dogs, but that's by definition what it means to go to the Dickens, I think. But anyway, all right. Great, that is the recommendation of Animal Services. Thank you very much. And do we hear from the applicant?
Yes.
Councilor Rawadi, any questions for Jennifer?
Not at this time.
Pardon me?
Not at this time.
This time, okay, thank you very much.
So I don't actually have anyone registered to, but just to confirm, Donna, you're here. Would you like to speak to the committee? Sure. You can just come up to the end of the table there.
Thanks.
Sure.
So you have up to 10 minutes for your presentation.
Okay,
You
so
can
I wrote
state your name and address, please. And
Donna
then
Dickens.
you've got,
543 Melbourne Avenue, Winnipeg. So I'm just going to explain like what.
and you're Ms. Dickens?
I'm Donna, yes.
Donna Dickens?
Yeah,
Okay.
Dickens, yeah.
Dickens, Donna Dickens. Thank you.
So I'm just going to explain because it sounds ridiculous, but so I've been living at my house for about 25 years. I've been helping to manage the strays for likely 10 years now. The last 5 years, I noticed a big increase in the numbers around my home. At one point, a colony of 5 cats were hanging around my yard. I neutered the 2 boys first, $500. 3 weeks later, they were never seen again. So I'm assuming that they were relocated by someone. They were trapped and relocated. That left my yard wide open. Eventually, I had about 6 females having kittens. Several had 1 litter, another one had 2 litters, another had 4 litters, and another had 10 litters. I've spent a lot of time and effort trapping and releasing the adult cats. The 2 of them, the one with the 4 litters, the other one with the 10 litters, I could not get into any kind of trap no matter what I did. I tried asking everyone for suggestions. I called the pet shelters, Winnipeg Humane Society. I asked if someone would come out and help trap. I even offered to pay people. I even called 311 several times to try to get through to the animal services, but you can't get through to them. They will not give you their direct contact number. One of the last females that finally got spayed last year, she had 5 babies down the street and the homeowner demanded to get those things out of her yard. And the mom ended up bringing those babies to my yard on that exact day. And I finally managed to trap her. She was spayed, given shots, and tattooed. The female with the 10 litters had 3 spay appointments. For the last appointment, I left one of her kittens out to help trap her and get her to go in. The neighbor, I won't say who, but the neighbor nearby, who knew very well what I was doing, stole that Siamese kitten 5 days before the appointment. I asked the neighbor where the kitten was, who said she had no idea and closed the door on me. However, that smart little mom kept bringing me over to that yard and sat there for 3 days staring at that fence. This neighbor had no regard for my distress trying to find this kitten that I was socializing and caring for. This same neighbor was previously seen with her and her mom taking pictures of my front yard, and I'm assuming to report me. This mom cat was a lovely cat, and she just died this year. She was found pressed up against my front door in January, very ill. I rushed her to the vet, ran tests, and she had to be euthanized immediately, thought to be due to antifreeze poisoning. I had another $900 bill and found this very upsetting that she was euthanized. I have also tried working with the Winnipeg Humane Society. Here are some of the examples. I took one female in for spaying with her 4 brand new babies. They were 2 days old and was told they would be euthanized. I was shocked and very upset. This was a healthy mom and babies. I had already handed them over and had no idea the Winnipeg Humane Society no longer worked with kittens. I even pointed out they did not even need to feed these babies as the mom was there. I was called later that day with a suggestion that I raise the kittens to avoid euthanization. I told them I needed help with this and could no longer do this anymore. I was told this was my only option. Next day I returned and was given all the babies and the mum back. I set them up outside as she was a truly crazy mother, and I told the Winnipeg Humane Society she was just going to relocate them, which is what she did within a couple of days, and it took me almost 3 months to find them through the Winnipeg Missing and Found Cat Watch, which is what the Winnipeg Humane Society told me to link with. The next feral I catch that had been hanging around for 6 weeks and brought to the Winnipeg Humane Society was refused, and I was told to make an appointment, which sounded really remarkable for a stray cat. And if I left him there, he would be immediately euthanized, this big, beautiful black boy. I then had to call around in my car, trying to get him into any vet that I could. He was at my house for 3 weeks after neutering, getting his shots, being tattooed, and never seen again. It's been years. The next event with the Humane Society, I actually had an appointment, brought in a lovely Siamese stray girl, and get there and get a call while she's under anesthetic. They're going to pull all her teeth. I said, don't do that. She's a stray. Then I was told, then you are not getting her back. They then asked me for an extra $400 for her because of this. I got her back and was horrified at how that vet had spoken with me. Well, she ended up dying several months later when the winter came and was found frozen to death in my yard. Likely the stress of the event played a role as she had made it through many other winters. I was devastated finding her like this. There have been over 80 kittens go through my home. I have spent endless hours trapping them, taking them to vets, socializing them, washing them, treating them for fleas and worms, feeding them quality food. I've spent tremendous amounts of time repeatedly calling no-kill pet shelters or trying to find them homes myself. The anxiety that comes from trapping, taking them from their moms, delivering them off is unexplainable. That alone will cause tremendous emotional distress for anyone who has a liking for animals. I have now spayed and neutered a total of 11 stray cats. And I've done 30 in total, counting my other pets. Females generally cost me $375, and the males generally cost $250 to $325. They get spayed, neutered, and I make sure they are given rabies, distemper shots, and get tattooed. The last 2 strays I just did back in June, was $960. That was for 2. I was not allowed to use any subsidized programs, Spay-O-Rama, Neuter-Rama, including the one that is connected with Jessica in the city of the Winnipeg, even though it says a portion of the city animal licensing fees subsidize these programs. Someone else I know gets their cats done for $35. I estimate I have spent $22,000 on vet bills in roughly 9 years, and that's not counting litter and food. One of the kittens alone had an $800 bill. To say I was shocked that it was reported to the animal services is an understatement. I was even under police investigation for this. There was a police officer that showed up at my door dressed as a water meter person trying to gain entry. I would not let him in. He ordered me to go down into the basement and read the meter and take a picture of my phone. I did this, and when I came back upstairs, he took a picture of my phone, which I now realize that you can get into people's phones like this. When leaving, he demanded to know what I was doing with the traps outside. Catching rabbits, and I said, there's no rabbits around here. I spay and neuter the stray cats. I went outside to watch him, and he walked down 3 houses, and he was talking to the girl down there. And then I had turned my back to my front yard, and I was bending down because one of my strays had popped out, and I was talking to that stray, and that guy was behind me instantly, talking to me at the fence, and really scared me. So people pretending to be a water meter reader is everything they tell you to watch out for your own personal safety. Yet here, the cops were doing this. Another occasion, just after that, there was some lady that showed up at the front of my house taking pictures of my home. I went outside and asked her what she was doing. She said, "Oh, I'm taking pictures of the cats. I get a big kick out of them." I've never seen her before or after. My own pets inside have a good life. They have run of the house, most sleep on my bed, are fed quality food, are loved and well cared for. They go to the vet when they need to. Issues arise. Litter boxes and beds and toys are all clean. The house is clean. Any accidents are promptly dealt with. The house and yard are maintained. The cats are indoors. For the most part, I have one that sits under my shrub at the back for the summer, which she is supervised. They are all bonded and everyone gets along 99% of the time. I cannot imagine being without them. Having pets is very important for me and therapeutic. Having excess cats was not planned. Many of the litters would not have been born if I was able to receive some help with trapping, especially those last 2 females. Surprisingly, I really had no concept that there would be any leftover kittens from the litters. One shelter I was working with was suddenly closing. Most of them are always full, or you have to have some kind of a connection to get the animals in, and most shelters save cats only in their area they are located in. I did not initially know Winnipeg Humane Society euthanizes many kittens, all of them under the age of 4 weeks and not eating, get euthanized as they no longer feed them. Most people do not know this. I think in 1 year, 3,900 cats were euthanized at the Winnipeg Humane Society. Devastating for me to hear, and I was not going to bring my kittens there. Once I had a contact number for animal services, I even called the city to come out and help with the cats, and I was advised, well, we don't do that anymore. Oddly, I am at work one day and I get a notice in my mailbox from them, and also notice the kittens have been taken from the mom that was in my yard. I called the Humane Society immediately the next morning, and they refused to hand them back to me. They were not quite 4 weeks, so I know what their outcome was. I was not initially aware of this bylaw and really paid no attention. I grew up in apartments until my 30s. Even though I have been in my house for 25 years, I had not ever read a bylaw in my life, except a noise bylaw about the same time I was reported to animal services. I was not even aware of how much money I'd spent on vet bills until I added it up last year. I became aware at some point of the animal restrictions and decided, I guess I'm moving. I have spent 3 years, this is my 3rd year, trying to find a rural place and reading animal bylaws. I have been absolutely shocked and dismayed to read that most of the nearby rural areas have all adopted the same bylaws. The cost of moving has also been an eye-opener. The cost of real estate, I can't afford a farm, interest rates, moving fees. I feel completely stuck. After giving it more thought, I realized I would also be placing my pets at risk moving to a rural area. I still work full-time as a nurse in the front lines of healthcare. I would not be home during my shifts. What if there was a break-in and they got loose? It would be very stressful trying to get back and forth to the city, greatly adding to my time away from them. And I would also lose my support systems if I should get sick and need help. The Manitoba bylaws, animal bylaws, are very restrictive. I believe the government should work with the people, and that bylaw should make mention of this. We want to work with you. Even the wording used is harsh. Most mention will be disposed of when talking about your animals. I find that disheartening. I do not know all the reasons for the restrictions, but I highly doubt I am the type of animal owner they are after. I'm a very responsible pet owner, and yet here I stand under the gun having to explain myself and obtain approval for my pets. Number 6, where did it come from? I don't know. Some RMs allow less. You could
I'll
have,
move a 1 minute extension.
you have one pet living in a household in dire conditions. I think
Or Jeffrey.
I've shown my pets in excess are living very well. Anyone suggesting I'm an irresponsible animal owner is incorrect. I am not even an irresponsible person. I've been living on my own since I was 17 and a half. I've put myself through university. I've finally paid for my own home and car. I maintain my own home and yard, and I am not behind on my bills. I will not apologize for having the compassion for animals. A compassionless society is a dangerous one, in my opinion. I can't imagine my animals are a danger or nuisance to my neighborhood. The strays are out there. You would think both animals and lovers and haters would be accepting of the work I do. It really meets both their needs. It's my opinion we all need to learn to coexist with the strays and the wildlife. Other areas of the city even have wild turkeys running around. Well, I have other things to say about my neighbors, but I don't know if I have to wait.
Well, thank you, Ms. Dickin. We get the gist of this. I will say, first of all, you've, in these 11 minutes, given a good synopsis of what you have and are willing to go through on behalf of your pets and these animals. You've mentioned numerous things that we can neither verify nor deal with within the purview of this meeting. We are limited to the constraints and context of an excess animal permit. And I do appreciate your presentation and your story. And as it pertains to what we're dealing with here today, the issue of an excess animal permit, which is a notable one here because we're dealing with 15 cats and 3 dogs.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. And then thank you, Donna Dickin, for your presentation on this. From my predecessor, my chosen predecessor, Lillian Thomas, this is one thing I've learned on this. Can you name these pets?
Can I name all my pets?
Yeah.
Well, I'd have to have a list of all. I mean, I could name my dogs Bentley, Gracie. Do you want to name the name of all of them?
This I ask this of all people that ask for an animal access permit if they can name them. In your case, I understand you've been dealing with so many. You said you spent $20,000 of your own money. We're talking about animals that have passed away. We're talking about more than these 15. Sounds like we're talking about 30. In this case, I know this can be challenging for you. Nonetheless, it is a question I've asked of all of those who have asked for an excess animal permit.
Yes, well, nerves do play a part. So
Fair enough. I do understand that.
Gracie, Murphy. There's Archie. There's Kaya. There is a list that I provided.
Okay, if you have provided a list,
Yeah, there's
and I wouldn't be surprised if you got some of these mixed up with some of them who passed away.
no.
But nonetheless, I do ask this question of all. This is probably the most challenging answer in this case. Given all that you've told us and you're in your 11 minutes, I admit to that. I accept that. And for all I know, you're going to mention one of them who's passed away, and I wouldn't blame you. Given all that, the care and attention and money of your own money you've spent on them.
Can I leave the room?
From
and
what
come
you
back?
tell us.
Am I able to leave the room and come back so I can think? Fine.
No, ma'am, that's okay.
Without being stared at?
That's all right, ma'am. No, that's okay. That's okay. Ms.
I actually deal with
But
anxiety
it
in my
is,
life.
in this case, this is really excessive by definition. Nonetheless, you did say that it was hard to get a hold of animal services, yet here they are today in support of your application for.
They were not involved at the time that I was trying to get a hold of them.
I see, okay.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, they are here
And
today.
311 has changed their procedure, I suppose, or somebody changed their procedure because you used to be able to dial right straight through to them. And you cannot no longer do that.
Well, you certainly offered us a lot of information today. I'm dealing with the excess animal permit. It does seem like they do mean a lot to you, and you mean a lot to them. That's the impression I get. I don't have anybody here to deny your story. I do have animal services this very professional service here in support of your application. So that means a lot to me as well. Councilor Brody, do you have any questions at this time? Do we clerk?
No, I mean, are there other people registered on this hearing, Madam Speaker, Madam Clerk?
I have no one else registered in support, opposition, or for information, but just to confirm, is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak in support of, in opposition to, or for information on this application? No, seeing none.
Earlier, Councilor Brody, you said you had no questions at that time for our representative from Animal Services. For Jennifer, do you have any questions right now? All right. Jennifer, do you have any further comments given the presentation made by Donna Dicken?
No, I do not. That's good.
Fair enough. All right.
You wish me to take the chair?
I have 11 so far.
You got 11. Okay, fair enough. No, fair enough, Donna Dicken, and this is all making sense to me. Sure, Councilor Brody, if you'd like to take the chair, thank you.
Sure.
Oh, and Donna Dicken, your presentation is complete. We have no further questions. If you'd like to leave the committee table, you can take your seat again.
What if you want to talk about the neighbors that you've been dealing with?
Pardon me?
What if you want to talk, don't?
Your portion of the presentation is
Yeah.
included. So
Yeah, they're not making a delegation, so, or they're not presenting at least, so we can, we'll deal with what's been presented.
There will be no further questions and answers from anybody. We're done. You can have a seat. You can go if you like. We're about to make a decision and vote on this. You might want to stay a minute or two. We're going to do this right away. And Councilor Brody is taking the chair. All is well. Point Clerk Patillo.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilor Brody. So, I move that the report of the public service be taken as read.
All those in favor, opposed, carried.
I move that receipt of public representations be concluded.
All those in favor, opposed, carried.
I move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in and the application for an excess animal permit be approved.
All those in favor, opposed, carried.
I move that the criteria under subsection 27(1) of the responsible pet ownership bylaw number 92/2013 are satisfied.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. And just to clarify, under the previous motion in terms of the approving the excess animal permit, are you moving it with the public service recommendation of for maximum of 3 dogs and 15 cats for a term of 5 years?
Yes, Councilor Brody, and to the word of the report as recommended by Animal Services.
Okay, so just to clarify that that's the specific motion in terms of the conditions. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, carried.
And I move that public hearings with respect to this application be concluded.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed, carried.
please note that the committee's decision with respect to this application is final and may not be appealed.
All right.
Okay, moving on. Item number 2 is an excess animal permit at 339 Bonner Avenue under file PA 6 of 2022. The process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support, those in opposition, and those registered for information. The applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made. However, no new information is permitted.
And Councilor Bellotti, I'll take the chair back if I
Yes,
may.
please.
And
Thank
this-
you.
This is all yours. Fair enough.
So I'll just pass it over to Jennifer again to give an overview of the application.
Thank you. We've been working with Ms. Romano, again, to look at an excess animal permit. Currently, Ms. Romano owns permanently in her care 4 dogs. She is looking to have a boarding facility in her home to a maximum of 10 dogs on her property for 5 years. So the boarding facility, she has received a conditional use permit through Property and Development. She received that on June 27th of 2024. Again, very little impact on the community. We've only received 3 prior calls for excess animal. The 3rd call she has agreed to work through on gaining the conditional use permit and the excess animal permit. With this permit, we've also spoken about following the RPO under the doggy daycares, and she will be boarding unowned animal or not her own animals. Again, the signs for this hearing were confirmed on August 22nd. Animal Services did complete a home inspection on July 15th of this year. Secured property, she does have the neighborhood support, and the animal care is satisfactory for Animal Services. We have confirmed the 4 dogs that she owns permanently in her home. We have confirmed through Alpine Vet that all dogs have been vetted and all are up to date on rabies vaccinations. So at this point, we are in support of the permit being approved.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. Any questions for Animal Services?
Nope, I'm good right now.
Okay,
Okay, just to confirm, I don't have anyone registered to speak to this application. Is Barbara here? Is the applicant? No. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak in support, opposition, or information on this matter? Okay. There's no one here to speak to this matter, Councillor Brawadi.
Okay. All right, based on that, then I'll move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
motion carries.
I'll move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
Motion carries.
I'll move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in and that the application for an excess animal permit be approved, subject to it being for a maximum of 10 dogs for a term of 5 years.
Motion carries.
And I'll move that the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
Motion.
We just missed one motion about the criteria under the responsible pet.
Oh, my apologies. Okay, I move that the criteria under subsection 271 of the responsible pet ownership bylaw number 92, 2013 are satisfied.
All right, motion carries.
And I'll move again, just to keep it in order, that the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
Motion carries.
Please note that the committee's decision, this application is final and may not be appealed. Okay, and do we want to move into the next hearings or?
Henderson, 1873 Henderson Highway, that is a North Kildonan ward.
Okay,
Our counselor is here.
item number 3 is a zoning agreement amendment at 1873 Henderson Highway under file ZAA 3 of 2024. In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, this is a combined hearing and the following item will also be heard at the same time, namely item 4, which is a conditional use at 1873 Henderson Highway under file DCU 151935 of 2024D. The process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support, those in opposition, and those registered for information. The applicant may return to speak and rebut all the comments made, however, no new information is permitted. And I'll pass it over to Dylan to give an overview of the application.
The property is located on the east side of Henderson Highway between McIver Avenue and Strood Avenue in the River East neighborhood of the North Kildonan ward. It's in an established neighborhood, recent community policy area as designated Incomplete Communities 2.0, and it's Zone C2, Commercial Community District. The applicant is proposing to establish a drive-through restaurant on part of the site and requires the conditional use in the zoning agreement amendment to do that. The zoning agreement amendment is needed because the existing zoning agreement does not allow drive-through restaurants. And the conditional use is required because the use-specific standards of the zoning bylaw require drive-through facilities on lots adjacent to residential lots to be separated by an intervening building, public lane, or public street. And this property does not meet that standard. The applicant worked extensively with the public service to draft a site plan that meets the policies of CCDS 2.0 and mitigates the impacts from a drive-through on the abutting properties. Specifically, they brought the restaurant close to the front property line to create an active street edge. Parking and vehicle queuing has been proposed at the rear of the building, and a 20-foot landscape buffer is proposed along the east property line, along with a sound attenuation fence. We recommended discharging the entire caveat, subject to the applicant entering into a new zoning agreement, which would require a 20-foot landscape buffer between any drive-throughs and the east property line, as well as a plan approval to EKT. That concludes my summary, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
And this is a demolition of the building.
It would require that.
Nice building, great memories here at Triple B's over the decades, I gotta tell you. Truly. All kinds. And anyway, but this is Councilor Brawadi's ward. Any questions for the administration, Councilor Brawadi?
I remember when that building was built, it was Bill's Video originally, I believe.
Pardon me?
I remember when that building was built, that's on the site at the moment. I think it originally opened as a video rental store.
Huh.
Bill's Video, I believe.
Huh, here you go, eh? And yet it suited the restaurant lounge and the, what, half a dozen pool tables minimum?
Oh, yeah, it was quite a few, more than that.
Yeah, good sound system.
All right.
Nice. Well, anyway, let's not go on the past. Here we go, moving forward. Any further questions, Councilor Brody?
I'm good.
All right.
We have Ron Ragu here to speak on behalf of the applicant. Did you wish to speak to the committee?
Yeah, I'm with Cassie and Tim McLeod.
Did you want to share your 10 minutes?
Sure, yeah, if that's okay.
Okay,
Sure, we'll go.
so we have Ron Ragu, Cassie McLeod, and Tim McLeod appearing on behalf of the applicant.
They had great food, just saying. And my buddy Dale was the cook, but that's back in the day, so sorry.
Okay, my name is Ron Ragu. I'm the Director of Operations for Wendy's Restaurants. We just have a few comments pertaining to the possibility of the Wendy's for that area. Just some note points. First of all, social media is already abuzz with excitement of a Wendy's returning to the area. This would be a big positive to the East Kildonan community. Our other Wendy's locations and surrounding homes are all happy with the restaurants with great food choices and within walking distance as well. A new Wendy's in the East Kildonan area would create upwards of 50 to 60 new jobs, which is a positive for the community as well. Having a location with a drive-through would be a positive to the community for people on families that are on the go, and especially with younger families as well.
I'm Cassie McLeod. I am a franchisee with Wendy's Restaurants, partnered with my dad, Tim McLeod. So having a Wendy's in this area would be safe as there's no alcohol would be served, causing people to be rowdy. Example for the Triple B's before. This location would have all top of the line technology for all customers to make the ordering process quicker and faster. Kiosk, delivery driver window. Hours of operation of Wendy's would not affect any noise volume in the area, as our other Wendy's have all positive reviews and compliments being situated close to residential property. Build exterior light is always on to keep that location area safe and can be positioned away from the residents' homes. Wendy's 30-seater design inside and exterior would be new and appealing to the area, very modern look and feel.
And for myself, as the former GM of the original Wendy's in that area at 1114 Henderson Highway, I know how much customers love the brand and was saddened in the past by us leaving that area. I live a short drive away as well from that area, and the desire for a new Wendy's to return with our great food and healthy choices and other brands that other brands do not have. The building is roughly 2,100 square feet with one level and would be located up front near the Henderson Highway, which would not affect any noise issues at homes or properties nearby. Having a Wendy's would be great for the community, for the growing community, and a positive for the East Kildonan, and an attraction to help keep people excited with all the many choices and options, including our new breakfast as well. Consumers want restaurant options and don't want to be driving around the city to find it. And also many of our Kildonan East residents already are frequent to our Wendy's and going quite heavily to our other location at 808 Regent Avenue. So this will help take the pressure off that location as well. Thank you.
I do recall when the other Wendy's you said it was 1114?
1114 Henderson Highway.
And you're saying you were involved with that one? Or
I used to be the general manager back in that era, yeah.
You were a youngin'.
Started with Wendy's in 2017, so.
Yeah, there you go. You had to have been. I remember when I came in, and then when we left that Wendy's, that is exactly where the Starbucks is now, isn't it?
Starbucks is there now, correct?
Yeah, fair enough. Councilor Brody, any questions?
No, thank you for the presentation. Just the only point I will stress is this location is firmly in North Kildonan, not East Kildonan, but otherwise great.
Thank you.
The previous one was in North Kildonan as well. Any way you look at it, it was north of McLeod, north of Oakland.
Oakland, yeah.
North of Oakland, therefore North Kildonan community, regardless of the shape of city wards. Fair enough. Any further questions at all?
Not now.
No, fair enough. Here, where do we go from here? Clerk McKenzie. McMillan, excuse me.
I have no one else registered to speak in support, so just to confirm, is there anyone who wishes to speak in support of this application? Seeing none. Anyone in opposition or for information? Seeing none. Okay, if there's no further questions for the applicants and there's no one else to speak.
I may just ask the public service a question. What type of considerations did you make in terms of working with the applicant? Again, there's no buffer between the drive-through site and the residential homes to the east. Like I've looked at the site plan. It appears to me that the speaker is not pointed at the homes. Can you confirm?
Yeah, that's right. So they needed the conditional use because there's no intervening lane or building. If there was a lane there, typically it would be 20 feet in width. And so we asked for them to put a 20-foot setback between the east property line and the drive-through to create the condition of a lane. And then the fence is the one that was really important to us to make sure that staff will travel to the park and the residences there.
I'm satisfied. I have no further questions of public service. I guess just the applicant can leave comment too now because that's been brought up.
Yeah. If you guys want to respond, you're welcome to. If you have any further comments.
I drove around there behind the old Triple B's, and I was kind of saddened to see homeless people living behind Triple B's right now. It's very close to the neighboring fence. And so with us opening it up with what the city recommended to have that 20-foot buffer, and the building's going to be closer to Henderson Highway, it's going to prevent that kind of thing happening. And right behind on that fence is actually a park right there. So with and then there's a duplex house further down that looks like a rental property. So it looks like it's quite conducive we're not really going to be interfering with anybody that's right adjacent to wherever we're going to be putting our Wendy's.
Thank you, Tim. I have no further questions.
All right, no further questions, no further comments. All right, at this point, can we move the table?
Yes. Guys, can you take this?
Thank you for your presentations. Thank you.
Okay, then on the zoning agreement amendment, ZAA 3 of 2024, I move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
Motion carries.
I'll move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
Motion carries.
I'll move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in and forwarded to the Executive Policy Committee via priority rezoning process.
Motion carried. Any supporting reasons on that one?
Yeah, my supporting reasons are, again, it's good to see that there hasn't been any, widespread opposition to this. Henderson Highway is a major commercial area. It was pointed out again that the former building, had some, substantial ceiling height and was quite close to the rear property line. So this, in fact, sort of opens up the rear properties a little bit. Again, it's consistent with other uses on Henderson Highway with, commercial usage. So those are my supporting reasons.
Fair enough. I was surprised by this. Pleasantly surprised, including when the comeback, if you will, by Wendy's in Winnipeg at the corner of Regent and Plessy, and here we are with Wendy's coming back right on Henderson Highway, right in North Kildonan, where it was all those years ago, and with a greater experience now than ever before, making a comeback in our neck of the woods. And fair enough, I look forward to this.
I'll move that the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
Motion carries.
On the conditional use, DCU 151935 of 2024D, I'll move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
Motion carries.
I'll move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
Motion carries.
I move that in accordance with section 254 and subsection 2473 of the City of Winnipeg Charter, the conditional use is consistent with Plan Winnipeg and any applicable secondary plan, does not create substantial adverse effect on the amenities, use, safety, and convenience of the adjoining property and adjacent area, including an area separated from the property by a street or waterway, and is compatible with the area in which the property to be affected is situated. Again, this seems like a proper use on Henderson Highway, and my supporting reasons are the same as the zoning agreement amendment.
And I do wish all the best to the new owners and management. in this endeavor for our community. All the best. That is motion carries, I guess, and carry on.
I'll move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in and the conditional use be approved.
Motion carries.
I move that the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
Motion carries.
Please note that the committee's decision with respect to this application may be appealed. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included in the order issued, which will be mailed to all persons registered. Okay, so then the remaining hearings are in the Transcona ward. So do we want to take a brief recess?
What's the I guess so, but like, what is the status of these items? Do we know if Councillor Wyatt is in fact coming?
That is our understanding that he is in fact he is en route, and that we could recommence at 11:30.
Do any of these items require dealing with today in terms of not being able to be laid over any further, Madam Clerk?
Yes, 7, 8, 9, and 10. There may be some procedural issues if they are laid over another,
Okay.
just in terms of the timeline.
I'll move that we recess till 11:30.
All right, recess 11:30. Thank you. Good morning and welcome back to the hearing portion of the regularly scheduled meeting of the of the East Kildonan Transcona Community Committee this Tuesday, September 4th, 2024. We do have quorum, and with us as well, the Councillor Brawadi of the North Kildonan Ward. I'm this year's chair of the community committee, Jason Schreier of the Elmwood East Kildonan Ward, and joining us here now is Russ Wyatt, City Councillor for the Transcona Ward. We are in the hearings section, and Clerk McMillan, we are at hearing item number 5 and 6.
Correct,
Combined.
yes. So item 5 is a subdivision and rezoning at 1444 Ravelston Avenue under file DAS Z 32 of 2024. In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, this is a combined hearing, and the following item will also be heard at the same time. Namely item 6, which is a variance at 1444 Ravelston Avenue under file DAV 147192 of 2024D. Please note that additional communications were received in support of the matter, which have been distributed to all members of the committee. The process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support, those in opposition, and those registered for information. The applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made. However, no new information is permitted. And I'll pass it over to planning for an overview of the application.
The property is located on the south side of Ravelston Avenue West between Phil Lee and Art Mickey Way in the Peguis neighborhood of the Transcona Ward. It's in an established neighborhood, recent community policy area of Complete Communities 2.0, and in a proposed residential mixed-use policy area of the Transcona West area structure plan. It is currently split zoned R1L Residential Single Family Large District and RR5 Rural Residential 5 District. The applicant has proposed subdividing and rezoning the property to the RMFS Residential Multifamily Small District for the purpose of constructing 4 multifamily buildings on the lot with a combined total of 23 dwelling units. The buildings would be 3 stories in height with attached garages and 20-foot driveways. There are a total of 58 parking stalls proposed, including 4 accessible stalls. And the proposal also requires 3 variances. One is for a building height of 36.25 feet instead of 35 feet. One is for a front yard of 25 feet instead of 39 feet. And the last variance is for an accessory parking area with no east side yard instead of 4 feet. Happy to explain the analysis behind them if you'd like.
Thank you.
The Urban Planning Division has recommended approval of the subject proposal with the recommended conditions because it's consistent with the policies of our Winnipeg 2045, the Communities 2.0, and the Transcona West Area Structure Plan. And that concludes my proposal, or my summary of the proposal.
I'm ready to go right into it. Okay, fair enough, Councillor One.
Okay, we have Jennifer Lim acting on behalf of the applicant today. Jennifer's already at the table. So Jennifer, you have up to 10 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you.
And the less you take, the better.
I will do my best.
All right.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Council, and Administration for the opportunity to present today. I'm just going to get this up. So yes, the property in question is 1444 Ravelston Avenue. I just want to take a little bit of your time today to take you through the process to get us to where we are, as well as to introduce the team and the owner of the property. So Burhan Zakir is in the audience today in support of the application. He also operates Tulip Homes. There are two recent builds that are shown on the screen right now that they have built. So they specialize in the development of multifamily residential projects in the city of Winnipeg. This is a fourplex on 912 Dugas Avenue and another fourplex, I believe, at Hill Street. In part of bringing this application forward, Tulip Homes contracted size architecture. So we do have Alden Neufeld in the audience today, along with Melanie Yao. So they'll be speaking to the architectural design of the project. They also did the landscape drawings as well. Myself, working with Barnes & Duncan, I am their director of planning. So I undertook the community engagement process that I just want to do a brief run through for you today. So the location is here on Ravelston Avenue West. There's Philip Lee Drive that intersects on the property's front sight line. The area is a lot of legacy build in the area with a lot of new development that came into the Peguis neighborhood. We looked at some of the current population, commute, cost of living, employment opportunities in the area, and came forward with a proposal that would require rezoning, as mentioned by the planner. So this is the current layout of the property. It has a one-story stucco dwelling with some accessory buildings on site, mostly built in the northeast corner of the property. The rest remains fairly open for the property. On the south sight line, we now see duplex development that's on Bill Dance Drive. To the west is going to be new townhouses that were recently approved for development. And to the east, there is another single family dwelling. So we've been talking quite extensively with that property owner at number 1430 and being able to provide some site improvements to meet with their needs for their concerns with the development. So in and around June, we had a proposal at that time of 32 units that we took through and then brought it down to 29 units. By the time we did our first community engagement series, we reached out to roughly 120 residents in the area and did a door-to-door flyer drop-off with a request for people to give us feedback. We had about a 2.5% feedback rate, which isn't necessarily great, but it was still some feedback that we did receive from that communication. Concerns were traffic volumes, changes to neighborhood character, density, height, and privacy. This is an example of the flyer that was sent around showing the style of the structure at that time, what it looked like, an overall site plan for the development with 32 units on site. With the engagement, we did, advise that he would hire an architect to bring forward a concept of development that would have features in place. So I'm going to let Alden and Melanie speak to those things. I don't know if I should give this over now and we can kind of hopscotch between. Are you okay with that? All right, thank you. So maybe Alden and Melanie, I'll have you guys come forward.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is this the Ed Miller land? Is that, did you buy from Ed Miller? Is it Mr. Miller? House? No. Are you sure? I think it is. I grew up in the neighborhood.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so this is, I think, Ed Miller's place, yeah. He was a movie star in the Philippines.
Oh, really?
Before he came to Canada. I don't know why, this is in the 70s. And I grew up with his son. Yeah, great family, yes, I'm pretty sure it's their house. Okay.
I just want to start by saying, I want to thank everyone, EKCC Community Committee. I want to thank you, Russ, for giving us your time to go through this earlier. And
prior to the advertisement.
Yes, and also to the residents of the community, even those in opposition, because the reality is this is how we build better communities, right? It's through discussion. It's through engagement and being able to communicate with one another transparently, and then making the necessary changes. So as you've already familiar, we reduced it down to 23 units, and that of course allowed us to have more ample side yards, much more green space, and effectively being able to place the parking and adjacencies, which allow for a much more freer and active kind of community inside here. Density is huge, but I think at some point we have to make a balance, and we have to make something a bit more feasible in the community.
But your density is not huge, huh?
What's that?
Your density is not huge.
It's not here. It's not, but
Oh,
I'm saying we were
I
at
see.
32. It's now,
Okay.
you know, we've reduced it and that we now have ample side yards. It produces a much better salt, in my opinion. Melanie, you can jump in at any time. Since Melanie was actually the architect of this, I just facilitated it by, you know.
And she lives in Transcona.
That's right.
There
Yeah,
you
so
go.
she has a vested interest in this community. So, but go ahead, Mel, if you wanted to talk about the building.
I think the design for this, for the townhouses was to sort of have them look the same, but there's a little play in where the, I guess, different materials land for each townhouse building. And
They look very Scandinavian.
yeah, and that was the inspiration, something that is minimal, but that can still last.
Like
over
IKEA.
time.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
I really think that it's a much more kind of playful palette, if you will. Color is wonderful, but color can be very polarizing, right? When you use neutrals like this in a community where everyone's together, it's very important to be able to have something that's more neutral and still differentiate them, right? But nothing really, I don't want it to stand, we didn't want it to stand in itself, we want it to become part of the community.
Yeah, the design is very funky.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's truly Scandinavian, yeah.
Yeah.
And that was part of it too, is that a lot of times when you have townhouses, they can get they feel very visually bulky.
Mhm.
So we tried to break it up so it looks like it's like separate buildings, but
And so the floor plans play into the community as well, because as you're familiar, the street is kind of basically in some ways interactive because it's both units look at it. And so you'll see that the front living area and all of that reacts to the front of the building as opposed to the back of the building. So I think in some ways that addresses some of the concerns that were brought up earlier in regards to privacy and that kind of stuff. So it's almost hermetic in that way.
So they're looking inward.
That's right. Absolutely. Yeah.
All right, so as part of the application, they will be giving up a 1 meter strip along Ravelston for improvements. So that'll be taken by the city in order to make future improvements to that right of way. And that's what the subdivision is required for. It's not for another lot to be developed on, it's to be given to the city. And this is the overall site layout. So in redeveloping the site layout, a couple of things that had to be attended to was just the 3-point turnarounds that were required for EMS potential or, waste pickup, what have you, because they'll likely have their recycling bins come down to the end of their driveways and they need to have a turnaround point. We have put a 6.5 foot high fence on this sight line only, and it's going to be done so that the boards are horizontal and staggered, so the gap won't have light come through on that current property owner to the east. We're also going to be doing some vegetation. They do have very mature trees on their sight line, doing everything we can possible to not have any negative impacts to their trees. It will be, of course, on the site. If they have to make some adjustments, we'll do our best. But we have made a commitment to work with that direct neighbor and keep communication open moving forward. As you can see, there is only the one access point onto Ravelston here. We did try to work with the neighbor to the west to see if we could get a cross-access agreement, and that was not possible at this time. That's why we have these things confining where things are on the property. The other thing that I did note is that under the zoning bylaw, the height of the buildings, because the roof pitch on one side with the architectural design is slightly less than what would be for a hip or gambrel type roof where they go from the median, they have to go from the top. So overall, if the pitches were equal on each side, we wouldn't be meeting the height variance. And I just wanted to make that clear because with the is it the 412 pitch or the two?
I think it was 212 pitch.
212.
Yeah.
Yeah. With one of the pitches, it's considered to be a flat roof, so they have to go from the top down. Was the overall message there. So I did want to get back into the second community engagement. So after we had the complete drawings here from the architectural team, we did go back and do a very select engagement with only people on Bill Dance Drive, with the neighbor to the east. We didn't do anything with the neighbor to the west because we knew they were developing very similarly, and Burhan has contact with that developer, so we felt comfortable with that engagement. Fourteen thirty was the one that really had the specific concerns. Some from Bill Dance did feel it would be a decrease in property values and they were concerned about the reduction in privacy. Recall that the building right now is mostly to that northeast quadrant and there's not much to the south. So now they'll see more development on the property overall. And so they're fearful of the lack of privacy. But 1430 really had, heights, the circulation and lighting and the architectural style. I think we've satisfied the architectural style.
That's the, I'll move an extension.
Yeah, extension, mind you, we're in question and answer now.
Well, that's all right. I'll move the extension even if the buzzer goes.
We don't
Just
we need an extension. We don't really need an extension.
Carry on. Yeah.
My
Carry on.
apologies. I'll
No, not at all.
No, no. Silly.
I think I should. And there we go.
And there's another one.
So I won't go through the list of our responses to the concerns that were there. You can see them in my community engagement. There's no need to go through it at the public hearing here. From what I understand, the neighbor to the east has no concerns at this point, but does expect us to continue that communication back and forth. So that way, if something happens, and Burhan's committed to this as well, that we will continue to work with them and make sure that any issues on site are addressed. So with that, that concludes our presentation. If there's any questions.
No, I don't have any questions at this time.
Well, you were asking questions, were you?
I guess so. Yeah, you're right. That's why I don't have any questions. I might have questions later, but that's sure. Thank you.
Fair enough. So at this point, no further questions. Fair enough. And Clerk McMillan, where do we go from here?
Okay, so we've heard from Alden Neufeld and Melanie Yao. We also have Burhan Zakir in support of the application. Did you wish to speak to the committee?
If you wish to speak, gotta come up here.
Yeah, no, I think,
Well, you gotta come to here and it's all recorded.
Even to say that.
It's all recorded. So get yourself into the record.
All for the record.
so yeah, my name is Burhanuddin Zakir Hussain. And
How do you, what's your last name?
Zakir Hussain.
Zakir Hussain. I received Zakir Hussain. Nice to see you.
So yeah, we worked very diligently with the public service on this for almost a year, and I think we came up with a good design. So I'm hoping that public service gives us approval to go ahead and get this developed.
Good.
That's about it.
I like that. Nice and short and sweet. There you go. Thank you, Mr. Zakir Hussain.
Okay, and then we also have Habiba Burhanuddin also in support. Did you wish to speak to the committee?
What's your last name?
I'm Habiba Burhanuddin.
Burhanassi?
The applicant is my husband.
Okay, okay, sorry. Okay, very good. Okay.
I had a look at the development and I'd like to speak in support for the development. Thank you.
Behind every great man is a greater woman. Thank you. Thank you for speaking.
Is there anyone else in support of the application whose name hasn't been called? Seeing none. Is there anyone in opposition to the application who wishes to speak? Or anyone for information on the application? Seeing none. If there's questions for the public service, we should deal with those prior to rebuttal.
I have no questions.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
All right, we can move into motions.
All right.
Well, we mostly technically to open up the hearing again.
Yes.
Do you have any, you didn't hear anything here, Jennifer? Is there anything else you wanted to add or you can't put new information? So, no. All right. Thank you for coming.
Fair enough. Councillor Wyatt?
Yeah,
I'm ready.
yeah, I'm ready there. So, we're dealing with item number 5, number 6.
Page 6.
What is good? I'm gonna move that the public services report be taken as read.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
I'm gonna move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
I'm gonna move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in and that the matter be forwarded on to the priority zoning process in light of the fact that there was nobody here in opposition, which means it goes right to EPC, but bypasses the standing committee. And my supporting reasons, Mr. Chairperson, is I grew up in this neighborhood. I know this area. I'm pretty sure it's the Miller household, and his son, his father was Ed, and his son is Eddie. And we were just kids. We always get picked up on the bus together and go to school. And you know, the neighborhood has transitioned a lot and continues to transition. Nice to see the densities. This is in support of the mayor's call for 8,000 new housing units by November in the city. I want to make sure that it's on the record that EKT, that our community committee is doing our bit for that work, or heavy lifting. And I want to thank the applicant because we worked very cooperatively with the city. The initial designs, I had more than one meeting with them, with Jennifer and Alden and everyone, and I just was impressed. There was a lot of I gave recommendations. We changed the entrance. First, the entrance was going to be kind of a bit of a dog leg out. We cleaned they cleaned that up. They increased their setback, increased their landscaping. And the design, I think, is very unique. A lot of the buildings that are going up now could learn from this in terms of the architectural renderings, the style. It'll be, and I'm glad the applicant has hired a professional architectural firm for that purpose. A lot do not, and it reflects as such. I'm pleased that the city is requesting a 1 meter taking along Ravelstone. Ravelstone will have to be wide in the future. We did not foresee the kind of densities mainly along the south side of Ravelstone, along that's basically east of Peguis take place. Though the area structure plan does have flexibility, Transco West Area Structure Plan does have flexibility to allow for this. The neighborhood is staying residential. This is not commercial. This was part of the Transco West Area Structure Plan that was adopted by council in the bylaw in 2008. And one of the big issues in that area at the time was the through traffic. If you recall, Ravelstone was connected through to Almy, which was connected to Lagimodier. It was a shortcut by thousands of people on that street. And out of that came the area structure plan, and we created a special working group that created the Almy Ravelstone special area within the area structure plan to try to address these issues, which we successfully did. And so the compromise that was struck was that upon the closure of Ravelstone, as is the case now, there were dead ends not far from here to the west, that would take place upon the connection of reindeers through to Peguis, because at one time reindeers stopped basically at the east property line of Killam Place behind Canadian Tire there. And when that occurred, we successfully moved that forward, and it's allowed the neighborhood to, you know, in terms of traffic, there's some concerns on Ravelstone because the amount of densities on the south side. And you know, parking issues like stuff like that. But I can tell you right now that a lot of people who live in the neighborhood didn't live there before, but had they lived there before and they saw the traffic on Ravelstone, it's a huge improvement to what it was before. They have a neighborhood back, there's sidewalks on Ravelstone before. The quality of life has increased for the existing property owners there who some are still there, who were part of that Transco West Area Structure Plan, that Ravelstone Almy special area group, and indeed, this land redevelopment has actually significantly raised the property values of those homeowners who had been there for some time. So I am not surprised that there's nobody in opposition, but I think it speaks well also to the applicants' work that they've done in consultation. Public consultation prior to this meeting. So I'm in support of this. There's existing bus service in the neighborhood. We're very close to all of many amenities, including employment lands. And there's existing parks, there's existing community club. And matter of fact, the province of Manitoba has successfully purchased land down at Peguis and Rowellstone for a new school, which I hope they build because of the demand in the area, and the minister is not far for education. So this is all, it's a wonderful neighborhood, and as I mentioned, I grew up here. I lived on Alamy Avenue, the corner of Alamy and Rowellstone. And it's amazing how the neighborhood has transitioned, and I'm glad we've been able to do it over the last 10+ years in a very positive way to address a lot of issues in that area. But I have a lot of fond memories of, you know, a lot of the property owners along there, the Millers and the Chmielewskis and the Sing Bells. You know, I used to ride my bike, you know, Halloween up and down the street. And anyway, a lot of fun memories. Mr. Chmielewski's dog Butch down at the corner of Rowellstone and Peguis, and he bit me one time because Walter was roughhousing with me and Butch had to defend his owner, you know. But anyway, a lot of fun memories in there, even that. So I'm happy to approve this and move forward, and hope it has the support of Councillor Mawadi and Moorhead. And those are my comments. That's the chairperson. And I want to thank the applicant for his dedication to the community and for willingness to invest and take a risk in the city, especially now where we don't know where interest rates are, but they're a hell of a lot more than they once were still. And so thank you for doing that and creating employment as well, because that goes to construction as well as local contractors that you'll be hiring and everything else. And just I would ask that you keep the site as clean as possible during construction. You limit contractors going in and out at certain during business hours, you know, and just to keep the site as clean as possible, because one of the things that drive resident more crazy existing residents is construction debris and whatnot blowing. But I really appreciate you seem to have an attention to detail. You've hired a good architectural firm, so thank you. Those are my comments.
All right, that was quite the trip down memory lane, but I
Yeah.
didn't say anything for the Triple B's location, so it's fair. It's Brawadi's turn next time. All right, any further comments, any supporting comments, Councilor Brawadi?
Sure, I'll support it as well. It's nice to see some architectural detail that is a little more interesting than what we often see. So that is encouraging. So I'm also in support.
Yeah, nice to see some progressive development here, and I wish all the best to the proponents as well as to the community, and including the new school, or the new students who will be close by.
Yeah, well, I hope so. I think I gotta get the school built out. That's they bought the Sumka lands.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Talk to all.
Having said that, those are the supporting reasons. Therefore,
Oh,
these
and Madam Clerk, just to clarify, there's no written submissions that preclude this from going through the priority rezoning process?
Correct.
Good call. Okay, well, I never asked her.
fair enough.
Yeah.
Those are supporting reasons based on the motion. The motion is now on the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
I'll move that the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Please note that the committee has made a recommendation on this matter that will now proceed to council. No further representations are permitted on subdivision rezoning. All persons registered for the public hearing will receive notice when the matter is to be considered by council.
Right.
On to the variance.
Yes, I'm gonna move that the Winnipeg Public Service report be taken as read.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
I'll move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
For those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
I'm gonna move that in accordance with subsection 2473 of the City of Winnipeg Charter, the variance A is consistent with Plan Winnipeg. And any applicable secondary plan B does not create a substantial adverse effect on amenities, use, safety, and convenience of an adjoining property and adjacent area, including an area separated from the property by a street or waterway. The ditches are really soon gone. C is a minimum modification of the zoning bylaw required to relieve the injurious effect of the zoning bylaw on the applicant's property, and D is compatible with the area in which the property is affected to be affected is situated, and my supporting reasons are the same. I will move that.
Okay, any comment of supporting reasons from Councilor Brawadi? Nor by myself, they're the same. Motion is on the floor. Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
I'll move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in and that the variance be removed.
Those in favor?
And I'll move that the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. There we go.
Please note that the committee's decision with respect to this application may be appealed. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included in the order issued, which will be mailed to all persons registered.
I'd like to take a 5-minute break.
All right, we'll take a 5-minute break. Council Brawadi, we're good. Okay, 5-minute break, thank you. All right, welcome back to this regularly scheduled meeting of the East Kildonan Transcona Community Committee. This Tuesday, September 4th, 2024. We are in the hearings portion of the meeting, and we are in hearing item number 7 and 8 in a combined hearing. And Clerk McMillan, take it away.
Item number 7 is a subdivision rezoning at Southwest Dawson Road South at Plessis Road, Precinct J, under file DAS Ed 12 of 2024. In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, this is a combined hearing, and the following item will also be heard at the same time, namely item 8, which is a variance at Southwest Dawson Road South at Plessis Road, Precinct J, under file DAV 124835 of 2024D. Please note that the additional communications were received in support of and with respect to the matter after the agenda was published, which have been distributed to all members of the committee. The process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support, those in opposition, and those registered for information. The applicant may return to speak and rebuttal the comments made, however, no new information is permitted. And I will pass it over to planning.
So a repeat, do you want a recap from the last one or do you want to go into it?
No, let's do a recap.
Sure. So the proposal includes lots zoned residential single family small as well as medium, residential 2-family, residential multifamily small and medium, as well as PR1 Parks and Recreation passive neighborhood community district. These will facilitate single family dwellings, 2-family dwellings, townhouse style dwellings, and multifamily dwellings across the site. There are several variances needed for the proposal. The first set enable reduced lot areas and lot widths for some of the R2 lots. These are needed to enable some R2 lots that would be located on shorter blocks flanked by a public street on both sides. If the variants are not supported, the R2 lots would need to be removed from the site plan with R1 lots replacing them. The removal of the R2 lots would result in all of the remaining R1 lots exceeding the lot area requirements of the zoning bylaw, although fewer dwelling units would be enabled on the block. Given this context and that the variances are relatively minor, we had recommended approval of those variances. And the second set of variances enabled reduced front yards of 15 feet instead of 20 feet for lots that take access from a rear lane. And the depth of those lots meets the dimensional requirements of the Winnipeg zoning bylaw. However, they are slightly reduced relative to other blocks on the site in order to accommodate the rear lane. And then the last variance is related to a parcel of land at the far southwest corner of the site that will be transferred to Manitoba Hydro and access from Manitoba Hydro lands. And then the zoning agreement, the last item to note there is that the first clause would require plan approval to EKT for any of the RMF, S or M zoned lots. And then the second clause was prepared in consultation with Parks and requires lots that abut the public reserve to construct and maintain, to delineate the property. And then the third clause was prepared in consultation with Water and Waste, and that requires minimum setbacks to the property lines for any lots that abut the stormwater retention basins. That covers the main points from our analysis. Happy to answer any questions or speak to it further.
Thank you for that summary. And the items, Mr. Chairperson, I'll be looking to hear from the developer back on at this meeting. Are the items that are, we don't have page numbers page 5, which was the June 24th meeting of BKT, where we wanted matters to be considered, namely number 1, this phasing of the zoning to be established, including the order and the timing, construction related to that phasing, the location of senior and junior play structures, and renderings, so that was not listed here, though I did say that. And then the location, number 3, the location of amenities of neighboring neighborhoods, including but not limited to shelters, bus shelter. That should be bus shelters. It was not in the minutes. seating areas, basketball court, pickleball court, tennis courts, off leash, and small and large dog parks. And a copy of the traffic report. Location number 5, location of traffic details, including location of traffic intersection lights and timing on that is important. And obligation share. The location of roundabouts to be clearly mapped out, which was not. Further details of responsibility of payment and construction for said items. Number 6, further information on active transportation plan, paths, sidewalks and traffic tables, their locations and timing. Plans for future surrounding neighbors, including on the north and west side of the development, including details of how the said neighbor will interact with the development via, it was not in the minutes, but via AT and road connection, sidewalks. Information on number 8, information on the obligation of paving the 1 lane of dual Dawson Road, which was at another public hearing, to sort out the obligations there between 3 developers. I won't read the entire clause. Number 9, location and types of bus shelters, transit and bus pad. Number 10, the number of units that could potentially be generated per residential multifamily unit, including parking ratios, which is not there. Number 11, information on electric charging station car co-ops that would be located and tied to new multiple family housing developments. That was not stated in the minutes, and there was a lot of stuff covered, so I'm not blaming the clerk who's not here. And number 12, location of soccer fields, playing fields, and kind of a repeat of one of them. And then there was also the, I'm jumping here. There was the number 13, information on the potential to have concrete curb and gutter designs on the non-collector streets with asphalt roadways to be used, even though our public works department continues to persist in using concrete, which we can never maintain properly. Number 14, potential locations of offsite traffic tables, and I'm speaking particularly about Southland Park, limiting impact on traffic there, but on Royal Mint. And 15, information on the ENS area charge that was applied to their development to the north, that the same area charge we apply here. Those funds that should have been stated were going to Aqua Community Club, which is the community club in the area that the community uses. And I don't think the area charge is that hefty on ENS, and I'm hoping the developer is supportive of that. Number 16, the preliminary concept designs for RMF buildings, including information on many potential builders, plus the use of geothermal. I think it's important that developers, especially ones that have been leaders in our city in the industry, also lead in that area, considering the issues that we deal with, the climate crisis. 17, mapping of the protected roads, protected lanes, including cross-section of said protected parking lanes on, mainly those are on the collectors. 18, information on a fare formula. Again, this is related to the Dawson Road. And a mapping of the physical aspect outlined above. So those were the issues that I listed. And brought forward at the last meeting. One of the other things that I just put on the record now, prior to the applicant coming forward, they've been submitting street names. I want to reopen the regular one on the agenda to look at that one that was dealt on the regular agenda. I think that came from them, I'm not sure. But I would really encourage the applicant to start looking at, and all developers, to start looking at names of indigenous origin, and that we should strive to at least 50% of the street name should be indigenous origin, and indeed also park naming. And that I want to see in the agreement a clause to ensure that all amenities pertaining to park designs, RMF, are subject to plan approval, your community committee, including playgrounds and all that sort of stuff. We don't have to get into detail today of renderings of playground, but I want to see locations and the plans for those today. I hope they're done. And then the other thing that we run into in developments all the time is sidewalks coming in after the fact. And then there's a whole hullabaloo because I didn't want a sidewalk. My real estate agent didn't tell me. I think on where sidewalks are going in, they just should be going in the same time as the road. And I realize that that's sometimes challenging because elevations change and everything else, but, and there might be some throwaway there, but, you know, it's nothing but a nightmare when we come in to put a sidewalk and somebody's got the front drive already and the residents go ballistic and then we're dealing with public works, who doesn't want curb to gutter sidewalks. And so I think we have to, you know, we've done it before and applicants have done it, developers have done it before and it's not a big issue. And then signage should be posted. I know Qualico is very good at this, of the development coming in and out of the new streets, locations and everything. I've heard from residents about that. Cause a lot of stuff doesn't get on Google Maps right away. And then, the phasing I mentioned, I want to make it noted that I want that to be approved into the zoning bylaw when the time comes. And that we stick to that phasing, and that any change would have to actually be an application. And the big thing that I think another issue that is was not addressed in the last meeting was I want to ensure we do everything possible to have bus service in that area, transit service in that area prior the minute the people start moving in, which means having main collector constructed to allow transit to come in right away. And I know that historically we've never been worried about that, but we should be. People's traffic patterns form the minute they move into a neighborhood, which means they make decisions on whether or not they should be a 2-car family or a 1-car family, things like that. We want people to get out of their vehicles. Why are we not making that a requirement? And I realize that on smaller developments, you can't do that all the time, but this is phase, this is, you know, Sage Creek North. This is not a small development. It's a significant one and an important one. And right down the street from the headquarters of Qualico, an incredible, well-known Winnipeg firm, leader in the community in terms of development. So I just think we can nickel and dime or we can do it right. So those are my thoughts. And I want to put that on the record prior to the presentation by Mr. Ward and company. So thank you.
Fair enough. Your insights have been heeded. Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Where do we go from here, Clerk McMillan?
So Brendan Salico is registered as the applicant for this hearing. You guys coming up as a group?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so Brendan Salico, Donovan Taves, Brian Ward, and Dave Joplin.
What do you want to say? Donovan, you got a tan.
Do I?
Yeah.
A lot of canoeing.
You're a canoeer.
Yes, sir.
Pierre Trudeau.
I am a canoeist.
Okay, good. I always find it awkward in a canoe, you know.
Well, they are tippy.
That's what I mean. Yeah. I'm the kind of guy who tips out. Good to see you guys. I hope you had a good summer. Yeah.
And Wyatt too. Here we go.
Yeah. And you and I, we gotta get tans, because otherwise it
Well, it's
won't
true.
look as good.
Yeah. We burn and then it's in.
Yeah, that's right. I always say that too. Yeah.
And then just before you begin, just make sure to share your presentation on the Zoom meeting so that folks who are watching online can see it.
All 5 of them. 5? And how are you, Mr. Ward?
Doing
You had a
okay.
good summer?
Not too bad.
Not too bad.
Still going, hopefully. Be nice
Yeah,
to
well,
go a
that's
few more
great.
weeks.
Well, that's true. A friend of mine said, yeah, it's not over yet. I like that attitude. Yeah.
September can be beautiful.
Absolutely.
Good for construction, good for the lake, good for everything.
Yeah. Where's your lake?
West or east of Kenora.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. Very nice.
Ready when you are, Mr. Chairman?
I am ready. Please proceed. You've got 10 minutes. And we've got your names and addresses. We know where you work. So I guess we're good.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, committee, for hearing us again. The presentation has 2 parts. The first part is to recap what we covered last time, since the planner has already recapped for the committee's request. I'll just zip through that recap section very quickly. And the second section is to deal with the committee's information requests. Do we have a time limit?
It is 10 minutes officially, but there's room for.
No, you don't have a time limit. Take as much time as you need.
Thank you.
That's my opinion.
Well, that is.
This 10-minute stuff is ridiculous.
I-
When I first got elected, we gave people as much time, especially applicants.
Well, look, I'll be straight up as the chair of this. I'm responsible for the rules. You get 10 minutes, but in the question and answer, that's unlimited. So
Okay.
there you go.
But you get 10 minutes, you technically get 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes.
If you can, they can
Yes,
if they
you
wish.
technically do.
Right, but then they have to come up independently.
No, that's a bunch of.
I'm just saying. I
That's
mean,
the
someone's like, but in the question and answer, here we go. I mean, that's unlimited. So that's where the conversation is going to take place. If there's insufficient information in the 10 minutes. So I'm not worried about time of finish. We waited long enough.
Whatever the committee finds it needs to, we'd like to give thorough answers to the.
And I want to hear thorough presentations.
Thank you. Great. As mentioned, the first part of the presentation will recap what was provided to the committee last time. We introduced ourselves on this slide. We oriented everybody to the application subject site on this slide. We talked about complete communities and set the application within the context of the overarching policy being our Winnipeg 2045 and talked about how it meets the various policies of our Winnipeg 2045. We helped the committee understand that this is a precinct area, that the plans are to be guided by the precinct plan, the plans are guided by the precinct plan. Too many words and too many times using the word plan. We talked about collaboration with the departments. We always seek to work carefully and patiently together with the departments. Don't always agree on every aspect, but we have a good working relationship, and that was the case in this case. We then introduced the overall subdivision plan with the intended uses on this slide. We highlighted the potential number of units being as high as 1,550. Certainly that is a major contribution to the housing, I won't say crisis, but the need for housing in Winnipeg. We saw an application today that would create 25 units. This would create 1,550. So significant consideration, and we appreciate the diligence with which it's being observed and considered. We also shared some housing types, but of course these aren't built yet, and there'll be many builders in a large community, so it's premature to dictate the housing exact formation of the housing. And then we highlighted the collector network. This is important because it fulfills the objectives of the precinct plan. The collector network was highlighted in blue. We mentioned the sidewalk and AT plan, where this graphic shows the 3.5 meter asphalt multi-use pathway in green, heavy green. The dashed line in blue is the sidewalk, or the sidewalks, and the red is the park path. So basically an interlaced system of pathways, which we think is excellent. And then similarly, the parks, but also showing the interconnection between the parks areas, that every part of this neighborhood will have really ready access to green space and open areas. We mentioned the traffic impact study, which will come up in the clarifications, that it has been submitted and was considered by the Public Works Department, and they're in full support of the development the way it's shown. And similarly, the servicing study and the Water and Waste Department being in full support of the servicing plan the way it's shown. We talked about our process. This one, a really lengthy one, given the amount of time and its market considerations, Qualico's considerations, city considerations. It's taken some time to get here, so we're really happy to be here at this time. And there was a very thorough engagement, which resulted in no opposition to a major development. So we're proud of that process, and we think it's important to note on the record. The next slides talked about what we heard, and we shared all this last time, so I won't go through it again, but all the topics that people raised and that we have addressed, and that's evidenced. The addressing is evidenced by the notable lack of attendance in terms of opposition. And then we summarized that we think it's a great proposal because it meets all the policy objectives and everything that's been noted so far. And then now more to the point, the list that Councillor Wyatt had read out, we included in our presentation from the record that was noted. And while we were listening, we noted a couple of extra things that maybe didn't make it in the record. We can certainly talk about those. The phasing, this is where the time will come into question as to whether I read these all again, Mr. Chairman, or not. But I think I'll elect not to read them and then rather just go through the slides that respond to all of these.
Not to read your points, to go through you have slides on each one?
We have slides on each of these, but this is the record, this is the exact wording that Councillor Wyatt just recorded and that are in the minutes. So I think we should just jump to the slides.
Fair enough.
I'll handle this first one and then I'll ask Brendan to handle a few of the subsequent ones. And if there are questions, there is a lot of information that responds to the committee's requests. So we may wish to stop for questions at each one, but that is up to the will of the committee, of course.
At each what, sorry?
Each layer of information.
Layer.
Each slide has quite a lot of information that.
Sorry for interrupting. Do you have a hard copy of this slide?
It's been submitted to the clerk.
It's been submitted. All right, thank you.
So I'll present this one and then I'll take the committee's lead on whether it wishes to talk about each one at each slide. So this, the request was to talk about the phasing. So in the top right of all of these slides, we've reiterated, so you don't have to flip back and forth on the list of information requests. At the top right, for example, on this slide, it indicates the wording that was in that request that's in the minutes. And essentially this is a response to the question, how will this development be phased? So as we noted in the hearing, we would start at the bottom left, which is the southwest corner. And that is divided into phase 1A and phase 1B. It has a lake. It has all of the housing type ranges, with the exception of the multifamily medium. You can see that phase 2 moves off to the east and includes 2 more lakes and the first multifamily mediums sites. And then phase 3 would go is the last phase in the north, if you will. And probably is an important note that market does dictate a lot of how this goes. Qualico has indicated they are asking to start at phase 1, so that is a certainty. The precise order of phase 2 and 3 is not a certainty, and certainly if that's an importance to the committee, we should talk about that. But that is understood to be market driven, the order of phase 2 and 3. But phase 2 and 3 or phases 2 and 3 are serviceable in either situation. Would the committee like to ask questions about this, or should we continue?
No, carry on.
I'll just say, I mean, if I look at a map that shows up in the lake there, maybe it's more of a swamp. It's not there. It's where your phase 3 is, just east of Southland Park. Google map, I'm just saying. It shows us as a pond or something, not one created, but sort of a natural one, probably more of a swamp. Do you have any comment on that?
I think there are some low-lying areas in the land, as usual with raw land. Nothing's been moved or it hasn't been manipulated to drain, properly. So the lakes, as shown, will drain the land properly.
Thank you.
No problem. Brendan, do you want to handle the next few slides?
Yeah, thanks, Donovan, and thanks committee, administration and clerks. And so the second point here in terms of clarification is the location of the play structures and the green spaces. So what we've done here is we've laid out what's being proposed. So on the park in phase 1, which is at that southwest corner, the idea would be to have an athletic field. So the park was designed to be spacious enough to have that athletic field, playground and play space as well. The second park in phase 2, which is to the east of the first park, has those 2 retention ponds. It would also be proposed to have a playground and a shade structure seating area as well. And then the northerly park, which is in phase 3, would be proposed to have a picnic area. So again, as Donovan noted, these parks are all connected via sidewalk and via active transportation. And of course, we'll work closely with the Parks Department through the park strategy and the park design guidelines for those specifics of those amenities. We'll jump to the next one here, which is essentially an augmentation of the previous slide. So we were also asked to provide the combination of amenities and green spaces in the adjacent neighborhoods, both existing and proposed. So we'll start with the proposed. So directly to the north, there is an approval in place for a development by a different developer north of Dawson Road, and they have some PR1 zoning within that. And then, of course, in Southland Park, directly kind of to the northwest of our proposal, there's a central park kind of centered along that linear retention pond, and they have basketball court, they have pickleball courts there, they have playground, a shelter, a swing set.
Which development?
In Southland Park.
Yeah, all the residents raise money for.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right, and paid for, not developer.
Oh, no, yeah, no,
Just for the
not saying they're big, no. But yeah, exactly. So great amenities in Southland Park. And of course, there would be that sidewalk connection between the proposed development and Southland Park, connecting all these amenities within this whole precinct J area.
And a road connection.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, and, oh, there you go.
Sherry,
I,
buzzers drive me nuts.
sure, I'll put an extension on this and we'll.
Wow,
Yes, we've already started question and answer. What do you have to say about this, Clerk McMillan? I'm not here to, realize our process here.
We never had this before. This is ridiculous. Well, more transparency. They're trying to be open about the development. We got to cut them off.
No, I'm not cutting them off, Councillor Wyatt. What I did say at the beginning was that after our 10 minutes or 12 minutes or whatever, there's question and answer, which is unlimited. So I'm not cutting off
No,
anyone.
EPC cuts councillors off at presentation.
Well, all right.
10 minutes.
I don't know what to say about that. I'm just saying,
It's ridiculous.
Um, within the process, I don't think that is going to stop us from having a full communication, but I didn't make the rules here. I'm here to interpret them fairly and,
Well, we gotta go back.
if you want to, look, well, I'll give you a 3-minute extension and we'll go from there. And we will have a question and answer, unless we're already admitting we're in the.
I'm gonna move the next 10-minute extension.
It's up to the committee to determine
All
how
right.
long they would like to give,
Well,
so
look.
if you guys would like to.
As far as I'm
This is
concerned,
only a multi-million,
Yeah.
1,500 home development for crying aloud. That's all we're approving. I want I'd give another 20 minutes if we carry on.
I think you're right. It doesn't matter. Well, one is we do have these time limits.
Well, and it was invented by the last mayor in this one, so let's keep going here.
All right, fair enough. So do we want all I'm saying is we want an extension or accept the fact we're in question and answer.
I'm gonna move
That's all
20
I'm saying.
minutes now.
Fine.
Extension.
Motion passes.
All right.
Carry on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks committee for the extension, appreciate it. So 3B, we were asked to provide a copy of the traffic report. Of course, that was submitted as part of our development application, but we've also passed that along to the clerks and I believe it's now part of the public records. So everyone should have access to the traffic study. In terms of the locations of some of these traffic details, we were asked to provide locations of traffic lights, of roundabouts. So we've mapped those on this, and of course, all of this came through the traffic study in close collaboration with the public service, specifically with the Public Works Department. So in blue there, you can see the collector network highlighted. There's a main collector spine and then a secondary collector that comes off of it and goes through phase 3. In terms of roundabouts, there are 4 roundabouts. So you can see 2 on Dawson Road where those collectors connect in. One at the center along that main collector spine, and then one in phase 1 southwest quadrant. And the collector would lead south towards Abinogi-Meekina to places beyond south and west. And then, of course, the northerly connection from Dawson Road onto Fermor, where you can access points to Lagimore and beyond. We also elaborated further in terms of the active transportation and pedestrian connectivity, cycling connectivity. So that was point of clarification number 5. So the multi-use pathways, you can see highlighted there in thicker green line, and then the sidewalk network in that dashed green line. So like Donovan mentioned, a great connectivity both within the proposed neighborhood, connecting to the external pathway network on Abinogi-Meekina, on Lagimodiere, and on Fermor, and then connections to the directly adjacent neighborhoods as well. The existing neighborhood to the west, Southland Park, and then the proposed neighborhood directly to the north across Dawson Road. We're asked to provide a context map, so to not only provide what we're proposing in terms of land use, but the adjacent developments and proposed developments as well. So this map essentially lays out that proposal as we currently understand it. This is what's on the public record right now for what's approved north of Dawson Road between Dawson, Plessy, and Furmore. So a mix of commercial mixed use and multifamily, and how that connects in with our development proposal from a connectors and active transportation perspective. And then, of course, Southland Park with its circular collector network through there as well. In terms of transit, like Councillor Wyatt noted, transit is very important in new communities. So this is something that we work closely with, and traffic engineers work closely with both Public Works and transit to ensure that the collector network could accommodate what's being proposed in the transit master plan. So the transit master plan, which will come into effect next June, has a transit route P, which is a frequent line of service every 10 to 15 minutes throughout the day. And in terms of transit stops, that's obviously going to be something that transit is going to have to approve later on, as with service. However, we did anticipate where potential transit stops along that main collector network would be placed, and that is in the traffic study as well. So you can see those in red. Kind of red hexagons in the proposed development, and then you can see where existing transit is in the adjacent neighborhoods, as well as those transit stops in blue circles.
Sorry, can you point to the hexagons?
Yeah. So in the proposal here, along the purple line, which follows kind of the main collector spine.
Oh, those are
through the
hexagons,
neighborhood.
fair enough.
These kind of hexagons or circles. That's right. So that's where the traffic study anticipated that transit stops would go when transit will of course have to approve that.
I have a question. Now, transit is creative, but they're not. But what's interesting is you got transit service now in Southland Park, right? And you have a road that you're connecting to Southland Park. But there's another road there just north of that park. And it looks rather narrow. Is that a lane? What is that?
That's a lane.
No, not the lane, further south of that. What is that? That looks larger than a lane, but it's not a road. What is it?
So it is larger than a lane and narrower than a road, and it's proposed as a right of way that only people will be able to use bikes and walk on essentially.
Oh, really?
And it would be able to be used for access to maintain the park if necessary, but it wouldn't be open to vehicles. So the homes north of the park will in essence front onto the public space.
Right.
With the sidewalk between them that will form part of the sidewalk and path network, but not a public road.
Well, I'm just trying to think of things to bring transit in flexibly, and you have a transit service right there in Southland, right? So if that road were to be changed, that looks like that other road is being developed, one that kind of swoops like this, right?
Yep.
You know, like to a higher collector standard, and so it's not a far distance to tie it in and bring it in versus, let's say, having to build that other one right out now, including Dawson Road to connect north. Like, it'd be nice to have some sort of system to flow through the neighborhood as an option for transit to come in sooner rather than later. And that's just my initial thought.
I think the P route, the purple one, is the high frequency transit. That doesn't preclude transit from running a smaller feeder service or some of the on-demand services that they've talked about in the transit master plan through the community.
Would you be opposed to changing that little strip of road standard?
I really like that little strip of road because it's a very unique proposal that we're trying to do something different. We're trying to create opportunities for homes to front onto public spaces.
Right.
And that took a lot of work and negotiation with the administration to come up with that proposal.
Is that the only one in the development?
It is the only one.
You're not talking about that AT lane, are you?
Yes.
No, okay.
It's the narrow public road. I think that would change. Like the local street network throughout that community can support those local, if we're going to put buses on locals, all those streets over there are locals.
Yeah, I know, but
connection
it's
to
problematic with parking and everything. It's nothing but a residents complain, and if you don't have a collector standard, forget it.
But I agree, but that's what I'm saying. Southland Park, that connection between will be a local.
Yeah.
There are locals in there. It won't be a collector connection from one to the other.
No, but you're building into there, and that could easily be turned, your land could be turned, the city would have to turn that little the rest of that little connection into it. It's not a far distance, if necessary, into a collector. But it would give us the opportunity to bring transit much sooner in and loop it through.
Well,
And-
except that conceptually, sorry to interrupt,
No,
that
no.
conceptually is our third phase. That would be the last phase. of
Yeah,
development.
well, we're gonna be talking about this stuff.
Well, That's,
Every year.
it will be the last to follow the servicing. In order-
I hear you, but I guess,
The quickest route for transit would be for phase 1 and 2 to be able to make the connection to Dawson Road.
yeah,
So that the P route can be built and established at a local service and support it.
this is where the city's gotta get a little flexible, right? To be able to let you build roads, let transit come in, but maybe offset it by saying, okay, you're not gonna have to put down all your money when you file your Mylars right away right?
Well,
And we could even, say, look, we want transit in right away, we will front end that, you will pay us later when the houses go up, but let's make it happen.
The collector street will be built even through phase 1 at a standard that a roundabout should be able to accommodate a bus to turn around. There shouldn't be anything precluding transit from coming in.
And what has transit said about that on the record?
I don't,
They're okay with
they
it.
haven't had any concern with what we've proposed.
No, what have they said in terms of transit coming in sooner rather than later? Have they made any commitment?
No, not that I'm aware of, but we've never.
Or heaven forbid?
It's of course out of our control, but the newly minted transit plan, they're not sending the big buses down the.
No, they're cutting everything.
So really
Voted
this,
against.
right, but they are sending smaller buses in, and this is a perfect scenario for that. But it's.
That's their theory.
It's the theory, yeah, and it's all of us have.
We'll see how that works on June the 25th, 2025. Good luck. Yeah. Anyway, all right. Sorry for interrupting.
No,
But I gave you another 20 minutes.
Yeah, we don't have 10:50 left.
Mr. Dryer did too, Color, I did too.
Inevitably, we're gonna have a complete conversation as far as Councillor Wyatt and I are concerned.
Much. All right.
Okay, thanks, great discussion. And number 9, we were asked to provide the number of total units that will be generated per residential multifamily site, including parking ratios. So on this slide, we're showing the multifamily sites highlighted. So the darker orange is noted earlier, those ones are RMFM, medium, and the lighter orange are multifamily small or RMFS. So on this next slide, we do have the chart. So a total of 767. That would be the maximum of units based on maxing out the density on each of those multifamily parcels. It is unlikely that would actually be the case, and the reason for that is that almost all of the RMFS parcels are lotted. So those would be townhouses, primarily fronting onto roads, and you just can't get the max density when you're doing lotted townhome product. So this is the theoretical maximum, but it wouldn't be that high. And then of course, the parking ratio in this area would be 1.5 to 1. And so multiply that 767 by 1.5, and that would be the total number of parking stalls provided. In terms of preliminary concepts for the RMFM buildings, as noted, Qualico Communities, they're not a builder. When the time comes, these lots, once developed, they would be sold to multifamily builders, who then, of course, would need to come back to committee with detailed plans through the plan approval process, as is common in all new communities. We're asked to provide details in terms of the protected parking lanes. So this is something that Qualico and other developers have been doing in new areas over the past decade or so. We're even seeing this happening in some of the retrofits in some more mature communities. So in terms of the location of those protected parking lanes, they're along the collector roads. So on both sides of that main collector spine, and then on the south and west side of that secondary collector that goes through the proposed phase 3. So going through a bit of detail about that, what those actually look like in terms of a plan view and a cross-section view. So these protected parking lanes have a lot of benefits. Probably one of the main ones is that it makes crossing the collector easier for folks. Instead of crossing 4 lanes of traffic, they're actually only crossing 2 travel lanes. So it narrows that intersection, pedestrian crosswalk, brings everything closer. You've probably seen those bulb outs elsewhere in the city. And then once you get past that intersection, then the road flares out on both sides, have protected parking, but those 2 travel lanes going through. So you can see on the top, that's what it looks like from the plan view, and then where that red line crosses across, that's the cross section that's in total. To show that. So we're also asked to provide some details about things like traffic calming and what would be done to, increase pedestrian safety and reduce traffic speed. So affected parking lanes and the bulb outs at those intersections, that is one of the key ones. Roundabouts, of course, also I encourage reduced speeds at those intersections. And then just the narrowing of the lanes as well helps to reduce traffic as well, as does the circuitous route that the collector takes through the neighborhood. And that was something that was actually laid out in the precinct J precinct plan, that there shouldn't be a freeway to cut through the neighborhood, but to provide that natural traffic calming by having some jogs along that collector. And then lastly, we were asked number 19 for a map to basically outline all of the different aspects that were noted in those previous 18 points of clarification. So the map does look a little bit cluttered, but essentially what this represents is the land use plan, the parks, the active transportation, the sidewalk network, the collector network, the proposed transit stops, the adjacent context both for existing neighborhoods, Southland Park to the west, and the proposed neighborhood directly to the north across Dawson Road. So this is essentially the culmination of all those other maps put into one map to as an easy reference for all those points of clarification that were asked.
Hey, thanks, Brendan. So of the 19, we've dealt with 13. So then the remaining items are in text form in terms of response. So item 3B, we did submit it.
Sorry, I just read the city car co-op doesn't extend to this area.
Yeah,
I'm a bit of a, anyway.
Yeah, maybe we'll
ADHD, you know. It's cool. But anyway.
I can get us back up there if you like. So we did submit a traffic report to administration.
I need to get a copy of that.
Item 7 is regarding paving, etc. That is the response to that is found in the ACG report and the development agreement parameters. We're certainly happy to expound on what's in the parameters, but that part is not in our control. Item 10.
Yes and no.
Certainly there's negotiated items in any agreement, but they're guided by the development agreement parameters. So we always defer to what's in the development agreement parameters.
Yeah, I know, but we know who all the crap. I mean, some of the most important people are at the table here too.
Almost.
And that's good.
Yeah.
And I think there's
council.
And I was told when it was written that yes, these are them, but community committee still can do changes and all that. I was assured by Mr. Lemoyne, and that there's not this and that's it.
Yeah.
And so I hope that's the case, right? But and I'm trying to do it so that we can build roads that we can maintain, because it's a shame when you look into a development 20 years from now in this city. But anyway, carry on.
No, nobody wants to waste money in pavement.
Well, that's we're the king of concrete in this city. It's ridiculous.
Item 10, Councillor, did you want to talk about item 10?
No.
Okay.
Not yet.
Item 12, information on the potential to have concrete curb and gutter designs, etc. Again, we'll build to the standards that are there. Those are guided by the Transportation Standards Manual. We worked, as I mentioned, with Public Works Department, outlined in the ACG report, and we're checking all the boxes as are required. 14 was information on the ANS development. That's really not our business, so we would defer to administration to.
Well, we need to get that information.
Yeah, we'll do what comes out of that conversation, but certainly the applicant can be responsible for that piece. And then 18 is quite similar.
Yeah, that has to be sorted out now. I mean, it's in your best interest to have it sorted out now. But anyway.
With that, we'll conclude the list of responses to the clarifications that were requested.
Do we have any allegations in opposition? Registered.
No one registered to speak.
Other than yourselves. Okay, good. So
There are people in opposition but not registered to speak.
No one
nobody
registered.
registered.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody registered.
No one at all. Okay.
Yeah, well, it's for the sake of time. You guys have been here a long time. Our next hearing is actually on September 23rd. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go through these ones. I appreciate this. So I got this just now from the clerks, even though you submitted it to them. And not their fault, everybody's away and busy. But and I got a color one, but I'm gonna go through, I want these slides to be clearly, I'm gonna go through recommendations for each one. With the slides clearly labeled. This is gonna go forward as part of your application when approved next time, next meeting, what I wanna do. And which is on September the 23rd. And my goal is that we sort out as many of the issues with the public service and yourselves as possible that we can. Namely, the issue relating to the roads, the issue relating to the area charges, the community clubs, that's the ones that come to mind foremost. Sitting over here on to the right of Mr. Councillor Schreier, and sitting by the glass there is my new executive assistant, Brad Sellen, former chief of staff to a former mayor, head of communications, former head of Cabcom to two former premiers, cabinet communications. I can't meet with you technically, but he can between now and the 23rd. And we're gonna sort these issues out and the administration. And that's my goal. And I hope we can sort as many out as possible. I'm happy to see the improvements you've done or the changes you've brought. I appreciate that, Mr. Ward. I thank you for that. But I need a little bit more detail on some of these things, you know, like the parks, the timing, the parks and playgrounds. I have a suggestion on the timing of roads because of transit. And a part of it though is if we get transit to that meeting and to talk as part of this, to get it sorted out, that would be a good thing. And I appreciate the fact that it took you over probably a couple years or a year to get here. But that's not my problem. We're forced here to deal with these hearings in 3 months. And the fact that the administration and the city of Winnipeg and this mayor has done nothing to speed up the process at the front end, the developers, and I had the opportunity and the wonderful chance to go away from here and see the other side. And the fact you guys have to deal with a year or so of headaches and red tape before you even appear here, don't blame me now that we're laying it over again. And the fact, after the fact, for you to get your executed development agreement, another year and a half, or whatever, or the lawyers, well, you know what it's like, Mr. Joffrey. You had to deal with it. You were here and you got out. You're smart. Anyway, so we will lay this over and I'm going to go through a few things. You can stay at the table and take notes, or you can take notes from your chair. It's up to you. Hopefully we can sort this out.
Bear that in mind as well. You talked about a three-month limitation. That also.
We got priority zoning here and fast zoning here, but we've never sorted, and part of it is the planning department is under resourced, right? We have the lowest per capita planners in the city of Winnipeg compared to any other major city in Canada. We've cut that department so we could have zero taxes or whatever for 100 years.
Mr. Chairman, can we request a 5-minute recess?
Yes, I just wanted to make the point that 3 months also includes our prorogation time from the end of July to the beginning.
Well, the timing was unfortunate, I agree.
Well, and that we have to take that into consideration as well.
So
Your
can I
5-minute.
I just want to clarify, it's not 3 months, it's 3 regular scheduled meetings.
3 regular scheduled meetings. I see. What about the 180 days?
That's just date.
That's the city,
straight
that's the
dating.
province of Manitoba,
Yes.
All right.
which means anybody could have.
But bear in mind, that includes the prorogation time.
Means I could.
All right, so we wish a 5-minute recess.
Great idea.
Great.
Thank you.
Right, welcome back to the hearing portion of this regular scheduled meeting of the East Kildonan Transcona Community Committee of September 4th, 2024. We are back in the hearings and we are on hearing items 7 and 8. Correct?
Yes.
All right. And all right, we've been having question and answer and carry on, Councillor Wyatt.
No, I don't have anything else to say, Mr. Chair.
Anything?
I don't have any other questions.
I am dumbfounded, but
I
anyway,
know.
so be it, because we were really on a roll. All right, fair enough. Is there any, at this point then, Clerk McMillan, where are we at? We have no.
We're done the delegation.
Yes, they might have to leave because the administration is in a position to answer questions or make comments.
I'll make
Chairman,
those
we have
when they
questions
shut down.
on process.
Pardon me?
We have questions on process.
Okay, we've got questions on.
Well, no, you can ask those of the administration later.
We're permitted to ask the committee questions of process on it with.
Go ahead, ask the administration.
Yeah.
Yeah, Clerk McMillan, that's all
What's
right.
your
I have
question?
no problem with that. Fair enough. What questions would you have, sir?
It's with respect to timing and what is the process after today in terms of a layover to the next meeting?
If the committee adjourns the hearing to the September 23rd, Technically, that is in keeping with the 3 regular meeting rule within the procedure bylaw or the development procedures bylaw. But as everyone is aware, there is a section in the charter that states that an applicant may deem or deem an application rejected if a decision is not made within 180 days. We would be past the 180 days on this application.
You can appeal
We
it.
adjourned it.
Thank you. Okay, so then, if I understand it correctly, then our team, Qualico in particular, but us as the applicant, would have a decision to make as to whether, would we have a decision to make? Would we have that option to just attend the next committee meeting if that's the will of the committee this time, or to appeal?
You have the right under the act to appeal apparently. It's gone 180 days.
Right. Okay, and that 180 days would fall between this committee and the next committee hearing?
Apparently so.
And what is the next committee hearing date?
23rd September.
So if we wanted to keep our options open from a procedural point of view, would we have a few days to consider the requests of this committee?
Well, the act is clear that it's you who has a right to appeal.
The applicant.
You're the applicant.
This actually expands your options.
Yeah, that's
It
right.
does not limit.
It's not anybody, it's not the public that can appeal.
Right.
There's nobody in opposition.
No, but I'm just saying that often people can appeal to the municipal board, right?
Yeah, anybody can.
Right, and still, but in terms of the timing, you can appeal that. You can appeal the process, for sure.
I'm gonna throw another crowbar in here. We could actually ask for a special meeting before the 180, possibly.
No, I'm not gonna support that.
Well, I'm just saying we can, whether you wish to or not.
I would be happy to talk to the applicant after the meeting with respect to
Thank you, yeah.
timing and everything.
Appreciate that.
But if the committee does adjourn the hearing to September 23rd, then unless it is appealed, we would reconvene the hearing on the 23rd.
Okay, and thank you very much. And then as a follow-up, in terms of the committee, to be clear, and I'll address the committee, even though I understand the questions came from Councillor Wyatt, but is the committee looking for further information?
That's
or
what
further
you're not there right
changes?
now. Well, I'll make that clear in my comments.
Okay,
You're not asking about something more than process.
that's true. Yeah, I wavered in that. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Look, I mean, we've talked about extending their time to speak, not really putting any new rules.
Very good.
Because we want a full and
That's
robust
right.
communication. You're saying it's not his place to ask these questions in sort of in this give and take of conversation. We're trying to understand where we're coming from when we're coming to sort of.
No, he was getting now into detail, not process. I was more than happy to have questions about process. So, anyway.
Detail of what?
You want to get into the nitty gritty
Of what?
of his application.
Which you are not inclined to.
Well, not until we're done with the delegation hearing.
All right.
Yeah.
So it. Where are we at now, Clerk McMillan?
Okay, just to confirm, we've heard from Brendan Salico, Donovan Taves, Brian Ward, Dave Jopling. We also have Carolina Herrera Garza registered in support. No, okay. Is there anyone registered in support or not registered in support and whose name hasn't been called who wishes to speak on this? Seeing none. Anyone in opposition or for information? Seeing none. Moving to the motions section, unless there's further questions.
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you very much. Point, I need to take a lunch break. Our doctors, I have regular times from you.
Fair enough. You want to do that right now or right up?
Shit.
Right after.
I don't,
Right
need
now,
really
right
good
after.
cardio.
We should go with these first.
I'll do this. No, I'll deal with this. We'll finish this one first.
These 2, 7, you mean 7 and 8? You mean combined?
Yeah,
Fair enough. Let's
as
do
long
it.
as we can get out here.
All right.
All right, so, do we have, are we gonna go through the opposition now last time?
I called for opposition. There's no one registered and there's no one here to speak.
Okay, and then do they have the ability to come back up now and speak?
Yeah, if you ask questions of public service, they have the opportunity.
I don't have any questions of the public service at this time. I would more than happy to hear them again if they wish to speak, and then I will move.
Nothing for them to rebut.
Do you have anything you wish to add, Donovan?
Yes.
Okay, come back up.
Yeah, just,
There's nothing to rebut.
No, nothing to rebut.
No.
Bring up new information.
Understood, yeah, just some
Okay,
concluding
fair
comments. Thank you, committee. Very briefly, we are through an 8-year process, and it has been very thorough. We have all the departments in support. We have 0 opposition. This committee's asked some very good questions. We appreciated the questions from Councillor Wyatt. We think that we've provided everything and then some for the committee to make a decision. We understand that doesn't, not all members of the committee feel that's the case, but we do think it's an unnecessary delay, and we'll have to make a decision after this meeting as to what to do. That's all I have to say.
Depending on the outcome of the decision made today by the committee, fair enough, which is not yet being completely established. Fair enough?
Yeah.
All right, thank you for explaining your concerns based on these moving parts.
Yeah.
And all right, thank you very much. Any questions for?
No, I just a comment more. I appreciate everything that Qualico does and that you do, Mr. Taves, in our city. But you're building a development and you're in and out. I'm building a community. A community that, whether I'm here in the future or not, the councillor in the area has to be responsible for along with the city and all the issues that come out of it. So I try to think of everything that we need to look after for that community that we are building. You go in, and I don't have any problem with developers and businessmen making a profit. I think profit is not an evil word. But that you go in, you go out, but we're here forever. And that's what I think about. Just so you know where I'm.
Yeah.
So I appreciate your comment.
Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm gonna move this matter to be laid over again, but I want the following items to be addressed. Next time I want to have a color rendering of each of the items addressed that was kind of up to the developer to do. I wanted attached to the hearing document and released at that time and clearly labeled as such on each item. I'm hoping that the planning department, along with any other particular department, has an opportunity to meet with the applicant to sort out some of the issues that I'm now going to mention. Number one, I'm very pleased to see the phasing of the development. However, I don't understand phase one versus phase A. I'd like to have phase one, what is now labeled as phase 1A, to be relabeled phase 1. What is now labeled as phase 1B to be relabeled as phase 2. What is now labeled as phase 2 to be labeled as phase 3, and so on.
And excuse me, Councillor White,
I'm moving a motion that.
The phase number up because of what again?
No, it's because right now you got phase 1A and then you got phase 1B.
Okay.
Look, let's just call them, phase 1A is phase 1. Phase 1A becomes phase 1, phase 1B becomes phase 2.
All right.
Phase 3. Phase 2 becomes phase 3 and phase 3 becomes phase 4. Okay?
This is your motion.
I'm moving that this be considered and brought back to the next committee and hopefully done cooperatively between the city and the applicant.
All right.
And I would like also that that unless we get something written in advance from transit on timing of transit service, I want a change to the phase 1, which reflects the main collector road going through the development. Phase 1 be extended to include it all the way to Dawson. In other words, I want the road built so we can bring in transit service right away, even though Dawson's gravel. We drive on gravel roads. I'm not gonna make the developer pay already put in Dawson, which I clearly could, even though it's our road, but we could put it on the requirement to pave it now rather than have to wait for the ANS development. But I wanna see that addressed now, unless we get it in the writing from transit. Because we're so anti-transit in the city. And nobody gives a damn, and everybody talks climate change and climate crisis, but nobody does anything about it. And really new developments, we don't give a damn about transit coming in when, and councillors are having to go to transit and fight for their scraps to get a transit service coming in. It's ridiculous. We need the help of the private sector to deal with this if they really give a damn about what's happening in the world today, and I think they do. And I think the public service does. So the changing to the phases, the names, the changing are the numbers. I want that clearly stated. and the potential need to extend phase one to allow the main collector running in this south west fashion or north east fashion, that be extended to include that road in phase one to get that road built now. If we can't get in rating from transit, that we can get a service, as the developer mentioned, maybe there's a service we can bring in to do the roundabout, but anyway, that's my concern on that one. Number two, the location of senior and junior play structures was not clearly stated in the document. We have play structures stated in the document, but not senior and junior. I am going to give, and by the way, I'm going to ask the clerk to give me the minutes from this meeting before it's published so we can ensure that it's reflecting my comments here today clearly. And the junior and the senior play structure, it should be stated clearly. And it's hard to do this in a meeting where you're referring to a map, but I'll give the map to the clerk. We don't have any large and small off-leaf dog park here that I want to see. We don't have any pickleball court or basketball court for the neighborhood for the kids. And when they get to a certain age, junior and senior play structures are kind of neither here nor there for them. We want children and people to be healthy, and this is right down the street from Qualico's headquarters. It should be a premier development. And we don't have sitting areas established, mainly with shelters. I'd like to also see in the parks how many trees are going in. I don't need location. I just need to know where we're going to be finding trees in parks. And that's going to be the city paying for this again for the developers. And so that is item 2. And it covers off item 3. Actually, I just covered off item 3. We could probably merge item 2 and 3 to have these there. I want the traffic report published with the next agenda. It was not. Even though apparently it was given to the city. I want number 5. What do you want? The traffic report. Okay, published 4. Traffic number 5. Locations of traffic details. I want to see determine the timing in the ACG on whatever other improvements are coming back here. We did not have anything here also on off-site improvements. Namely, I'm concerned about traffic tables on Royal Park Drive inside Southland Park. And that should be considered as part of the discussion with the developer being now on September 25th. And that covers off item 6 as well. 7, that's been covered off well. Appreciate that. But again, we got to label the slide clearly because it's going to go forward for the application. 8. 8 is the same as, well, somewhat the same as item number 18, actually. 8 and 18 are the same. They should be merged as one. And we need to get that obligation sorted out on the timing and the paving. It's fine that we're going to they're building development out onto a gravel road on the north side. But I'm not going to sit there, we're not going to as a community sit there and wait like Jefferson or something like that where we just don't have a clue and then the city has to come in and pay for it all because the developers don't. They're building this development. We should have an idea of what their obligation is towards Dawson and the timing on that. And there should be an idea of we should ensure a progressive system to ensure that their letter of credit reflects that if we have to do that in advance. Number 9, bus shelters and bus paths. We need a clearer slide on that. And that is in the AC development standards, by the way, now.
It's in the what's
development standards guidelines or whatever we develop. So transit shelters are now paid for by developers, but I'd like to see a slide showing them. And transit should be at the table to do that between now and the 23rd. The number of units, they've given us that, parking ratios. Information electric charging station, again, car co-op. I'm not sure about this, so I'm going to follow up with, I want to double check if that's true. That Winnipeg Car Co-op does not extend to this neighborhood. Maybe it's just they haven't had anybody out here yet. And, like we have to start thinking outside of the box with climate change. And when we build developments, we don't start doing that. Other cities are doing it. And heaven forbid the developers here throw their hands up. We can't do that in Winnipeg. Why not? We're doing it in Calgary, we're doing it in Toronto. And, it's amazing when the private sector and government comes to the table, works together cooperatively. You can do amazing things to save the world. Anyway, number 12, I got the location of soccer field, playing fields. I appreciate that very much. Though, again, there's no basketball courts, there's no pickleball courts, tennis courts, or off-leash dog park. That has to be addressed. That was an item 3. Okay, that I covered. And I appreciate the information on potential concrete. Okay. We have to look at the ACG and the development servicing report in terms of the concrete asphalt versus concrete. And I'd like to get wording on that for that amendment on the 24th or whatever that date, on the 23rd. I'd like to get that sorted out, Kevin, in terms of what that wording would be to have asphalt. So you don't have to comment now, but I just want that in advance of the meeting. And I know Public Works. So I'll move it. They'll do what they want. At least I'm on the record, right? Of trying to change the city in the right direction. But, and then 14 offs. Okay, I talked about that. The traffic, I need to see that, and that has to be in the development service report. Traffic tables along Royal Mint. And I want to see that road connection that I talked about in the hearing addressed here as well. I want to see that road upgraded to give transit options to come in through via Southland Park into this development. Makes it far more connected and one community, because it makes no sense to run a transit service through here and then you come out and then you got to do the same thing here, even if it's on demand. It just makes it easier for the on demand buses to get through there in the future. You know the road I'm talking about that I'm referring to?
I understand the road you're talking about. The interconnectivity does play at odds with your preference not to impact the existing traffic flow through Southland Park. So,
well, no, I'm not suggesting that the traffic flow through Southland Park not be impacted, but I'm saying we mitigate it with the traffic tables. I'm not in favor of one neighborhood being kind of cut off from the rest because they don't want traffic, right? The idea is that the neighborhood should interact. And even though Southland Park was built back in the day, right, it doesn't mean that they're their own island, even though they feel like an island kind of right now. And, there'll be children who'll be living in Southland Park who will be friends with children in this development. They want to go visit them, or parents want to pick them up, or they might need to take a bus to get to university, right? It should interact and it should be connectivity. And it's not happening right now. We're trying to build a community, not just develop.
It's not happening now, but there is no other community.
When in the future, that's what I meant by thank you, Councilor. I gotta buy a coffee for you. Anyway, but you catch me on this. That's good. Now, I think the area charge. Look, we went through the whole impact fee. The development community won the court case, but the reality is, we are servicing this area indirectly through the city, subsidizing by the taxpayers with community clubs. We have an Aqua Community Club, a small area charge in the development. It's not going to break this developer or the development or kill the housing or make them less competitive. ANS to the north agreed to an area charge. I am trying to be fair to apply the similar area charge on this development. I'd like to have that there to go to Winnequa Community Club. I don't think it's a lot to ask. Developer may think otherwise, but I would hope not, because they've been a great corporate citizen in the past. I'd like to see this formalized. It's to the benefit to have these social, recreational opportunities addressed in advance to let their future clients know that they care about recreation and community clubs in the area. And it's formalized. So that's 15. We need that information on that area charge. 16. Nothing was mentioned about the geothermal. I mean, I'm amazed. Anyway, well, let's say, take 16 out. I'm going to come back to 16 when we do the hearing, but next month. But anyway, it'd be nice to get some, biggest developer in the city should be a little progressive on this stuff. You got other developers putting in geothermal, requiring their mobile family developers to do it. They should do the same. They should be leading this issue, not following other smaller developers. Anyway, The mapping on the protected lanes is done, 17 is done, and I combined 8 and 18. Oh, yes, street names. I like to see at the next meeting, the names of streets on this application. I want to see 50% indigenous origin names. And it's
Those names will have to come from existing lists. or
yes,
all-
yeah, existing lists, and we have the existing lists, but we might have to, the ones that are not indigenous, we don't have indigenous names on the existing list, we might have to just leave those blank for now. But we'll revisit that at the next committee meeting, or a regular agenda might have. But we really need to push that hard, and, the other thing is I like to see a clause in the development servicing report to require sidewalks and AT to be put in at the same time the roads go in. Like on the houses, I don't want these fights with the residents coming out and saying, I don't want that sidewalk. I'd like to see the AT go in as early as possible and stipulated as such in the development service. So that's another item that's new. And the phasing will be subject to the zoning and green bylaw. And we have done that in the past. And Qualico did all of Novamed actually. All of Canterbury Park that way. I worked quite well with Mr. Bogan on it whenever he wanted to step out of it. But we had some sense of certainty of when areas were gonna be developed. And if they need to change the phasing, to increase by having more phasing because they want to be more realistic, or they feel that the market has slowed down and they need smaller areas to develop or smaller pieces. I'm not wed to 4 phases. It could be 6, it could be 8. So I'm fine with that as well. And that's all I have to say. So that's like I move to the next meeting. Hopefully these matters can be sorted out. Make it a little bit better. We need to, the big thing is the recreation, the parks and the playgrounds, Mr. Chairperson. We need to build, in the past, developers have said, all I do is level the park, put grass, right? Well, what I've seen, especially in Southwest Winnipeg, is developers come to the table and they put in the parks, the playgrounds. But it's funny when it always happens this side of the city. We got to tell the residents, go out and fundraise. Why? They don't in Waverly West, they don't there. They got beautiful amenities all in when the development's open. Paid for by the developers. But somehow we get the shot. It's right down the street from corporate headquarters of Qualico. I know they want to build a beautiful development here, and I want to work with them on that. And I hope that because all feels the same way. So that's my motion, Mr. Chairman. We'll go from there. They have a right to appeal, as was pointed out, which I'm sure they could, and I can go speak at the peer hearing as well at the municipal board.
Item 16 regarding geothermal.
No, I'm gonna deal with that one later. I think maybe that's a motion of council.
So you took it out.
I took it out.
Now, just as you were talking about how 1A is 1 and 1B becomes 2, in this case, do you have any concerns about the itemization by number here? Because you took 16 out. Does 17 become?
I'll let the clerk handle that.
I'm only saying that because of.
No, and that's why I wanted to see before the minutes get published to make sure.
Right, my question is always when sharing, is this understood by the clerk?
Yeah, that's very fair. That's a fair
last
question.
5 minutes has a calendar, but,
What I would like to clarify for the record is that the hearing is being adjourned to the September 23rd meeting of the East Kildonan Transcommunity Community Committee at 10:30 a.m. in the council building, and public representations remain open.
That is correct. I'm not gonna close hearings. So we could close public hearings if we wanted to. But in the name of transparency, openness, especially the 10-minute thing, we'll keep it.
I think it's easy for everybody if we do not close hearings.
Oh, it's been done in the past by previous committees.
If you close public
That's a
representations,
can of
you
worms.
can't ask for additional information.
That's right.
No, I know. That's what I'm not
We
doing.
don't need it. All
Anyway,
right.
so that's my motion, Mr. Chairperson, and
I'm sure you'll have more people to come to speak in this based on
hold the council.
on what you're pushing for here, Councillor White. Is there any further questions from the administration on this, given the grand soliloquy that Russ Wyatt has just?
Well, I hate doing it, but it's part of the job description.
Twist your arm, Councillor White.
I wish it was.
All right, but I just want to
I mean,
because the ambitious one, truly ambitious one to me here was 16. Including geothermal technology in the real, they don't mean to a lot. It's just that I don't see other developments being sort of that.
Oh, I can give you a name, but I'm not gonna do it here. I was leading that, he does it all the time.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
And he's working with the province on their 5,000 homes right now as we speak.
All right.
So to get some funding from them.
All I'm saying is I would want further clarification, but you took it out.
Yeah, well, you know what, I think, we can do only what we can do in terms of our area of expertise, but I would like to see the electric charging stations and the car co-op.
And a car co-op.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that smaller builders are doing, like, you know, they're requiring it. Smaller developers even are requiring it of their builders, they sell the lots too, that this is.
Have you not asked of these when it's come to?
No, but it's like, you know,
multifamily
and you
with
propose something
condos?
new and it's the sky's falling. Well, you know, they propose things new in other cities and the sky doesn't fall and they're doing it. So.
The water stops flowing. No, just kidding. Anyway, in this case, once again, is this understood by the clerk? She did ask us a question.
No, I didn't ask a question. I just clarified.
Clarified.
Yeah.
All right. So are we good? All right.
I'll move that. And I'll move adjournment to the next meeting.
All right. So it's two separate questions, two separate motions. We have this motion understood by the clerk, which is your itemization. Is it part of the same motion to,
No, I'll move the items, well, yeah, it is, I guess.
it is the same item. It is to table this to the next, to the next regular scheduled meeting with this understood, and this will be printed out and presented to the proponents.
Part of the minutes.
Needless to say, part of the minutes, all right. But the minutes come out what? The minutes don't have an obligation to come out until how many days before the meeting?
No, the clerks are very
They're
good.
published after.
They're published quickly, yeah.
Oh, sorry, this meeting, right.
So we're gonna work on that one.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. Anything further?
No.
Don't want to get any further ambiguity.
No, it's good to be clarified, everything, that's excellent.
All right, fine. Motion is moved by Councillor Wyatt. Motion passes.
Thank you.
All right.
I'll move adjournment for lunch.
Just
All
to
right.
clarify,
So
we
3
need a
o'clock.
separate motion on the variance as well. So Councillor Wyatt moves.
I'll move that, they'd be laid over as well, in kind, yeah.
What is that, sorry?
That the hearing be adjourned to September 23rd at 10:30 a.m. in the council
Right.
building for the variance associated with that application.
Yes. Very good.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, I'll move adjournment till
I
3
know
o'clock.
motion carries on that one.
That one
Fair
carries.
enough. All right, and adjournment till 3 o'clock.
Recess to 3 o'clock.
Recess to 3
And we'll come
o'clock.
back at 3 o'clock for the hearing at 9.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
All right, so. You're very welcome back to the hearing portion of the regularly scheduled meeting of the East Kelowna Transcona Community Committee this Tuesday, September 4th, 2024. We are in the hearings portion and we are now at hearing items 9 and 10. And clerk, please take it away.
Item 9 is a subdivision rezoning at the southwest corner of Dugald Road and Plessis Road under file DASN 16 of 2024. In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, this is a combined hearing and the following item will also be heard at the same time. Item 10, which is a variance at the southwest corner of Dugald Road and Plessis Road under file DAV 120733 of 2024D. Please note that additional communications were received in support of and in opposition to the matter, which have been distributed to all members of the committee. The process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the application, those registered in opposition, and those registered for information. The applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made, however, no new information is permitted. All participants have been muted and will only be permitted to speak when called upon. Once you have been heard, you can either remain in the Zoom meeting or leave and continue to watch live via the city's YouTube channel. If any participants are currently watching the live meeting on YouTube, please mute your audio player now. And planning to give an overview.
Are you wanting a recap on it or just wanted to dive into it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, located in a recent community, policy area of Complete Communities 2.0. The proposal is to subdivide and rezone the property to establish multiple blocks that would be subdivided at a future date, enabling single family, 2-family, and multifamily development. The public service has not supported all components of the application, but generally supportive. So we have recommended approval of RMFS rather than the applied for RMFM at the north portion of the site, reducing the level of intensification that would be permitted. And we have not supported the proposed height variance on RMFS at the south portion of the site either. I think, yeah, those are the main components, and then going to the zoning agreement and covering off the main clauses in that. The first clause would require plan approval to EKT for any of the lots zoned RMFS. The second clause, which was prepared in consultation with Manitoba Hydro, limits the building heights, requires minimum setbacks to the property line of the site or the gas site, and requires minimum setbacks to the pipeline. And these restrictions are intended to ensure residential development is safe and does not interfere with the operation of the gas site and pipeline. Manitoba Hydro requested this. It's in keeping with their standards. And these requirements can be reduced only if the pipeline operator, this is Central Gas, provides written confirmation to the city of a willingness to reduce the requirements on a case-by-case basis. So there's a little bit of flexibility built into that component. And then the third clause, which was prepared in consultation with Parks, requires lots that abut the public reserve to construct and maintain fencing to delineate the property to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works. We recommended approval in part as modified of the subject proposal. Happy to answer any questions.
So the Central Gas line, I want to make this really clear.
Yeah.
What are the restrictions on their ability to develop? Is it density, tied to height? What is it again?
Both to some extent, but mostly height and setbacks, really.
So in other words, this is why they're jamming the RMF densities up against the residents versus the pipeline, because they can't do it up against the pipe.
I don't want to speak to how they've.
Well, I'm just assuming that because I was wondering why the densities are higher. Like, why not put it up against that side where you got more space and they could have got these setbacks for the pipeline?
I think Hydro's comments came in fairly late in their process. The applicant might speak a little bit further to that part of it.
Okay.
But generally speaking, yeah, Hydro is concerned that by constructing too tall or too close to the pipeline or the gas site, it'll restrict the ability of the gas pipeline and the site, which is consistent with the standards set up by Canadian Standards Association, and therefore they want these restrictions.
And has the applicant, the application has the collector road, the main collector road running north south. What is the standard of that size of that road? What is it? Is that a 7.5 or a 10-meter rail? It looks like Shady Shores running east-west is going to be developed to a 10-meter, a collector standard, but the one running north-south is.
I believe I got this confused last time, so I just wanted to double check. My understanding is the north-south road is local. The north road that's running east-west is a collector diameter.
Yeah, so in other words, same developer built water side as they put in Shady Shores with the vision that it'd be a collector, but they cease it going north-south. And did we receive anything from the applicant about the pork chop design for the road coming out since the last hearing for the road coming out on the
Pork chop.
Yeah, that's a pork chop. It's called pork chop design. That's where they do the design where you can't go, like you can't make a left in off of Plessy because you've got a design like this. They call it a pork chop design coming out of the development. We heard that in the last hearing from Mr. Cook, who was the engineer that they hired.
I don't believe we received anything.
No, okay. And have we received anything in terms of the park space that you want to preserve? Do we have any communication since the last hearing from the applicant?
We had a meeting yesterday.
Okay.
So they proposed a smaller area than we proposed.
I beg your pardon?
Yes, they proposed this,
Well, the application shows them mowing down most of the trees, but so what happened yesterday? Thank you.
we had a meeting, yesterday afternoon just to talk about, an alternative proposal from them to just add I think it was 13 feet to what they had initially proposed. So, 37 meter, we were looking for 60 meters. They're proposing 37 meters.
More?
No total.
I see.
Yeah. So we still lose
Good chunk.
A chunk of the forest, yeah.
And was there any discussion about amenities in the adjacent park in light of the fact that you got a forest here and you really don't have a lot of park space in this awkward piece of land, i.e. namely in the existing Waterside Park? Was there any interest for them to do that because they developed it as well?
No, we didn't have that conversation because that was outside of the planned area.
Yeah, I know. They would have to elect to agree to it, but
Yeah, so we didn't have that conversation. I've had conversations with urban design about some of their plans for, I believe that you are aware of.
Yeah.
Based especially on our park assessment. So we did a park assessment of the area and we do have adequate space for playground. Already we have adequate playground, so the area shortfall is pickleball.
yeah, that's
Yeah. And natural areas, so that's
Right.
this one, presents an opportunity for natural areas.
Well, what about the idea that was suggested where they're putting a bizarre area kind of up on the south or the north east, this huge setback behind a residential area is gonna be up there,
Yeah,
northeast side of their lot.
oh, the little,
Yeah, there's this weird jump
that,
out.
I mean, that is not.
Did that come up discussed yesterday?
No, but it has in previous conversations that
Like,
it's
was
not
that-
constituted parkland, it's a buffer, there's,
Yeah, but we're gonna have to maintain it.
I don't, Parks doesn't want to maintain that.
Well, I know, but somebody's gonna own it. Right?
Well, it's
And,
not-
and they're gonna call the city to maintain it when they see it.
Yeah.
Right? And I get it, there's a tree or two there that made some deal with the residents, so they don't come on opposition, probably, I don't blame them. But, the reality is, why wouldn't you take that land and use it and then expand the forested area? Did that come up yesterday?
We didn't talk, no, we spoke specifically explicitly about the forested area and our interest to preserve and protect the forest as much as dedication permits.
All right. Okay, yeah, just look at my notes here. Okay. Did traffic tables come up and the idea of bump out parking like we had in the last application along that right away? Did that come up at all?
Traffic doesn't warrant the traffic table.
Yeah, they never do. Until the residents want it, then you're fighting to get it in. Anyway, so, okay.
Again, if you would like to amend it in,
Any obligation towards traffic light at Camille Sis and Plessy?
there is an obligation should the bump out to Plessy within the planned area require a traffic light, but not at Camille Sis.
What's the obligation?
It would be pay their share.
Which is?
Well, it would be 50%. But that's only if the secondary plan identifies as the connection being there at a four-way.
Yeah, I think the secondary plan is probably gonna identify Camille Sis as the connection, right? So the question is, they're put a pork chop in at there, so you can't make it right in or left in off of Plessy. If you're going northbound Plessy, you can't make it left because it's a pork chop design coming out of that road. Then in theory, that obligation could be shifted. to Camille Sis.
This theory, the obligation would be deemed to be satisfied because it would be the traffic coming out of this area.
No, I know, but we've done that before when we shifted obligations in the past. We made, like, for example, Jen Star with John Weed contribute towards traffic light at the corner of Gun Road and Plessy. But we all knew his development was gonna pour traffic out on the Gun Road, which it had.
But this applicant's traffic impact study does not identify that as being a major flow.
No, but it does identify his traffic study, the fact that there should be a turning lane for northbound traffic off of Plessy, which would be returning to go eastbound on Dugal. He did identify that. So I mean, it's 6 and 1/2 a dozen, right? So if we don't do that, then why not traffic light? I think the issue now, is Camille Sis is not offering, and his traffic engineer did identify, and heard in the last meeting, that at rush hour, the evening rush hour, the traffic coming out of Camille Sis out of the industrial park is large and it's becoming an issue. And needs to be addressed. So maybe not theirs, but there's another thing that would be related to theirs that we can move around. Okay. All right. All right. I don't have any other questions at this time. Kind of answers. Now invite up the
Yes, we have the applicant, Brendan Johnson, is here with us today. So Brendan, if you want to come up, you have up to 10 minutes for your presentation.
Yes.
And Matt Are you joining him for the presentation? Okay.
What happened to Donovan? Got tired of us? No, I know what happened. His daughter got wet on the weekend. And he said, I got an evening party. I understand. No, I congratulate him. I'm just having fun. It's nice to hear that.
Yeah, you get us.
He had a nice family wedding on the weekend. So, of course, he used up people's long weekend. So many left.
I know.
What are they doing? You know? Oh, Donovan, we're just talking about you. You didn't welcome back.
Hope you were saying nice things.
We were talking about how you used up people's weekend for a wedding. Long weekend. We were happy for you because your daughter got married. We got your daughter married. No. It's good to see you.
Okay, ready, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir. Don't mention anything about the 10-minute clock.
Okay, sounds good.
We'll try to see how that is.
It's ready to go as it is.
Yeah. We have lots of
Go
fun.
about it. We're just here to accommodate you. Given protocols.
Okay, sounds good. Good afternoon, councillors, clerks, and administration. My name is Brandon Johnson. I'm a planner at Landmark Planning and Design, right 298 Waterfront Drive. I'm joined by my colleague Donovan Taves and Matt Glavin as well. This will switch. There we go. There were a number of folks involved in this project to date. So Terracona Waterside Estates are the developers. Our office led the planning and engagement processes, and then AECom and Stantec were the transportation and engineering consultants. Just as a brief reminder, we submitted our application, which was deemed complete in March of 2024. It is supported by the public service with amendments. We presented the proposal at the June meeting, and we're here today to present the proposal again with some updates and continue those conversations. As a brief reminder, we are looking at about 30 acres of land at the southwest corner of Dugald and Plessis, which is within the city's urban intensification target area. And this is the proposed land use concept. So again, as a bit of a reminder, we are proposing a RMF-M or medium block at the north of the site, fronting onto Dugald. Along the eastern extent of the site would be single family, small and large blocks. We're proposing an RMF-S small block at the south end of the site as well, a little over 5 acres in area, and then two family blocks on the west of the site with PR space and a new public right of way extending Shady Shores Drive east through to Plessis Road. We did take cues from the existing neighborhood when putting the land use concept together. So you can see on this map, matching land uses are colored the same. So single family shown in yellow, which is found along Plessis and throughout the neighborhood. 2 families shown in pink or salmon, and then the existing multifamily townhomes and 3- and 4-story apartments in the neighborhood shown in brown to match where we're proposing multifamily as well. To help visualize what that would actually look like, we do have 2 scale cross sections to demonstrate the cross sections for those parcels. So this one at the south for the multifamily small, there are existing condominiums on Shady Shores Drive West, and then an existing multi-use pathway, the forest, which we are looking at preserving a large portion of, and then proposed 4- and 3-story buildings for multifamily, and then existing homes on Plessis. And for the north parcel, similarly, there are 3-story existing apartments or condos on Shady Shores, a parking area that would separate it from proposed 5-story and 3-story buildings, another buffer space, and existing homes on Plessis. Connections are really important. In this case, both active transportation connections and the road network. Through our consultation process, we heard that things were a bit disjointed. There's a path that's referred to as a path to nowhere, and there's a couple of stub roads in the waterside development as well. So we would be looking to actually extend and could create those transportation loops. So we put this cross section together as well. At the previous hearing, we heard a preference to have sidewalks incorporated. So we are able to accommodate a sidewalk along the east side of the proposed road, as well as that multi-use path or extension of the existing path along the west extent of the site to provide those north-south connections. And then this graphic just helps to illustrate
the transportation in the area. So the pink lines represent the existing multi-use pathways and sidewalks. So they provide connections to Dougal Road and to Plessis and to some of the existing park network, but they are a bit disjointed. So this proposal looks to add anything that you see here in blue. So creating that important north-south connection for active transportation by extending the multi-use path, and then also extending an east-west path from the park in Waterside Estates out to Plessis Road as well. We took another look at the forested area at the south side as well. We understand that there are competing interests and policies, but wanted to look and see what could be done with that. So before, we felt that we were looking at preserving a large portion of that site, but we think we are able to accommodate a bit larger forest preservation. And if you consider what is outside the extent of this site to the west, which was already preserved as part of previous developments, it would result in approximately 85% of that forest being preserved.
So what's that line you got going north-south there? That thin line, and then it's like another dotted line. That's what you're suggesting?
So this was what we originally proposed, this line here.
Okay.
And then this dotted line is what we're proposing now.
Okay, so let's go back to your previous slide for a second.
Sure.
And then you got that big dog layout in the north there, backing onto those. Like the, yeah. Like, why can't we take that and put it down there? You know, to me, that would make sense, and you could have that, right? We trade it off.
So with that land, and I think you might have mentioned it in your intro as well, is part of the intent of that is there are mature trees in that location.
There's mature trees out down there, and the forestry thinks that's the place to see.
Yeah, there are trees in both. The land that you're talking about at the northeast of the site is non-dedicatable land.
No, I hear you, but non-dedicatable land, but it's land that you don't have any reach, you're losing value on it by basically giving it up. Maybe not a lot, but you're losing something. You can't, right? The lots are, you know, you have shallower lots that would be deeper in that section.
I think there's value in saving those trees. And it's certainly something that we heard as feedback, but as well, those are probably the best trees that are in the overall site is in that area.
What kind of trees are they?
I have to double check our arborists.
Willows? Willows aren't hardwoods, they're not elms or something.
They're the most mature.
Right.
It's not in the yard dedication, so we're.
No, I know.
Include all that, we're over 13%.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, if you include that as well. Yeah. But it's not, so why are we using that number? Right?
All right. I think I might 13 and a half.
If we include it and incorporate it as part of the lots, they'll be taken down.
Yeah, that's fine. But if we would save a greater portion of the forestry, apply the same amount of land, like we take what you've given up and then add that to, and we might get there, right? Like that's all I'm suggesting. Right.
Yeah. The one thing I would add is looking at what's being proposed, we are over dedicated at 10.9%.
Oh, I know. But I also know that the record by the city is 17%. That was done in Van Sliker Estates. One of your employees approved that way as a council.
Okay.
Yes.
We don't have
On
any
St.
former
Mary's Road.
employees, councilors and employees.
Not your employers. Sorry, I meant Mr. Glavin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Justin set the record at 17. Anyway. All right. Carry on.
But the point we wanted to make with this is we do feel that we are preserving a significant portion of that forest, even though we understand that some might feel that more could be done. In terms of parks and green space, the concept also includes a park space large enough to accommodate amenities and pathways. And
Where's that?
It's in the middle of the site.
Can you go back out to the big site?
Yeah.
So where is it? Oh, that's over there.
Here. Yeah.
So that's actually some more land we could take and put towards the forest. Come to think of it, we got lots of land over here.
So basically, there's like, we've worked together and we just don't quite agree on what is a good use.
Well, yeah, but I'm not a professional when it comes to forest. I rely on the people that advise me. I try to.
For sure.
And then it's funny that others don't.
Oh, no, we do.
Okay, well, I'm just suggesting that it's not happening because you got all this other land being set aside for park Well, the one that the Parks Department is saying we should be preserving, nobody wants to do it.
The real issue there, Council, is the pre-app. In the pre-app, it was identified that that north-south connection between the two streets was important and asked for multifamily pathway. Our thought is that it's too narrow, which should be widened.
Right.
Parks doesn't, or not everyone agrees that should happen. So it's just somebody, like, part of the administration wants to see all of the forest protected and that pathway in a narrower aisle. We think, let's protect almost all of the forest and have it a wider aisle. And that's the essence.
But the wideness of the aisle right now, like if you were to draw that line at the bottom there where the walkway is, roadway connection, I should say.
Here?
Right there, yeah. If you were to take that line straight north and just keep it straight, right? And you take that sort of, that width, that space in there it makes it look small because it's the map, but it's actually huge.
It is a big space.
It is actually fairly wide.
Yeah.
And the one thing I will add is the park strategy talks about creating a balance of park spaces, both natural and active park spaces.
Right.
We want to create that balance. We've got the balance between the protection of the forest as well as the active space in the middle that would have some sort of amenity feature. And as Donovan had noted, it was something that came out of the pre-application of having this north-south linkage of an active transportation.
So I'm not against that, Matt. All I'm saying is that it stays, but that big bump out there that comes, east, you take that land as well. And you put it towards the forest side down there, you know what I mean? I mean, the width you have, without the bump out, it's still huge, right? It's still wide open, like that's gotta be, I don't know how many feet.
That's about 100 feet, but I mean.
A lot.
The bump out is where that amenity feature is, and it's something that even in the park strategy notes that there's a deficiency of amenities in the area.
Well, my suggestion would be you take the amenity and you put it in the other park you built many years ago, the existing park that's over there to the left. In Waterside, and you put that amenity there, and the community won't even know the difference in the future, which developments with this is the completion of Waterside Estates. You're still achieving the same thing. You follow me?
I think there's value in creating the new space there for.
All right, I don't want to listen to the area councillor who's only lived in the area for a while, but let's carry on. All right, full life. Trying to find middle ground, but doesn't want to. Okay.
Just to finish off this slide, it would look at creating 1.8 acres of that public reserve where the forest area is, and then additional PR amenity space as well.
Right. Your beeper went.
Yes.
I give you some time. What do you think?
I go for extension.
All right, I'll move an extension. How much more time do you?
Yeah, possibly
10 minutes. I'm 10, just be safe.
Sure.
You never know past the questions.
Motion.
But you gotta get to it, man.
Yeah. So there is an identified need for housing in the city. This site is within the urban intensification target area, which does say that 50% or more of new dwelling units should be accommodated in these areas. And if this were approved, it would see up to 450 doors.
What was that? You go back to that. What is that? Oh, I see. Okay, you got that mapped out a little bit. I was looking at that area there, kind of where West Transcona is. I've never seen that design before. Looks like a 8. Side. I've never seen that. I don't know. What is that? What is that? Why is that mapped that way? Oh, maybe that's the remaining land? No, that's not the remaining land. Anyway, carry on.
Yeah, no worries.
All right.
Yeah, so then just speaking to this too, we are looking at a diversity of housing types, different land uses, which would help to create a complete community and offer different types and tenures of housing, which could in part help to create places for people to downsize and age in place. In terms of efficient land use, the site is serviced or can be. So in its vacant state, it is underutilized. And we think that this would be an efficient use of the land. AECOM undertook a traffic impact study for this proposal, which concluded that any improvements required are already needed. This development wouldn't be creating a situation that doesn't already exist. We have worked closely with the public service throughout the duration of this project, including through our formal pre-application. We've worked to address their comments and collaborate wherever possible. And this includes by undertaking that public consultation process, providing those new connections, both for the road through to Plessis, as well as those multi-use pathways and sidewalks. And we worked with them on application submission requirements as well. To sum it up, we think that this site is located in an area that is well suited to support it. It will accommodate needed housing within the intensification area. It will increase housing opportunities, as I mentioned. It will connect disconnected green space features by providing new green space and pathways, while adding missing park features. We think it will complement the existing Waterside Estates development, which does have a variety of housing types and tenures, and all of that will work to help create a more complete community. And there's just a couple of things we wanted to clarify in the proposed bylaw prepared by the Public Service. A couple of key differences. One is that in the proposed bylaw, they've added east-west public walkway through to Plessis, which the proponent is okay with. They have also added.
What was that? What was that?
So here, if you can see my cursor where it's circled in blue.
Yeah.
The proposed bylaw includes a multi-use or opening to Plessis in this location.
Why?
I would defer to the Public Service on that.
Yeah, but you're gonna have a sidewalk running down that road, aren't you?
Yes.
And then you're gonna have another walkway, you got another walkway running along the road on the south side.
Here.
Yeah.
Yes.
But you could easily accommodate another lot in there if you didn't have that walkway. Right? Walkway is taking up another lot. They could go on Plessy.
Yes, I mean, those lots on Plessis, they were intended to be similar of size to what the lots are.
Oh, but the zoning in place could be, it doesn't specify the lot width, right? You can still have a lot, smaller lot. What is that, RMF, what? What are you proposing on those jump outs?
I think it's
one?
R1E, R1 estate.
R1E.
I think it's R1L.
Oh, pardon me.
Yeah, that's okay.
R1L. So what is a minute? What would be a square footage, right? It's not based on a frontage, it's based on a lot square footage side.
Both, I think.
Yeah.
Right?
I believe it's both.
Is it both?
I think so, lot width and area.
What's the minimum lot width on it? Okay.
I'm not sure.
It would be 5,500, but there's special boundary conditions that.
Well, we got to waive anyway.
Yeah,
right.
True.
I'm just gonna go ahead. So,
so they require a variance to the special boundary conditions.
Right.
The proposed R1L lots far exceed the dimensional standards of the R1L district, but because of the special boundary conditions, I think it's like 20,000 square feet or something like that, because it's based on the.
well, where I'm going with this is we get rid of that walkway. And I would dedicate money, the idea would be to connect the pathway system into the existing towards the existing park in the east, in the existing Waterside Estates, offset it, right? And then allow them the ability to put in hopefully more than one lot on that section as an offset. But anyway, can that be done?
I don't think so. I think it's been advertised as showing.
No, but if it meets the minimum, you can now fit two in, right?
They won't meet the minimum.
Don't we know that for sure? On those big jumbos, they're huge. Like how many houses are you putting in there? One? Was that the idea?
Yeah, that's the idea.
Like, that's massive.
Well, it's the existing lots, so you can see the fabric.
Yeah, I know,
lots, right?
I know.
You know how that goes.
But I mean, that's something that I would be flexible on in a sense, right? I mean, can we do it under the existing, what the advertisement is then?
No, go with less lots, you can't go with more.
You can go with what, less, you can, all right. Well, you can still move the obligation, you get more value. Nobody wants to live beside a damn walkway. Always issues and problems, right? Always hear about it, a lot of people don't. But anyway, all right.
Another difference in the proposed bylaw is a second road connection through.
Right,
Plessis.
you're doing that.
It wasn't proposed. We are impartial to it, but did want to note that through our consultation process, we heard that it wasn't necessarily preferred by residents.
Isn't that what was advertised? What was advertised?
What you're looking at here was what was advertised.
Oh, I see, okay.
Yeah.
So there's no road connection there?
Right, so the colored one is what we proposed.
Yeah.
And this black and white is what the Public Service prepared.
Oh, I see, okay.
Mm-hmm. So there's that road connection.
Yeah, I'm more in favor of the bump outs along the major road that's not, width versus putting another road in there down there. But anyway, okay, all right.
And then the last thing we wanted to clarify is just the draft bylaw has an expanded public reserve at the south. And as we mentioned, the site is over dedicated. And then I will hand it over to Matt just to talk about the CG report.
We're talking about the ECG report. Okay, you're leaving.
I am.
Okay,
Thank you very
right on. Have a great evening.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
I just wanted to touch upon a few of the matters.
Yep.
Even yesterday, as Stephanie had indicated, we've had an opportunity to speak.
Do you have the items
Yes.
identified by number?
We do have concurrence on a lot of things, but there's just a few things.
Sure.
I'd just like to touch upon. The first one, which we'd sort of already talked about, recommendation number 1.
Okay, hold on. You're talking about under the engineering study, Matt?
No, that would be the very first recommendation that at the very beginning, which also blends into Schedule B, Section 1, numbers 1 and 2.
Okay, hold on. I'm on page 28. Is that correct? Schedule B?
I have it as the very first number 1
under Section 1.
Yeah, he's the public service recommendation.
He's actually looking at the basic public service recommendation,
Oh.
not in the ECG.
Well, let's go to the ACG report.
Okay,
Yeah, that's way better to look.
if I'm in Schedule B, I'm looking at Section 1, numbers 1 and 2.
Go ahead.
That'd be on page 28.
Yeah.
And this is all tied to the park dedication, which we had talked about.
Yeah.
As I mentioned, we want to create that cohesive balanced system with the range of park types.
Yeah.
That balanced approach, we want to create that living and active lifestyle of healthier and happier. And as I noted, the pre-application was something that helped inform our design and creating that north-south linkage with what we feel based on what the park strategies informed us, as well as that missing amenity feature that we want to provide.
What is that going to be?
We've thrown out the idea of a multitude of things, whether it's a 3-on-3 basketball court, a pickleball court. There's you call it a secondary amenity, as shown in the park strategy, is what would fall into that category. I don't want to get locked into specifics, but just some sort of secondary.
I just wanted to get an idea of it, right?
Yeah.
So, if you're open to moving it over into another park, I'll name it Norbert Honch Pickleball Court. I mean, I don't mind doing that.
I don't think he would
Norbert mind, but
no, I don't think he'd like it.
you can let him know.
My second request is Section 3, number 17, fence.
So hold on, 1 and 2. What do you want? What do you want on that?
We're happy with the plan that we submitted in terms of our dedication.
So would this have to be struck out?
Yes. Well,
I just want to get understanding.
As I would say, like, we've even gone so far as to add that additional 13 feet, which now we're over 80% of saving the trees. I would request that the plan that we have submitted is sufficed, and we should move forward with having that balance of park space.
What if we did this? Like, I'm just throwing ideas out here. You want to save those big trees, right? Up there in the north there, right? Like, I know, that packs on that, the lots there on the new north-south road, those are homes that are gonna be owned, correct?
Can you go back to the?
Yes, let's go back.
You're talking about at the very northeast, if I could just go up.
Yes, that's correct.
You're talking.
Those are where the big trees are, you said, right?
Yes.
And are those homes gonna be, are those owner occupied lots?
Yes.
They are.
They're R1 zoning,
Okay.
single family, yeah.
Well, if that's the case, like, we've done this all the time, and I'm not sure if your company has, but I know Qualico has and others, where when they sell a lot, they'll put a caveat on the lot and say, look, you have to maintain the fence. You can't, for example, put up a solid fence. We're backing onto a park. We want a chain link fence. It's open look, right? Why don't we, it sounds like we could identify the trees. Why don't we just say, here's a caveat, you can't top that tree down unless it dies, right? And you're signing this, you're buying the lot, that's part of the deal. And then you don't need to have that land all set aside, and not only that, then the city's gonna have to look after it and just move it you know, do that other thing here where I was suggesting move it down there. And I know you're over dedicated. I get it, man. But I'm trying to figure out, like, the river's hitting the road here on the floor. And I agree with you that we're already asking 9-10%. We're gonna run into this issue all over the city coming up here where we're self-transferring, we're trying to figure it out. We got so much forest in that. But we gotta somehow figure out how to save the forested areas, and I'm trying to do that, that's all.
I'm open to your suggestion of the caveat on there. The one caveat I will say, ironically enough, is sometimes when we get into the nuances of figuring out land drainage, it becomes complicated.
I agree.
When it's not necessarily public space.
I agree.
So it's one thing to say that it has to be protected on title, it's another thing to put it into practice.
Well,
And when it's public reserve, it's a different thing, but I'm open to the suggestion.
okay, I hear you, but the issue you're gonna have there nonetheless is that my experience has been, for example, I learned this, and I talked earlier about the Almy Ravelston special area. I grew up there, it was a huge forested area. The minute development happened around there, we set aside it, but the trees all died, and I went to the naturalist, I said, what happened? Well, they didn't touch the land, but the drainage patterns changed.
Yeah.
And, I think that's what's probably gonna happen here probably too, because you gotta move earth, right? And that's why I'm pushing on the forest line, because I've learned enough, you kind of like, we're the great generalists, we know a lot about everything, but I'm not a lot about something specific, but as an elected official, but one of the things I've learned is that if you don't preserve enough of the forested land, that could happen there. In other words, you come in, you do the mobile family site, and it literally, because you've now changed the drainage, the forest area in 10 years is gonna be dead. Unless you save a big enough block that it actually can still function in a sense, and even that's at risk, right? Because you're coming in and changing drainage patterns. But if that blocks off any water and it creates water ponding inside that forested area, those trees will be dead in 10 years. End of story. And then the city wants to save them, we're gonna be bringing a catch base at our expense, right? So I think it's all problematic because we're learning this as we go along, but I guess I'm trying to figure out a way to do it that makes sense and still allows you to develop your development. And we try to find that middle ground. I hear you about your amenity and I get it about the marketing and everything. You have a new neighborhood, you have a nice amenity. But, you know, your company did a wonderful job with Waterside Estates and the marketing is that in of itself, you know, you're right beside a beautiful development and there's a beautiful, and yeah, we're putting this, let everybody in that who's buying a lot. We put in the 3-on-3 basketball, right? Like, take the credit for it, but to have it all in one area, because it's just safer for kids and everything, the parents know they're all in one spot, you know, and all that. I'm just talking about that amenity you wanted, right? Moving it over to the east. Anyway, I'm jumping around. Anyway, continue with your ACG.
I will just jump to the next one, section 3, number 17, the fencing.
Section 3, number, what page?
What page am I on? Number 17, I'm sorry.
Where is that?
Page 35.
Pardon me?
35.
35.
Okay, so this request is that fencing is to be in place of abutting all public reserves. The one amendment I would add of this is that with the South RMFS piece.
Yeah.
Now, albeit we might be a little bit different up to the north in our conversations, but certainly the areas that are abutting the trees, it should only apply to blocks 2 and 5. Blocks 2 and 5.
Okay, what kind of fencing are they proposing?
These two. So I don't want to put fencing here nor here to save the tree.
Sorry, you want fencing where again?
Along here
Yeah.
and along here. But here I'm okay with and here I'm okay.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with that. What clause is that? 17?
That's 17A.
So that, well, if we're moving and if we do the caveat on the, and you're open to that, that kind of resolves itself
That
there,
resolves
right?
that one.
That resolves that, and I don't have an issue, and I don't think we should fence, I think it should be open, people should see it.
Okay.
Not only be able to go in there and clean up the garbage when it blows in, which it definitely does in the spring. So if it's fenced, they won't see it. What's your thought on that? Why do you want the fence?
I mean, it doesn't have to be closed fencing, but we often have bollards and chains, as you mentioned earlier, just for property line delineation, so.
Well, you're gonna have something there, won't you? You're not gonna have a park, is that?
I think encroachments are a real problem with a lot of parks that don't have any sort of property line delineation, so some sort of delineation.
Could you, well, what's along there? What do you think is gonna be built there? Would that be the housing backing onto the park?
There, again, we don't have the details
No, I
at this
know.
point of plan approval. It very well could be some parking. I wouldn't necessarily say that it's directly going to be a building. There'd have to be a setback. But I can't tell you specifically what is going to be there.
But technically, are you, you don't have to ask this question, are you selling the mobile family or are you building it?
What is he selling?
Okay. So when the time comes,
It'll have to come back.
well, for plan approval, right? And that's where we would deal with that one. I don't have any issue with that. So you know what I'm getting at, Stephanie? Like it would be, when they sell the lot,
We would request that they're bullards.
pardon me?
We would request bullards along the property line to do it.
You have bullers, Matt, is there an issue with bullers?
Where?
Along that forest area, they're saying, bullers.
I'm not sure the necessity of them.
Property line delineation, again, we do get a lot of encroachments into park where we.
What do you mean by encroachments? Like people setting up a bigger site?
Everything you can imagine, we have over 1,000.
But isn't that part of the plan approval process of there may have to be something placed there, say a bumper, if you will? I think.
Right, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We're getting in too much into the nuance.
I agree.
In my opinion.
But you know, like, can't that be done at that time, the plan
Well,
approval?
but I mean, fencing can be property line,
Is the two.
yeah.
And
I
the zoning
think you get
agreement
more
allows us to
you
put
get
it on
more
there.
encroachment issues happening when you have, like, this is gonna be rentals, right? There are condos or rentals, you think, Matt?
I can't say.
You can't say, but assuming the market is not right. You know, people who tend to rent, it's people who have private property that they start encroaching, right? They start pushing out, they build a lot, they put a shed in. You know what I mean?
We've seen it all.
The zoning agreement is when we would be able to put it on
Yeah.
title, that the fence would be maintained. And the development agreement would
Right.
allow us to have it constructed. This is the appropriate time to put it in place. Delineating the property is common sense.
And then
Right.
Parks knows what to maintain as well.
That also saves them from parks, you know, over maintaining land.
I hear you, may not agree, but I hear you. All right, what's the other, so that's 78.
On page 31, 3C.
Oh, we're going back to 31?
Yes,
Okay, no problem.
The developer would be required to construct or pay for their share of future land drainage infrastructure in Plessis. We're not draining to Plessis Road.
I'm sorry, what is that one?
The developer would be required to construct or pay for their share of future land drainage infrastructure in Plessis Road.
What are you building on Plessis?
We're not, we're self-contained.
Well, other than those lots that you got coming out
That's
there.
even coming, that'll be, it's all part of our internal design.
Right, so you drain that away.
Everything is drained, everything within phase one. This pond was sized to accommodate all of that.
Right.
We've already designed for it, so this, in my opinion, this clause should be struck. It's
So
not relevant.
even the front yards of those big lots are gonna drain from the east to the west? Your theory?
In theory, they would probably be a split drainage. There may
A what?
be a split drainage, so they'd be like this.
Yeah, so you're gonna have a little bit of drainage.
We're talking trickle, like we're not.
Right, we're not talking about so what does that clause mean, Kevin?
The clause is there because the road is, you need to pay your share of fronting roads. This site has properties that front onto Plessy. Part of having that road is have land drainage for the road. The road captures water. We need to process the water.
Okay.
So you need to process the land drainage sewer lateral within the site.
I hear you, but at the same time, the other side of the road is a golf course, and it's like, they actually have done a heck of a lot of work on their land drainage that actually helps us, right? They drain all that area big time compared to what those ditches, I know the ditches on the west side of Plessy were a bomb before, but they've done all those lakes and everything, and it's made a huge difference.
And the public service would be amenable to applying this clause to clarify it up, that it's only to do with the lateral within the Plessy.
Yeah, but the way it's worded, it's almost like you could be responsible for all of the land drainage.
So the public service would suggest an amendment to delete the clause 3A. And the clause 3C, so just leave B there.
Hold on, we're going back to 3A. I didn't hear you say anything about 3A and B.
That is what we're talking about, right, Matt?
No, you talked about C.
Well, sorry.
Three C.
Yeah.
I didn't know which one you're going back to. I'm
Sorry, you're right, I'm confused. Three, we would delete three C.
Okay,
And then, we would clean it up with, just adding the three, the land drainage clause to the paved number 6. So 6.
I didn't even think you should have anything in there. Like, it's not. Anyway, that's just my thought, but
It'd be, again, it's always up to,
no, I know, it just seems like. And the other part of it is, I would agree if they were doing density, proposing density along Plessy. But you're proposing, those are gonna be single family lots, right? The densities. The amount of land taken up by a building, right, is gonna be, there's gonna be more land than building, I guess is what I'm saying on those bump outs.
again, it's to service the improved right of way of Plessy.
Okay.
Right, like the land drainage sewer is not to service the private lands, it's because they are low density.
Okay, what else do you have, Matt? Thank you.
I think we touched a little bit on the traffic signals, number 10.
Number, where is that, what page?
33.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure we are talking about, the future potential intersection of, say, that road continuing east and Plessy's Road. That really is only our obligation, that should it be there. But I don't want that obligation to carry on sort of in perpetuity and hold a letter of credit for an extended period of time. There should be a bit of a time lapse there.
The public service would recommend, an amendment to this clause that should the Trans-Pontiac secondary plan not identify a four-way intersection there, that this clause be deemed satisfied.
All right.
So that there.
I can support something like that in the event that we come up with a pork chop design, which is what your engineer suggested for that location.
Yeah, the one thing I would say about the pork chop design, that's something that once we get into the detailed design.
No, but I want to resolve now.
And our engineer drawings.
I know.
It's.
But no,
we don't have.
I don't need to know the exact inches, Matt, right? You know what I mean? I just need a design, show me a pork chop design that I can approve. I don't have any issue with taking that out, that clause. Just so you know where I'm coming from.
I heard you.
Okay.
Sorry, which clause is that?
Number 10, traffic signals.
You don't have a problem taking out traffic signal?
Well, no, because if you got a pork chop design there, Counselor, you're not gonna need traffic signals. And I was thinking about transferring that obligation down, as I mentioned earlier, to Camille System. But I'm trying to work with the applicant to make sure that we can sort this out. And I think that would make sense. Pork chop design is important because I don't want people making lefts into that. You know, somebody's gonna get slopped with the traffic coming from this north setting south. Unless we start building turning lanes and everything, but that then encourages people to go through your development, which is what you don't want, right? You want them to use Google Road. Anyway, carry on. So I'm circling that up.
Okay, I'm bouncing around a little bit here. I apologize.
No, that's fine.
I believe page 30. The developer shall provide a comprehensive service report. We have done that.
Where is this? Number what?
I'm just referencing a clause, so it's not really relevant.
Pardon me?
Page 29, section 3, clause 2.
I'm just referencing that we have provided that servicing report. The relevant clause is section 4(2)(a). Which
section, hold on. I've been referred to 29, page, I'm confused, 29.
He's jumping. So
now I'm on page 30.
Page 30.
Okay, so we're on page 30?
Yeah.
And the public service is supportive of deleting this sentence.
Which clause is that?
That the Water and Waste Department's preliminary assessment indicated there will be constraints in wastewater sewer capacity.
Hold on, what number?
2A.
I'm sorry,
Section
2A. Oh, yes, okay, I see it.
So that was a miscommunication on our part. We had thought he was going for higher density than they are.
Okay.
And their service report indicates.
Water and Waste is fine with it.
We have supporting documentation that we have servicing capacity.
Okay. I know where you live, you don't. All right.
My last one would be the variance, the heights.
Where are we on that one?
Well, that would be.
That's on the zoning agreement.
That's the variance, the.
Oh, the variance, sorry, I'm sorry, the variance.
So, what we're asking for on the RMFS piece is that the western the parcel itself is 354 feet wide.
Which parcel?
That south parcel.
Okay.
So we're asking for this portion to be, have the ability to have 4 stories and then go down to 3 stories. I know.
And what is the variance, what was your variance advertised for?
4 stories. 4 stories. Yeah, right. We want to have that step down. It's got the trees on the western side of the bumper. You've got multifamily to the south, you got multifamily to the west.
And what is the public service thing?
They're wanting it as 3-story.
Yeah, I'll defer to Dylan, but they weren't supportive.
I'm sorry?
The public service wasn't supportive of that variance.
Was or wasn't?
Was not.
Was not. There's no.
No, that's fine. It's okay to be against things. I'm against things all the time. So it's like, especially with the mayor. But anyway, but the variance was advertised at that, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so they applied for it. It was, as of that, we said, no, we won't support that.
I mean, at the end of the day, we want to create an inclusive community, provide that diverse range of housing types.
Yeah, I would have no problem. What I'd like to see is like the half there go to just 2 stories on the east. I'll give you 5 on the other side.
Well,
away from the residential on Plessy, I would give you another story.
3 stories is very much in keeping with the single family on the east side. They're both the same, permitted to the same height as 35 feet.
But you could do a step up to 3 as well. That's possible too, right? You can do you have 3 stories, but you could do we could write in the zoning, you do for the first 20 feet of a building or 15 feet, it's 2 stories, then you go up to 3. We've done that before.
I hear what you're saying. You could do a 2, do a 3.
Right, and then the next one over, you're at 4.
Would be a 4.
I would have no issue with that. I mean, that was the question I'm glad you raised it. I was gonna raise it before we get into the resident speaking, because I know that's something that I've heard, and I think that's the big issue, right, is we've done it, like we did it up on, I didn't do it, I wasn't the counselor, but Mason did it up on, we stepped up the building at Highway 59 and Grassy there, right, they're doing that multiple. And we did that, we basically did that, he did that, I was the consultant, actually, I was seeing where you were, and we stepped it. And, you know, what it does is it just creates a better look. It doesn't make the buildings, seem so overwhelming, right? Backing onto them, but you still get densities, right? As well. So just a thought. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have an issue. I know the administration's against it. I don't have an issue with that. If we can accommodate something like that, that'd be great. What I just mentioned. So yeah, was there anything else?
I think that's it.
Okay. No, good. I don't have any other questions. We'll hear from others and then you'll have a chance to come back up, eh? Watch out for that 10-minute clock. All
right, so no further questions from Councillor Wyatt.
No.
At this point, and then as it's we
Sorry, I just want to mention that some city staff have to leave at 4:30, so.
What?
My
What do you got? Your car's gonna get towed?
My bike,
Your bike's gonna get towed. That's a good one.
it may be gone already.
Okay, no problem. No problem.
Sorry.
Well, what are we gonna do without you?
I know.
I know, it's like, what's going on here? We're gonna be stuck. We're gonna end the meeting.
Well,
Aren't you?
beyond you.
Oh, yeah, no problem. That was us.
Yeah.
We'll do our best we can. We'll carry on.
Okay, so we have no one else registered in support to speak to the application. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak in support of the application? Seeing none, we'll move into opposition. Our first speaker in opposition is Dan Diakun, and he's joining us via Zoom. Dan, if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself and turn on your
I think
video.
Dan was the one who got towed at the last meeting. You got towed, Dan.
That is correct.
I remember.
Dan,
I don't blame you for coming in on Zoom.
Yeah, I didn't want to waste a day's holiday for this.
And another $300.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So do I start? My clock's running now?
Go ahead. You're on.
I guess I'm just going to follow up and I'm just going to quickly read through this. I'm just going to go over it. It should be noted that this development is just an extension, as mentioned earlier today, of the original waterside development that was started back in 2011, 2012. The subject parcel is surrounded and abutted by predominantly 80% single family homes, 68 of them, an estimated value of $34 million. Each one of these property owners has a significant investment and should have a say to what is built in the area, as we are the ones that live here. I don't think anyone that's in that room today lives in that development. We are opposed to the following. And I did walk door to door throughout the development, talk to many people, even at the meetings, the 3 meetings that were held. The current
Dan, you're up in the north, sorry for interrupting, you're up in the northwest.
That's correct.
Right?
Yep, on Wavecrest, right across, right across from the condos that, in my opinion, shouldn't have.
Right, I remember you talking about that last time, yeah.
Yeah, the current proposal, I don't want to take up, it's my time. The current proposed rezoning of the subject parcel, in particular the north and south lands, as presented, I guess what I saw earlier, not today, the R1E residential estate zone to be high density multifamily zoning, RMF M and S, with heights exceeding 2 stories and up to 5 stories. This is not compatible with the current surrounding development. We also do not agree with the proposed zoning as outlined along the proposed extension of Shady Shore East on the west, which is R2, and then the east side R1S. Everything else is RMM or larger. And here's the reasons. The original and proposed waterside estate does not conform to complete communities in regards to the lack of retail commercial services to support the citizens in their day-to-day life. The immediate area lacks amenities like stores, restaurants, doctors, daycares, etc. We were promised that when I moved in, that disappeared. The current waterside estate
promised you that.
It was in the original plans. It's in my document.
Okay.
I want to keep going through my 10 minutes here before I get cut
we can
off.
extend it.
The current, I noticed how much the developer got. I marked that.
I'll be
down.
happy to give you more time too. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
The current waterside estates area already has a good mix of housing: 196 apartment condos, multi-story condo, apartment complex, multi-story condo building, 2-family homes, bungalows, and single family. There is no need for the proposed high density zoning located at the north and south ends of the proposed development, as the entire development existing in new already has high density located along Dugald Road with 3 4-story buildings with some 196 units. The area lacks consistent transit service, very limited, if that. Residents primarily rely on personal vehicles, and that in most cases is 2 vehicles in this area. The proposed development will add excess high density housing with a potential of 194 dwelling units. And this is from the past submissions, 194 units at the north and 131 dwelling units at the south, which is 325, which is 60% higher than which is in the existing waterside, which is 70 acres, and this site is only 30 acres.
Are you sure about that? Because I know
I did the math. Trust me, I did the math.
Yeah? Are you those multiple family that are to both sides of Guy Savoie?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. The current developer. Hang on, where was it? Oh yeah, the current developer has not considered the issue of being a good neighbor, like I heard in the Qualico one today, and from the past hearing in June 24th, where they're matching, and I think you've even said it, Mr. Counselor, matching what's existing to what's going to be in the new. There's single family homes, yes, 2-story and bungalows. All we're going to see in this new development is 2-story because the lots are going to be so narrow.
Yeah, but hold on now. Like backing onto you, I think it's single family zoning, isn't it?
Sorry?
Backing onto your lot, what's the zoning they're proposing?
It's R2.
Yeah, R2, which is it's a side by side.
Yeah, I agree. I know it's single family, but you know what? Looking at that, and then R1 on the other side. As a person buying, I don't know. I don't understand the logic of that because it's going to diminish to me living across the street. You want single family, the same, similar, not, I know it's gonna happen, but
You
anyhow.
know, I hear what you're saying. Oscar, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't agree with that, whatever.
Okay.
I think I ended off here existing okay, I'm gonna stop on that. It's the whole idea that not in my backyard. A development should be planned and thought and considered along with meaningful input by the existing residents. We are the ones that ultimately live in the area. We're the ones that live there and have to deal with this, because I can tell you the street along Shady Shores is constantly full of vehicles, and looking at this new plan, the lot sizes on both sides of Shady Shore going north-south, there's no parking, zero. We're the people that are going to be at the north end of those apartments going to park, because no one wants to park in the lot and pay money. They want to park on the street. I'm telling you, all along Shady Shore right now, east, it's full almost all the time. The current proposal plan is incompatible with the character, context, build form of the surrounding dwellings and established neighborhood. The location proposed high density zone parcels north and south are nowhere near an active transportation or transit route. The proposed street extension will be narrower now, and that was brought up earlier, than what is currently on Shady Shore East. I think it's going from 10 meters down to 7.5. This will be just a normal residential street, not capable to handle the high traffic, and it'll be ultimately unsafe for the residents. The proposed R1, R1S, and R2 zoned are very small. I just mentioned that are very small. Will be limited street parking and exacerbated by the apartments. I would suspect that are going to be put in. Unless they're going to put something like they did on Shady Shore, the townhouse where the commercial was. That's not bad, because owning and renting are two different things. You even stole the condos across me. People don't want to buy the extra parking spot. They park on the street. Anyhow, it limits space on our street because we have zero on our cul-de-sac. Okay, summary. Overall, the proposed rezoning and redevelopment does not conform to complete communities guidelines. It doesn't. We don't have any services in the area. It should be noted that it should be noted that changing a property parcel zoning does in fact change its potential value. And that's why the developer wants the highest zoning density for these parcels, for the two big ones for sure, because it means more money in their pocket. Any adjacent and or contiguous parcels of land in the close proximity, this could have a positive and possibly a negative impact. And it can, location. This could be considered to be indirect expropriation by the owner / jurisdiction granting the zoning change. Note, the councillor for the area made a comment on June 24th in references to Hydro's main gas line restriction on potential building setback requirements affecting the developer's land. That's what was said. The councillor for the area insisted that I'm going now flipping to 701 Pandora, that 701 Pandora be limited to two stories in height, which is located on a major street across the street from a industrial zone land. Then the north and south proposed parcels of the subject, which is on standard residential street, then should be limited to 2 stories. It can't support the. It's not going to support it. I can see this will be one big mess here, and you'll hear complaints front to your office.
Yeah,
the developer of this project is not being a good neighbor like Qualico. When I saw that the last hearing, I was shocked, and then we get the same planners come and talk to this one. I
had to deal with Qualico. I disagree. I think it's anyway. That's another story. But
yeah, but they're everything backing onto everything backing onto what is it, South whatever park or whatever it's called. They're going to 38-foot lots. They're matching. I personally don't believe that after three public meetings with Landmark Planning that the developer and Landmark had listened to the comments and ideas put forth by residents. Because I talked to, I don't know how many residents, 30, 40, 50 of them. The proposed rezoning plan presented before this public hearing is not compatible with the surrounding areas. Again, it's 80% R1. When we purchased our lot, we paid a premium. I did pay a premium versus the lots backing onto the industrial commercial, which I did phone Waterside Developments and talked to Donna and was reassured, oh no, it's going to be all residential. Well, I guess you just can't trust
it. It is residential.
No, you're going to have at the north here, you're going to have, that's right across the street from me.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to be apartments.
Okay.
No doubt. Unless they're going to put 2-story something townhouses in there, great. But I doubt it. The single family lots are to be similar in size what is currently in Waterside and Plessis. Bottom line, I won't bother with that one. In general, a home is one of the largest investment a person makes in their life, and they want some certainty as to what is going to be built in close proximity to them without any surprises and potential loss in value. This proposed development, as presented by developer, is still surprising. Many safety concern issues have been brought forward by the residents and should be considered. We are not proposed to develop, but it needs to have all stakeholders at the table in a meaningful input, as it appears that only the city and developer are at the table while the residents sit outside watching with no meaningful input. This is my only input, 10 minutes, and that's it. We see you guys interchange, ask questions, dialogue.
I want to dialogue with you, but I want you to finish first.
Sure, yeah, sure. It should be noted, and I did the math again. It should be noted the land dedication for Waterside East was only 3.15 acres versus the 5.6. The new development is going to be, well, I don't know, not the one they presented today. I have no idea what the number is now, but I'm just going off what was passed, was 4.59 acres being proposed, both. So you add the two, you're only coming up with 7.74 acres. It sounds like it might be over that now. I think that is it. I should just note there was comments, I think, about those trees on the east side of the development towards the north. Those are my understanding, talking to a person that lives there, that they're 60 plus year mature trees. And also it bumps just a little further south to where that jut out is. And I understand, I think it was Terracon, Matt, or someone from Terracon mentioned that, those are mature trees, they're good to save. I agree. There should be maybe a little extension there because he says that there's a good bank of trees there. You've got my presentation. I think that's about it. I just have one question, seeing if I got the time to the clerk. When does the clock start on this application, and when is the deadline for me to file an appeal to the municipal board?
I think you get it in writing from the clerks now, right? We get something.
I'm happy to meet with you off the record to chat about your questions.
Okay.
About the process.
Sure. Okay.
Well, also, I understand your frustrations in terms of the limitation of time you have to raise your concerns as well as others. Just in general, how
you've been very generous with the time. I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman.
well, I mean, that's what we're here for. I mean, but I'm saying just in general, do you have anything to say in terms of the public consultation process, lack thereof?
No, you talked about it already.
All right, so
no, there was three. They're open. People put in submissions. I know I talked to many people. I don't think no one wants high density. Bottom line. And no high density backing onto their property. Right. Single family, great, but it's not happening. I don't think at the north, especially at the north south.
I have some questions, Dan.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I have some questions. First of all, not really a question. I heard about after how your car got towed. I felt it was terrible
Yeah, we were talking,
about that. And I'm serious that if you kept a receipt or something, send it to my office and I'll cover it. Because frankly, it's not, I've been pushing the head clerk here, Mr. Gamero, that, you know, when the movie companies come downtown and we block off streets for all their trucks and everything, put a big parking authority. We've chosen to have public hearings during the week before they were in the community. It was called community committee for a reason, all right? We used to have it in the community. We didn't have to worry about that. Now you gotta come, now you gotta have it regular. It used to be in the evenings at least. Now it's during the day. We can block off all the parking down here we want when there's a public hearing, and you could park for free and not have the headache and not have to walk far, especially at night or when it gets dark, like it does in the winter here. You know, and so you know what, you send the bill to my office, I'll cover that, because that's not right. And I feel bad about that. But anyway, so even because the city should be doing more to make it easier for residents to come speak at a hearing. Anyway, no, number two, I agree with you and I don't agree with you about the thing about them not making any changes. Like, I remember the first open house, like, there has been a lot of different variations of, right? They came forward with lots of different ideas. And honestly, I didn't think we were gonna have the single family we had in the middle backing onto the people on Plessy. Like, there was a lot of density at one point there, right? And even backing onto you, which is really my first house was on Canby, down at the end of Canby where it's R2, right? I lived in I bought a side-by-side back $65,000 in 95, side-by-side, can you imagine? And you know, and I backed on to single family. So I'm like, side-by-side, and they're on Clueston, a single family, and it's like, nobody notices the difference because you're looking at it, it's, well, okay, you don't even know it's a side-by-side, right, from the back. But anyway, I would say yes and no. I would agree with you, but I also wouldn't agree in the sense, I think there's been a lot of, I guess there's been a lot of water under the bridge and road covered where they have put some water in their wine to a certain extent. The one thought, I'm really torn, I want to say this before Stephanie leaves, and I know you've talked about it too, Dan, was, like, I'm torn about the forest, but at the same time, I know there's other residents who are gonna speak next, who back on to that mobile family on the south side. And I'm torn in the sense of saying, well, maybe we move that land, we do a caveat to save those trees up in the north, and that land, we create the buffer along the homes backing on the south side because of the density going there. And that's just kind of like, because I definitely will hear them when they speak next. So anyway, thank you for your presentation. Thank you for coming again.
Yep.
And let my office know Brad is here, my assistant, and send that bill to us.
I do want to make a point on that. This is not about any individual, certainly not our current chief clerk. It happened.
No, but I've been after Carlos to get this done. I'm raising it now because it hasn't happened. I'm ticked about it, to be honest with you. I want that done.
We used to.
People should have parking down there, and it's not happening, and I'm on the governance committee, it's like going in circles.
We used to
Only
spend
2
more
years.
resources on our community committees being out. The administrations and all departments are obliged to find savings. I gotta make the point that we raise your taxes, fines, fees, levies, and rates every single year. We reduce your services, we've spent our financial reserves, and we do more debenture.
Yeah, but I've also asked Carlos to
I'm
put
just saying
a
that's
cost
the
in
state of
between the
City
basement
Hall,
for
and
residents
it's
coming here.
expressing here, and that's not due to any individual, but it's an expression of what I find a little odd, given the circumstances, so.
Right, well,
That
I
should not
just
be
get,
ignored.
we could block all this block off and people would have somewhere to come to park and it'd be safe and they can come downtown. But we, you know, what does governance do? Anyway, you go on governance for a while, try it out. So, all right, all right. I don't have any other questions, Mr. Chairperson.
All right, but it is a frustrating process, no doubt about it. Having said that, I cannot say it's not democratic. I can't say that. I just think it's frustrating.
Well, we were told that we gotta have the community committee meeting downtown because we can't guarantee your safety, counselor.
Well, there's that.
And then they use that
Yes,
line, and then we had nowhere to go. And
I live a
and
block
has
from
anything
Redwood.
happened? No, but anyway.
I don't blame people. I live a block from Redwood in Maine. I walk around anywhere, anytime. That's just me. So I mean, fine, I just find that odd, but nonetheless, people have their concerns.
Okay.
All right. Where are we?
Okay,
Dougie.
so the next person we have registered to speak is
Thanks, Dan.
Luann
Yeah.
Diakun. Also joining us via Zoom. I don't see Luann in the room right now, but I do have two individuals who are not
Yeah,
named and they're just named
she's-
iPhone.
Oh,
Yeah, my wife, that's my wife, Luann.
okay.
I got smart after the first one, like everybody else. Pile up, have other people put their name in and you get your extra 10 minutes. But I think I've already gone over that 10
Sorry,
minutes.
Dan, just to interrupt you there. Is your wife speaking today?
No, she's delegated me.
Okay, you want to speak again?
No,
Can you do that?
no, no.
Oh, maybe you read a letter, maybe you read a letter to
Okay.
someone else.
Dan, do you have any of your wife's comments to make?
No, she reiterates what I've put in. We just don't feel that the high density at both, primarily at the north and south, should be exceeding. I think even Mr. Wyatt said, even the last time, good neighbor, two-story, and I think that's where I'm coming from. I see the condos across from me. It's high density. People parking on the street. It's full. Mark my words, it'll come to roost if you put high density in that north specifically, or even down the south. Look at the map that was put by Terracon or Terracon/Waterside, and you'll see there's virtually no parking down Shady Shore.
Well, and you know, that was,
That's good. It's going to be a nightmare, and you're going to get a lot of people complaining.
well, and I don't know what the parking ratio is there on those properties that were built by Street
Side.
the name of the company that built those.
Street
ones.
side.
Street side? No.
Yeah.
Seymour Pacific.
Oh, Hillside.
Seymour Pacific built those ones.
Yeah.
And I know they always push for a lower parking ratio. I mean, the standard parking ratio in the city is 1.5 stalls per unit, right?
Right.
If you stick to that, it dictates also your density because you can't go beyond based on the stalls. But at the same time, it helps to avoid what's happening, what you're mentioning now. So I've made a note of that, by the way. So thanks, man.
Okay. Now I'm done for us.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
Our next registered speaker is Vincent Marlatt, joining us in person.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. And then is that Bernadette? Is she?
Bernadette she's coming back, eh?
Right beside me.
Okay.
Went to the washroom.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good to see you again, Vince.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for allowing me to speak. I'm a little out of breath. I just went and plugged my meter about 4 blocks away and ran back, so.
Sir, we're not allowing you to speak. It is your right. And we're here to accommodate this process, which includes you. So,
Okay. Okay, my name's Vince Marlatt. I live at 860 Plessis Road. I wasn't really knowing what to expect in this meeting, so I wrote some notes and half of them have changed as we've gone through the process, as you guys have asked questions. So, if you wish, it could be sort of informal. If you ask a question back, it's fine with me, but, so I am opposed to the development as it currently sits. I'm located at the very south end of Plessis Road, to confirm, which is, parcel 4 is labeled my lot. And it's backing on to the block 5, which is the RMFS location. There is a large, and speaking with all our neighbors, there is a large number of people that are opposed to the development as it has been presented. I believe there's a petition that has 75 signatures, 50 residents. Summertime that was obtained, so I'm sure that if everybody was home, we'd probably have over 100 people that would say they're not liking it the way it is. My one big question is, I see a lot of reference to special boundary conditions, which don't seem to even be close to how this neighborhood has been developed. The special boundary conditions, which seem to say that if you got a lot that's a half acre, which is mine, you need to build a half acre right onto it. And then 200 feet away, you can build whatever. That seems to be thrown aside, which I can understand change at times. But from a estate lot, I've been there, my family's been there 50 years. I bought the home 22 years ago, knowing what the zoning was. The land was tried to be developed twice before, in the 70s and the 80s. those developments at that time, which I have blueprints of them, were a heck of a lot better than this plan. Like they were all single family, they were bigger lots. Back then was 3 people opposed it and the pipeline was there or the gas line was there and it was basically thrown out saying, you know, it's just not in conjunction with the neighborhood. Now this is 10 times worse. What I'm gonna focus on is my area, the south part of it. We aren't happy with the multifamily. First of all, our expectation was single family. We were hoping that it would be downsized to a single family of some sort, or at least having all the single family homes with single family backing onto it. And then the next stage, if you want to do multifamily away from that, fine, but at least give us what the boundary conditions indicate is something similar to what we have, which we're not even saying half-acre properties. No, that's kind of, nobody does that today, but give us something better than multifamily. If multifamily is what the city is approved or saying they're going to approve or what they endorse, the way it's been proposed doesn't 100% satisfy us. We had asked for fencing. There's fencing that's been mentioned on the pipeline, on the forested areas. Last meeting, me and my neighbors asked for a privacy fence and a security fence, 6.5 foot high wood. And that we want along the whole 5 homes and back onto an RMFS. That should be in the administrative report. I think it's been missed.
Is that in the ACG report?
Sorry?
Is that in the ACG report or interrupting?
Fencing along the RMFS onto the residents of Plessis Road.
Is that in the?
So the ACG report deals with public infrastructure, so infrastructure that's owned by the city.
Well, no.
If it's between 2 private entities, such as that site, it would be within the zoning agreement.
Oh,
We could put it in the zoning agreement.
oh, I didn't know that. That's okay.
I'd like to see it so
Yeah,
that we
yeah.
don't have to rely on the next, what is the next phase where it has to go to the builders to apply for. I'd like to see that. All our neighbors are in agreement that that should be there. They're, you know, it's gonna be a rental facility, 90% guaranteed if it's put up, probably. If it's condominiums, it would be wonderful, but we're still opposed to a multifamily in the first place.
What if we did like, okay, so you heard me speak earlier, maybe.
Yep.
Where I said you, like,
The state.
I know, and Stephanie's gone now, so we can talk about chopping down the tree. No, just kidding. And it's like,
Well-
no, but, scares me. Anyway, no, but you know, like, you know, instead of making the buffer bigger on the side where there's already a huge buffer because of the trees, create the buffer on your side, right?
That's what we'd like.
Okay, well then, and then my question would be this, coming back to the fencing, right? At that point, well, you can still do the fence, but the problem with that is that a lot of people argue it's not safe, right? Cause then it's better to look into a green space than to not.
My understanding is for, like, the planner had requested a green space of, like a buffer of 15 feet and that the, city administration said, no, they don't want to maintain it, and that was taken off.
I see.
So we'd still like a green space. We'd like some sort of some recognition, even if it's a matter of a setback that normally normal setback's 25 feet, fine. Get your setback of that building to 40 feet instead. Move the building back for the property with a fence that kind of offsets doing a green space.
Yeah, but then you're dealing in the world when they sell the lot, like they sell that parcel, then you know, and it's already zoned. You won't get a notice in the mail, you won't get a sign up. You'll come to this committee whether I'm here or not, and it would be through what's called a plan approval. You won't even know about it, right? And then, right, and so better to sort it out now, better to sort out putting a buffer there. Like, I'm kind of of the view that and we saved those trees to the north where the caveat, it sounds like we may be able to do that today, I don't know.
Yeah,
But anyway.
I'd like to, if we could get a setback of the buildings more than what the bylaw, I know what the bylaw says, it says 25 feet. And in discussion with my 5 neighbors that are all being set with this, we're saying, we just want to set back farther away from our homes. A fence that's gonna give us.
A buffer and have some trees there.
Yeah, whether it's on their property or
Well,
whether it's
again,
between.
if we set the buffer now, then you're not subject to a plan approval where the so-called setback could be gone, right?
Right.
So we get her out of the way, so.
Talking about trees, the forest.
Okay.
I like the forest. I lived there for 50 years. Love the forest, but I've seen it, what's been happening with it in the last 30 years. It is rotting away.
Well, it's funny you should say that, cause I went there earlier this year, right?
The water.
Yeah, and I saw that, and I saw, cause they got, you know, you got that lane there and everything, walkway.
Yeah.
And I saw it, and I thought, this is not in good
I
shape.
walk there every morning. I take a half-hour walk
Oh, yeah.
past the forest. in the springtime, early summer, June, it's underwater.
Right.
We've been there, you know, I take my grandkids, we go walk through the field up to the bush. The early part of the year through June until July,
Right.
that bush is in water this much and there's a lot of dead in there.
I noticed there's a lot of wood in there.
My concern is again, like if that is left, that in 10 years, the trees are gone.
Right.
So we're pushing this RMFS against our property so that we're leaving this forest that potentially might be dead. I like the forest. I truly do like it. It's just, it's decaying and I think it's gonna keep decaying, and especially if there's building around it. When we had some big rains this summer, the field was filled with this much water and the forest was included in that much water. So you get die off.
Well, you know, you drive on Pegwis there north of Costco and you look on the east, west side. And you see the forest that was once there and it's all died off because of all the drainage changing.
Right.
It's the same thing.
And this has already got a drain that behind our properties, specifically my home and a couple others.
Right.
That is a huge wet zone. Like when it rains, we get a foot of water sitting in the field for about a month and a half till it dries out.
Right.
And the forest also sits underwater and that's why there's a lot that's died out in it. So there's a lot of emphasis on the forest. I like the forest. It looks great. That's where we lived there for 50 years and we've said, hey, that's beautiful in the fall and everything. If it exists there more, if there's gonna be 2 stories or even 4 stories, I'm not gonna see the forest.
Well, the ultimate solution is to bring a catch basin into a number of locations in the middle of the forest. Of course, to do that, then you're ripping up roots and you're destroying part of the forest. But the only way is to drain the water. That's the only way to save that forest. But anyway.
Right, so.
Yeah, okay.
So if there's emphasis on the forest, it has to be dealt with. Drainage is probably an issue for it, that's for sure.
I hear you. But so you're okay with a buffer then behind your property in that sense?
Yeah, we would be fine with a buffer if we could get, a 15-foot buffer somewhere between either that property or a setback of the buildings farther. That would be something that, if we're going out and approving RMFS. I don't know if this is going to a municipal board. As I said, we've got 75 signatures. And there's a lot of indication that, and I'd like to still know why the special boundary conditions have been waived for this development, like as it says.
They haven't been waived yet.
Yeah, and that's what everybody's saying. We're not even close to a special boundaries condition. We're kind of concerned, why do we have multifamily being put in there, dual family, and even the single family is very small, 25-foot lots, 2,500 square feet is a 25-foot lot. I could fit 4 of those behind my house. We still have a lot of homes, but they're gonna be, as Dan said, they're gonna be tall. They might be garages underneath up to the 35 foot. So
right.
If something was built behind my home and our 5 other neighbors, our preference, not really the tiering thing, but they can build up to 35 feet, right?
It's funny how you look at old Transcona, right? And you can see you see back then when it was prior to World War II, 25-foot, 30-foot lots, right? And then after the war, we went to larger lots, we went to 50.
Yeah.
And now it's kind of coming all the way around back again, right? Because of economics and whatnot.
Yeah, we're not asking with the boundary settings. We're, 100 foot, that's, I got 105 foot by 215. That's just not seen in the city anywhere, right?
Yeah.
That's why I like it. I don't think anybody could expect that sort of thing, but we are sure going far away from that to, you're going down to large, to medium, to small, to duplexes, to RMFS. We're going 5 levels down from what we have. We're going we knew something would change, but holy cow. This is
How do you explain those levels of changes again?
Well, we're in an estate lot, which is 5,000 square feet or whatever it is. You said 2,500.
Yeah.
And then your next level is large lots. Then your next level is medium lots. And then your next level is small lots. Then your next is your side-by-sides. Then your next level is RMFS, which that's what they want to put it. So they want us to go down 5 levels from what we currently are. That seems like a reach. It seems like the whole development is being put on the very ends, which are getting the multifamily so they can fit in the single family. Well, why don't we get the single family like the rest of the guys?
Sorry, when you say 2,500 is a large lot, a state lot?
25,000.
Excuse me.
25,000. Yeah, 25,000 square feet is what I believe an estate lot fits at. I believe.
Yeah.
It's 105 feet by 215 is what ours is. So
how many acres is that?
A little more, 0.6, a little more than a half.
So it's over half an acre.
Yeah. So, you know, everybody's bought out in that area and they've been there a long time for the country living. And we're not going from country living to even city living, we're going to a heavier density. As Dan had mentioned, I think when Waterside was built, there is significant densities that were put in when Camille Sice was built.
Right.
And then at the north end, it's almost the same neighborhood. And now they're asking for, again, more density just because it's a new neighborhood. Well, just because it's a small area of land, why are we having to get these densities again? I understand it costs money to build these properties up and put in the sewer and that, but it seems because of the small area of land, we're being penalized and having a lot of stuff pushed on us that is over density for just because it's a small property to develop. So with that all being, you guys are the ones to make these decisions, but that's the feelings of, you know, the residents I've spoken to. And of course you get some where a lot of people, you know, they don't like to come out and it's hard to come out downtown and it's not the most fun thing to speak in public. And so a lot of people, they say, hey, Vince, this is what I'd like you to say, or this is a thing. But a lot of people are afraid to get involved in the process because it is timely and it is a little maybe frustrating. So.
Well, let's be honest about it too. Like, you know, I met with the residents during the election, after the election. You were at the meeting in the driveway at one point. And let's be honest, you mentioned it even, you know, where 2/3 of the lots now backing on, or 2/3 of the existing people backing on Plessy, backing on the development, they've had their issue resolved, right? In the sense they're getting single family lots. So they're not here. They may have signed a petition, but you know what? People come around with petitions all the time. Oh yeah, I'll sign it. But you know, the very same people, Don, but you're here, which I appreciate the fact, and you're here, which I appreciate the fact, but the rest, so it's kind of like my ox ain't getting gored, yours is, but good luck with that one. Right. Yeah. Anyway, I just saying what I know and maybe I'll piss somebody off at home listening.
If somebody gets their interests or.
Well, exactly. Like,
we
I always say we either all hang together or we surely all hang separately. Right. And so, anyway, thank you.
Okay, very, very good.
Really
Thank you
appreciate you coming.
for letting me speak.
Thank you.
We're not letting you speak, sir. It's your right. But not right to park.
Yeah. Cars get, that's not a right. Speaking it.
And the next registered speaker is Bernadette McKenzie. Bernadette,
Welcome up, Bernadette.
did you want to speak to the committee?
Yeah, watch yourself there. Why don't you use your thing there? No, you're okay.
It's the distance.
Okay. Just take your time. When you speak, I fell 2 years ago and I had a roller with me and everything. It was a pain in the butt anyway.
I would just like to state for the record, when people come here to speak, we're not doing them any favors. Those people pay my salary.
Yes,
pay
100%.
my salary. They're paying for this whole thing. So one way or the other.
You're right. Good to see you again, Bernadette. Welcome.
Thank you. So most of mine I made from the notes from your report that you have provided to us. So
where's your property now, Bernadette?
I'm at 854 Plessy's. I back right onto the townhouses already. So I have that whole row of townhouses that are right into my backyard.
Okay.
Which is a real issue already because a lot of them are nosy neighbors. And my daughter tends to do bouncy castles, and then we've got half the neighborhood looking at us like, what are you doing? This house is the party house. Well, it's not a party house. It's a house with kids.
Right.
I live in a multi-generational house and we're not happy with what we're seeing you guys building. And with all the meetings that I have attended, I have not been happy. And you and I have talked lots that it should be like as housing in these developments, not whatever we can fit on the property. That's not right. The sewer system is already overwhelmed. In my house, I was in there not even a year and a half, and I had 2 floods in my basement because of the townhouses. They back into the sewer system, and when they back up,
they're increasing your weeping tiles. Yeah.
So then they back up into our spot. Now you think putting another multi-family complex in the back of my house is not going to have the same problem because they don't splice it off properly. They tie into everything else that's already existing.
No, and you're right. You're literally your backyard. Looking at Google Maps here, like those buildings are right on top of your property.
Correct.
Yeah.
And the picture that they sent us from the multifamily house, right now, it looks like a square block.
Right.
Which
You
is
don't
not, which is, I know is not what they're proposing. But what they did propose the last time that we saw the development was, I'm just trying to find the picture, just hold on, sorry. So this is the picture they sent us. It's just a multifamily, big block, like we're just gonna dump a big building inside there. But the last picture that we got was actually a picture of what they were gonna put against my back fence. This L place, this T place, and then this L place. And then in front, they were gonna park 3 apartment blocks with all the parking going around it. Well, we were told that this was supposed to be a 25-foot buffer zone, or at least up to 40, as Vince has said it should be. Because who wants all these tall buildings looking into my backyard when I already have all the tall buildings on the opposite side of me looking into my backyard? We really feel it's very unfair, like they're not even considering what is already there. Why can they put all single development houses behind the first 7 houses on the block? Why? Because they made more petitions?
Right.
That's not fair. So they should have carried on and put all single houses all the way back along those back
What I
fences.
just said of it.
I don't care if there were 6 of them behind me. I do care about the height of them, you know, especially when they're gonna make blocks.
What is your thoughts about the buffer idea?
I like the buffer idea, and I like the idea of having a fence, because as I told you the last time, I have a pool in my backyard.
Yeah.
And I'm not the only one that has a pool in my backyard. How many doors down more? The RCMP guy, how many doors is he down from us that has the pool in the yard? So he's the one with the single houses that are in behind him then, right?
There are 2 RCMP officers, husband and wife, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, but they patrol the street, and thank God for them, because yes, on the weekend, we had a garage sale.
All right.
And big trucks going down Dougal, where it's supposed to be 50, are zooming down at 80.
Wow.
So we finally got those signs that you had to
Yeah,
slow
yeah,
down, that our kids on here, we had to put them up. And some of them honked at us by putting it up, but you know what, they don't slow
Oh,
down there.
I know what it's like trying to get out of your driveways there.
It's absolutely
Yeah,
ridiculous.
yeah.
I already was crashed there, talking about left turns onto that, where Robert is, where you're gonna turn a left into there. It's
Robert.
gonna be terrible, because I already got rear-ended on, not even my first year on the block. And somebody rear-ended me at 70 kilometers an hour, took out my whole back end of my car. So I know what that street traffic is like, and we're talking, I'm turning into a driveway with turn signals on. I have a cherry red car and they hit me, right? So there's no consideration.
Well,
of
and we're in a
traffic there.
city where we want all this trade and trucking and everything, but we don't put any money into new infrastructure.
And I thought the deal was they were supposed to come up Bernays and up and around the back of Campbell System Way, not turn around and keep coming down Dougal and then come on to Plessis.
The trucking industry fought that one, and they're very powerful, but no, your point is well taken there about the safety issue. It's
Well,
something
it's
that
also
I lobbied
the
them in the last budget, and what I don't get is we wanna have all this trade and jobs and everything, but we don't wanna put any money in. You create economic opportunities by investing in roads and putting in the proper infrastructure, and that's what is one that you.
So my first question on page 1 was, the owner must submit plans showing what they plan to do in the proposed on those multifamily things. We still have not seen those drawings.
Yeah.
We've got tentative drawings, but you know, I know they're zoning it in different zones, but that's ridiculous. If you're asking for things to go through and make sure that all the things are, I's are dot, T's are crossed, that's not crossing any T's or I's. You are still have no plans. So we still don't know what's going behind us. We know there's going to be high density, which is going to make it crazy already on Plessis, Dugald, Campbell System Way, wherever you want, even going into Shady Shore.
Yeah.
It's not fair to condense that traffic even more. So that was my first thing. Now, my next thing is on page 2. They talk about what recommendations the city has asked for: buildings, accessory parking areas, private approaches, garbage collection, fencing. Fencing is a big one. Where is the fencing for our properties? Like, why are you only thinking about the forest? You know that forest is gonna die, so you're gonna put that fence up there, and there goes the fence, because it's also gonna be in that bog.
Right.
With everything else. Now, behind my property, I have trees.
Right.
Are they gonna save those trees? Or are they gonna chop those trees down, put the fence up, and then put a house against it?
Right.
Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
So we're saving trees, and those are healthy trees. There's no water around those trees. but you're gonna take those away because we wanna save the north side or the south,
Right.
whatever that is.
Yeah, up there,
West
yeah.
side.
Yeah.
So to me, I don't see, that could be a part of my buffer zone too, right?
Yeah.
So put the fence, leaves the trees there and,
Well, that's the whole thing, like I said to Vince, is that if we deal with the buffer now. And this is not like, they're not doing anything different, the developer in the sense, Brunette,
Yeah.
that they're not coming forward with the design of the buildings that I asked for, because. Like what happens is we do the zoning and then later on, as I mentioned, it's plan approval comes when. They will, as you heard, the developer said, Mr. Glavin said they're gonna sell the land for the multifamily, and then it's the person who's building that comes forward with the design. And that's when they do it. However, by putting in certain obligations now, like fence, like buffer, like maybe something on parking ratios, limits the amount of density, but also gives you some peace of mind of what's gonna happen.
and if they so badly wanna make sidewalks, why don't they make a walking track? Go around the whole damn property and make a walking track, don't
Yeah.
make a damn park.
Yeah,
Make a
well, I
walking
don't know if
track.
we would-
People love to walk on those
That's
walking
true,
tracks.
that's true.
Look at Gateway and
Yeah, but,
and all those places where they all got their walking paths now. Why can't they just do that? They can ride bikes on it, whatever.
Yeah.
Safer than putting a park there. That's hide it in.
now we're building a buffer along the townhouse.
Well, it's not really, well,
Anyway, okay, yeah, all right, okay, yeah.
anyways, so there's no plan discussed about any kind of fencing behind all of those houses that already exist on the property. So I really think something needs to be done there. And, what will be the what will be the buffer zone?
Happens all the time.
Yeah, I know, that's okay. I worked at Health Science Center. I get it.
Okay.
What will be the buffer zone are you attempting to do? Like I read that there'd be a 25+4, so that'd be a 29. Again, from my fence. Don't forget, on that line, there's also a whole pile of hydro poles that sit across that whole fencing line.
Where is it?
So where my back of my fence is?
Yeah.
There's hydro lines all the way through there. So like literally from Campbell system, like from the
Well, they would have to have,
houses straight down, like in my backyard, actually sits one of the poles right against the fence. And it goes all the way down that whole line. So,
that's a good question to ask.
so what are they gonna do about all those hydro lines?
Well, hydro has to have some sort of easement to get access, right?
Well, I would think so. And what they used to do is drive up those middle parchments and come around the backside of the fences. But they're not gonna have that now.
So how
because
would
you're gonna
that work
put
out?
Houses.
They would have easements. At the time of registration, we would,
Have easements on who? They wouldn't have it on the existing property or is it on Plessy?
there may be easements on your existing property, but prior to the release of subdivision mylars, we would get confirmation from Hydro that their easements are in place.
Oh, okay, so there would be an easement granted to hydro, have the right to get to their hydro lines. Not from necessarily your land unless there's a caveat in place already or easement in place. It would be from the land being subject to this application. So apparently, we'll double check that when you come back.
So like if you put the buffer zone at 40 feet all the way down, all of the people that live on Plessis now, you would have that buffer
Well, you
zone.
could have enough there for 3 lanes of cars. I don't know.
Well,
But
that's not the point though, because
Yeah,
you'd
yeah.
have the buffer and you'd have the access to the hydro lines, right?
Right, they need
Which is
they
what
need
they
enough, well, sometimes they need to get that,
They need to get the boom,
yeah, what is that, what do they call that, apple picker or what?
Yeah, cherry picker.
Cherry picker.
Yeah.
Picker.
Cherry picker, that's what they're really
I
called.
was in the same crew here, apparently cherries can make more money. I read it in the Globe Mail yesterday. Anyway,
Okay. So, so like I say, the houses are supposed to be like as, and that is not what's happening in our area.
Yeah.
Yes, maybe to the one side of us it is, but then like you said the last time, why are they running them north-south? Why aren't they running them east-west,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I was trying to find solutions, Bernadette.
Right, and I
Situation, but
remember,
I like,
but I don't see it anywhere in the.
no, and that could be
minutes.
covered on the plan approval and that, but that's another, but again, that's why maybe this is a buffer is the way to go, right? And I get what you're saying.
And so I just want to make sure that the height is only going to be at the 35 feet for anything that's behind us.
Okay.
But what about the people that are living at
The
Shady
north end?
Shore?
Yeah,
Like, I wouldn't want to see a 5-foot high. Like, I understand
I
you you need more resident places. But you just finished building on Chief Peguis all those apartments too, and they're continuing to build more back there. So why do we need to take the smallest piece of land and dump the most stuff on that property?
Well, it's a good question because, you know, we run into now what the issue there is, of course, they can't do the density close to the pipeline, right? So it's getting pushed the other way. But to be fair, Dan was here, you're here, Vince is here, but those folks to the north aren't here.
But
right? And it doesn't mean they couldn't send something in submission. I don't think do we have any other delegations? We do? Well, maybe they're here. We'll find out.
I feel it's fair that they're putting up 5-story apartments there either because
Yeah.
the ones on Shady Shore are only 3 feet, like 3 stories.
Yeah, yeah.
So why are we going to 5 stories? Like we have no bus service there.
Yeah, I know.
Like literally it's a Monday to Friday bus and it's only in rush hour
Yeah,
traffic.
rush hour traffic, yeah.
So how are you gonna get the people to come out of those buildings? Cause you're not gonna have the parking space order to accommodate all those people. If you're allocating 1.5 cars, most people have 2. Now where are all those cars going? I don't wanna see them ever on my driveway, even though my driveway is big enough for it. Do you know
They're
what I'm
not
trying to
gonna
say?
park there because it's too damn hard to get on Plessy.
Yeah, well, you know.
No, you're right.
So behind me, I have trees too.
Right.
Are they taking those trees out? That's what I'd like to know.
What type of trees are those?
Poplars.
Okay.
And they're sturdy
Are
and they're
they?
tall.
Oh, yeah.
There are a couple of dead ones and we've taken some of them out.
Right.
I've noticed that before I moved in there was a lot of garbage thrown into that tree line, which I don't know where that comes from, but I ain't cleaning it up because I'm sorry, there's mice in there now. There's wood ticks and everything else. So I don't enter into that area. And plus I don't have the stability either. Yeah, so it says under your description of proposed developments, under the very last one, it says concept sketches showing potential building and site plans must be provided, which they're not. So we still don't know what we're getting on our property behind us, which is upsetting to us because we really want to know what the plan is there.
Yeah.
Okay, so we talked about the setbacks. And we talked about the shadow impacts and guaranteed there's gonna be shadow impacts no matter how you face those buildings, right?
Right.
Whether they're east, west or north, south, but east, west would be more preferable because then they butt onto a part of the land that would work best.
Yeah.
I mean, you might have to change how you put the apartments and stuff, but maybe you don't have as many apartments, you know, because it's still gonna be a problem with parking. So any way you look at it, it's going to be.
Yeah.
And we want to make sure that the variants are guaranteed to us.
Yeah.
You know, if we're talking 40 feet buffer zones with fences, we should have that in writing.
Right.
So that when the new developer comes in and they sell that land to whoever and they decide, oh, I don't want to do that. I want to.
Whatever we decide here, then it goes forward. If it's this committee makes a recommendation, council makes a decision.
Okay, because.
And so we only make even though a lot of people think we are making the decision here, actually, the decision is actually made at council. So whatever we do, hopefully it carries on, right? With the support of the developer and if we do it here, then it gets done, it goes to council, then it's approved. And it can't be changed later.
To give clarification on that, in the 1990s, the provincial government even changed the charter so that the buck used to stop a community committee.
Really?
Well,
I did not know that. No.
Well, because you know, the community committees used to have last word on development issues.
I did not know
It has
that.
been changed so that we can be completely
gone
bypassed,
backwards.
completely
Holy cow.
and utterly bypassed.
Well, we got it more right.
Depending on administrative recommendation, so if we do not go along with administrative recommendation, it'll go on to EPC regardless of our decision. And anything we do or say can be completely ignored.
So like.
Despite the hours and hours that take place at these community meetings.
Okay.
And that changed in the 1990s.
I did not know that.
So when you talked about water and sewers, we like to know how they're gonna be tied in to are they tied into the Plessy sewer system? Are they tied into the Campbell System Wave sewer system? Shady Shore, like how are they going to do?
Why do you need to, why is that?
Because I'm more concerned about my property flooding ever.
You're talking about overland drainage?
Yes.
Okay.
So because now they're gonna have to build up that field because it's already a low-lying field to begin with. So they're gonna have to build that up any way they look at it. So now, do they build it up higher than my property is now? Do they build it higher than Vince's property is right now? Vince's property is lower than mine.
To answer your question, the city of Winnipeg lock rating bylaw does not allow any private property owner adjacent you to negatively impact you. Number one. Number two, developer has to always accommodate all the land drainage within their development or the existing sewers there. So in theory, and typically it's worked, Bernadette. It has worked. Now, there have been some cases where unfortunately you get a cowboy builder or something and they don't follow the rules and they're in there.
Townhouses don't follow that rule. They
you
can
know.
actually see that it's wide into the sewer system there.
You'll see one of the reasons why the developer said it's split drainage was to accommodate both sides. So he's already taken it under consideration that he's gonna have to put catch basins along your fence line.
That was
That's a great sign.
the rains we had in the early 1990s, the city was brought in the lock grading bylaw, or maybe it was late 80s. But until then, we didn't have it and it was a nightmare. But now we have it, so it's made a huge change. So, but it's a good question. It's a good question.
Okay, so yeah, so the big thing is I really wanted to bring up was that you did say that they should bring them north to south, the townhouses, not east to west like they want to bring them.
Yeah. Okay.
So I need
I don't
to
know.
make sure that that's kind of
Yeah.
clarified.
Okay.
And like I said, the drawings are very, I mean, I understand that they're selling it out to the next buyer, but you know, that has happened when I lived in Fort Rouge area. They did infills and they literally overbuilt the infills. And did the city do anything about telling them to break it down? No, they just, okay, well, he made a mistake. We're gonna just leave it the way it is. But in the meantime, they've over encroached everybody else's property and their houses look stupid compared to what is there, right?
Right.
So that becomes the next catch, right? So hence, having an apartment 5 stories high in the south end of our space is ridiculous because there's nothing else around it that has a 5-story house. That's nothing like as.
Well,
It's
the one
more like-
thing that I can move in part of the zoning bylaw here as well, and just you gave me the idea, so thank you, was that I've never moved this before, but I don't know what. Somebody will tell me it can't be done, I'm sure, but anyway, is that anybody who's been registered at this hearing, that upon a future applicant for a plan approval on that site beside you, behind you, that you be automatically notified of the plan approval meeting, community committee, because that's under the regular agenda.
Okay.
Okay, and you, like I said earlier, you don't get a notice, you don't see a sign. But we have computers and everything, you plug that in, it's flagged, you're automatically getting it. And so I'm gonna try to move that, I don't know what the head clerk will say, but I'll find out. But that's her boss, he's not here, but so we'll give it a shot.
My biggest thing that I want to guarantee on is the buffer zones.
Right. Okay.
I want to guarantee that those townhouses are gonna go,
That's that part is
I know,
plan
it's-
approval,
it's
which
plan
comes back to the plan approval.
and I
Yeah.
definitely want the fence all the way down.
Okay, that
All the
could happen.
people's properties, like now you're gonna build houses in between those are zones that we had in the middle. We also want the fences to go straight down.
Okay.
Like it's gotta go from the start of Campbell System Ways townhouses all the way
I
down
don't think
to,
that'll be an issue. I have a feeling they're putting fences up behind.
well, that's not what I'm reading though.
But the fences, what's being proposed for fencing on the back?
I don't deal with.
Oh, right, it's what's being proposed on the back of the houses, going up further north there of that, the southern east-west road. For fencing.
There wouldn't be anything shown at this point. It would come in at the plan approval. Sorry, that you're talking about for this?
I'm talking about the houses on the east side of that northwest road, or north-south road. North of the southerly-most access on the Plessis. What's the plan for fencing there? Cause I'm sure we're gonna have a fencing.
Go to those houses.
Well, it should be
And
the
then
same.
you,
as
and
that.
then you go all the way down to Campbell System Way, where we've got all the townhouses. Like all that L should have a barrier, at least a 6-foot high barrier, so that we can take some of that noise out of there, because there'll be a lot more noise now coming out of that area too.
You're saying there should be a fence along your front yard?
No, not my front yard. No, not on Plessis.
Oh.
I'm saying like from
From the back.
the backyard of my, to where the townhouses are.
Right.
Straight across, all the way down the backs of the
Straight
Plessis
north,
houses.
straight north. Yeah.
And then down to where the park is, to that little park they have out there, the Burning Wolf Park or whatever.
Yeah, right.
Just that land, it's actually a bog area too. And to come across to where they want to start building the apartments, which I don't feel should be higher than 3 stories either, because that's exactly what is already on Dugald already. So why would we allow higher than that
Yeah.
when that's already what is there?
I hear you.
Like as. And that's not like as if you're saying, oh yeah, well, we can go 4 or 5 stories there because we got trees. Well, those trees won't always be there. That's not fair to Shady Shore, who now will have to look at a huge apartment and people looking down in their yards. Because you know that tree line is not going to withstand the next 10 years when it's already 1.5 foot underwater.
And
I get the
I'm just double checking about the fence situation here that you mentioned, Bernadette.
Yeah.
What was that? What is it? Is there a requirement right now in the zoning bylaw? There typically is.
No, there's no requirement for a fence there, but we can put a condition in the zoning agreement.
Okay, because I'd like at least those 2 conditions to be definitely, and the height.
Great, all right,
So no higher than 35 feet behind me.
great.
6 foot high fence because it's all a whole new development going in there. And I realize that they're going
Typically
to.
it's 6.5, but anyway, okay, yeah.
And I get where Robert's house is, you're gonna have a road there, so I guess you can stop the fence there and then start it again. I mean, I get that.
How is Robert?
No, he is Robert.
Okay.
Still setting fires.
I do want to bear in mind, we still do have 3 speakers.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I'm good.
I didn't know
I've had
that.
my say.
Thanks, Bernadette.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker we have registered is Penny Pugh joining us via Zoom. So
Right.
Penny, if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself and turn on your video, you have up to 10 minutes for your presentation.
Good afternoon. I'm pretty much everything I want to say has been said already, but I'm just going to summarize my points. My name is Penny Pugh. I'm a resident at 876 Plessy Road. My family and I have resided on Plessy Road since 1999. I've been a resident of the area since 1971, having been born on our family dairy farm, Size Dairy. That was at the corner of Mazenod Road and Camille Size Street. My main concerns about the development are residents of Plessy Road are currently on half-acre or quarter-acre lots. Ideally, we had hoped to have the same size lots back onto our properties. We have all come to realize this is not realistic. Looking at the new diagrams, I see that the south end of Plessy has planned for them small multi-family dwellings. In the perfect world, we'd like to have single-family dwellings, but if we must conform to small multi-family dwellings, we request that the sides of the dwellings face our backyards, and the fronts of the dwellings face north and south, still providing us with some privacy in our lots. Also, we'd like to see a fence built at least 30 feet from our property line, a request of trees to be planted between the 2 property lines as well. Finally, I want to once again voice my concerns on the excess traffic this will create for Plessy Road that currently cannot handle the traffic it now has. Thank you for your time, and hopefully my concerns will be considered and addressed.
Penny, thank you. You hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thanks, Penny. So just a quick question there, a couple questions. Really one, you mentioned, thank you for coming. You mentioned, I was a little confused. You mentioned a fence. So if there's a buffer, you want the fence on the other side of the buffer, or what did you mean by that?
Well, ideally, I'd like to see it the setback, and then a tree line, and then a fence on the other side of the
Well,
tree.
not a fence up against on your property line there, but further back kind of thing.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
it's an interesting idea because then it kind of keeps that area open and it makes it safer because you guys are always watching it anyway, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's a good thing, and that's a good thing. So eyes on land make it safer. So okay. No, I appreciate that, Penny. In terms of the traffic, the reality is I would just the amount of traffic now on Plessy and the amount related to this specific development would be it wouldn't even be 1%. It wouldn't even be a fraction of 1% in terms of impacting Plessy Road. The issue with Plessy is just the overall growth and economic activity in the city, and the fact we've done no investment in new strategic infrastructure in years, and we really should be now. And so the impact this developer will have directly on Plessy is going to be very minimal. And the fact is, a lot of the traffic a lot of people, just because the way Plessy is, as you know, to try to get out of your driveway, are going to head, believe it or not, out to East Savoie that way, right? Especially if they want to head towards into the city. So anyway, into Winnipeg or downtown, as I call it.
So then what's the purpose of them putting the roadway in front of Robert's house then?
Well, the thought I think was going back to that is that you basically, you don't put everything on one area, right? Like you got the residents of Waterside who didn't want the road coming out that way, and then you have the residents like yourself, and plus you didn't want the road coming this way. And so it's kind of like playing the role of Solomon, you know, so.
And I agree, but I think I disagree with the fact that I think a lot of the traffic still will utilize, maybe not during rush hour,
Right.
but weekends and weekdays, I think we will see an increase in the traffic in front of our homes.
Well, and I would say that like the biggest thing to me, as you know, to try to get in and out of your driveway is you're heading northbound on Plessy, for example, you're heading southbound on Plessy, you make a right into your driveway, right?
Out of our driveway, correct.
Or if you're going into your driveway. And then if you're heading northbound on Plessy and you have to make a left into your driveway.
Yes.
And then you're cutting across a lane of Plessy, and then you got cars coming up behind you as well, and you might have to wait to signal to get in to your driveway. And that's where I have a concern about that road and the need for what's called a pork chop design to ensure they can't make left turns in heading northbound on Plessy to reduce the risk of vehicle collision, especially rear ends and everything else.
The pork chop being a median?
Yeah, it's basically like, it looks like a pork chop, a big pork chop in the middle, yeah. And so it forces that. But anyway, you have some good points, Penny, and I really appreciate you coming.
All right, well, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Right on. Have a nice evening.
You too.
Thank you.
Okay, our next registered speaker is Ranjit Singh, also joining us via Zoom. I have two folks in the Zoom meeting who don't have any names. It's just iPhone. So Ranjit, if that's you, if you can unmute yourself and turn on your video.
Hi, my name is Ranjit Singh. I live on 3 Wavecrest Road right next to Dan. And I have a few issues with this new development, especially the north and the south. I live on the north side. I live right next to Shady Shores, and there's always cars parked over there. And with the new multi-development, with multi-story, and imagine amount of the cars is gonna get parked on that road. And it's always busy right now, and the more buildings get built on that side, it's gonna get worse.
Yeah.
And we see that all the time. And from where like my house is located, the 5-story building will be right next to it. And we will have zero privacy in there. When we bought the house in 2021, and we checked the zoning, and zoning was for R1, and that's why we bought it. Because we were thinking it's going to be single family extension there, but everything is changing, and we will be paying a price for that.
We're listening.
Yeah. Okay. And we will be paying a price for that. And imagine like we don't have any schooling there. My kids, there is a school near our house, Barney Wolf. That's not our school. Our school is right in Marion Street. And there is no development on that end, but we are still planning to build more multi-story buildings on the north and south. And that's my main concerns.
Well, thank you, Ranjit. Was there anything else?
Nope, not right now.
Okay, I looked up your property at number 3 Wavecrest. So just to be clear, you're backing on to I hear what you're saying. North of Shady Shores is what you're referring to.
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to. Yes.
Yeah, but you're backing on to not multiple family, right? They're proposing.
Yeah, you're right.
You mentioned it directly against me, and they're not directly against you. I just want to make sure. I double checked your property, so I wanted to make sure of that. But I hear your point.
It's right that corner, right? Okay, right behind me will be a side by side, but after that, like after you cross the road, there is a 5-story building, right?
Right, I hear what you're saying. Yeah. Well, we don't know if it's going to be 5-story, but the density could be up to 5-story. Yes.
Yeah, well, the plans what we are seeing so far right now, that's what it shows there. So I have to go according to that plans.
We'll see. But that we're not actually doing. They could go up to that, but that's also dictated by parking ratios and and setbacks and everything else, so that's.
Yeah, that's another thing. Right now, we have only that condominium right there,
Right.
and all the shady short street on my side, it's always full with cars.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at it now, so thank you.
All right, thank you.
I don't have any other questions, Randy. Thank you for coming.
All right, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have no other speakers registered to speak in opposition. Is there anyone here whose name hasn't been called and wishes to speak in opposition? Seeing none, we do have someone registered for information. Almaz Volda Geberel, joining us via Zoom. Again, there's an unknown person in the Zoom meeting just with iPhone. If that is you, Almaz, you can unmute yourself and turn on your video. You have up to 10 minutes for your presentation.
How do you spell it? ALMAS?
ALMAZ.
How do you know her name if there's no name, on the iPhone?
There's only
Oh, I see.
one other person registered, so I'm assuming.
Okay.
Okay, so Almaz, this is your last chance. If you'd like to go ahead and unmute yourself and turn on your video, you can make a presentation to the committee. If not, committee will move on. Is there anyone else whose name hasn't been called who wishes to speak for information on this matter? Seeing none. There are questions for the public service?
Well, I'd like to take a break for a minute. I know we're gonna have the other delegation up. To speak again, they can speak again, right?
The applicant has the
Applicant has an
opportunity to
opportunity.
rebut. Yeah.
But before we take the break, I just want to give the public service and the applicant a little bit of homework. So we can save time coming back. I'd like to get, if in the event, this walk, I'll pull it out here so you can have a look at it. So this little bump out here, right, we talked about that. You take the land there, right? Say, it sounds like they're opening the idea of a caveat on the trees to save the trees there. You take that equivalent and you place it along here, along the east side of the southernmost multifamily. And even what the applicant proposing to increase the size of the buffer over here, it's not a lot, but it's something. And you flip that over to the east side instead of on the west side. So the homeowner is along the east side of Plessy, on the west side of Plessy, backing onto this, have a decent buffer. I'd like to know what the size of that buffer would be, right? If you take this square footage of this land plus what you're gonna give up here a little bit more, then you flip it over there. I'd like to know what that would do in feet, and I'd like to take a break as you calculate that way. That's it.
All right.
And I need to use the wash out or health break there. Health or Sharma calls it health break.
How long are you breaking for?
10 minutes.
All right, we'll take a 10-minute recess.
I need one hard.
We are back with the hearings here. Excuse me, all we have been saying Tuesday, September 4th. That's Wednesday, September 4th.
I didn't even know these.
I was saying Tuesday all day and no one stopped me. I thought there's something wrong with this. So
it does feel like
I
it's
set them to
Tuesday.
start school until today, not the day after Labor Day.
Yeah, why is that? I said that to my son too.
So today's Wednesday, not Tuesday. And
Back in the day, we started before Labor Day.
that's right. And we
Gary gave everybody a holiday.
well, both ways and everything like that. All right, so we are back at items number 9 and 10 in this combined hearing.
Yes.
And
I gotta get home to let the dog out and walk the dog.
fair enough.
Hey,
And we'll know
we gotta get
who did it in this case.
I know.
And, dear clerk, so where are we at this point?
Hey,
So just going back with what Councillor Wyatt asked of the public service, I think now is an appropriate time for the public service to provide their comments, the questions he asked. and
Well,
additional questions.
we have another delegation. Well, the applicant can come up. I think it'd be better to have them at the table, have this discussion and then go through everything then. Just kill two birds with one stone rather than drag it out, Mr. Chairperson, right?
I don't have a problem with that, so long as it's within the protocol, accepted by both the clerk's office and any other members of the administration.
Yeah.
I don't see a problem.
I mean, they'll have to
I've
step
seen
away.
variations of
They
that.
have to step away when we move motions or whatever we do then, but, right, but then,
This portion is really for them to speak to what they've heard and provide them with
Yeah.
their comments made,
Okay.
so.
I would jump right into that if possible, Mr. Chairman.
I don't, yeah, let's go.
Thank you. I think it'd be just. Been taking notes and heard a lot of things from a lot of folks, including residents, and so I've got some ideas, you know?
We started the timer, whatever that's worth, but nonetheless.
That's okay. This,
It's not on any individual, oh well, carry on.
okay, this won't take too long. Just had a couple of things we wanted to comment on, and wanted to thank everyone who came here to speak today. We heard that the neighborhood should have a say in what happens, and we agree with that, and that's why we chose to undertake that 3-round consultation process. It is elective, but it is something that we think is valuable. And we purposely don't ask people to choose between options, but instead we try to understand what their concerns are so that we can mitigate them and incorporate them into the planning process. And in this case, we did incorporate those changes to the proposal, which is very different from what was shown at the first round of those meetings. We heard a few comments about safety, so we just wanted to make sure it's known that we do care about safety, and that's why we work with engineers and the public service to understand traffic impacts and potential upgrades or requirements. The TIS was accepted by the Public Works Department, so safety is at the top of mind, and we are looking at adding those pedestrian connections also. A couple of comments about housing types. There is already a mix of housing in this neighborhood, so we think what we're proposing is a good fit. We think having a mix of housing types in 10 years does help create a complete community, and it also serves what the market needs. And then lastly, we heard a couple of comments or concerns related to building height, and the concern about height is usually related to privacy, and that can be mitigated through things like buffering, fencing, setbacks, and etc. And that's it.
All right, and so your last part there was about when it comes to height, it is a question of mitigation through buffering and what? Right?
I said buffering, fences, step down, setbacks. There's different ways that the site design and the buildings can be treated to mitigate the feel or the impact of the bulk of what's being proposed.
Okay. And you feel that different types of constructions and densities such as multifamily is what makes a complete community? Is that what's the term you used? I can't recall.
Yeah, so I said a diversity of housing types in 10 years to create a complete community by giving people different options in terms of housing to choose from.
Thank you very much. Any further comments by the proponents? All right.
I'm happy to answer questions.
Sure. And Councillor Wyatt does will have some questions and some comments as well. Are you going to be doing first to the administration, or are we going to just be doing a quick?
Well, I just want to go through, I think my thinking was, we'll go through the ACG report just to make sure everything's covered off there. Schedule B namely. And try to address.
Excuse me, I do feel obliged.
Yes.
There is a process that is beyond me here. And I have to accept that. And for future consideration beyond what happens after this meeting, I have to bear that in mind. And there are other people here who are speaking against the proposal. My fear is, which I must take into consideration, lest we trivialize or nullify in any way this meeting or the rest of this meeting, the process by which, if one party is to speak, the other is to speak again. I'm just worried that, although we've done this before.
Yes, we have.
All right.
So what has happened in the past, we have sat, we hear them come back up and speak, respond. But then typically there's a dialogue because as the area councillor for the area has been done many times, not just in this community and others, that we don't want to move a motion that then later gets overturned or doesn't have the support of the developer. The applicant can't do it. We want to sort those matters out or find a common ground so that a resolution can be moved out of here with the certainty that it'll go forward and be approved. So that's very common. So we're not doing anything different.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Such as the intent at this point, fair enough.
Yeah. The only thing is that I want to get through this so that when it comes time to, the only difference I would say is when it comes time to move the motion, it's already been written, the clerk has it. And then, like that, right? So that's the idea. Because everybody's been here a long day. So I just would like to start, thank you for your application. I recognize that you have had extensive public consultations and I appreciate that very much. I went to 2 out of 3 and it was good. Spoke to residents there, on these and yourself, Brendan, and others. So thank you for that. And I appreciate that extensive process. So maybe we just kind of jump right into it. I said, the first thing that I said, and it came out of the idea from Mr. Cook, Brad Cook, who said the pork chop design. Is that something that you're okay with us amending the servicing agreement to have that reflected in with the intersection on Plessy?
As I think I'm hearing you, Counselor, it would be say that eastern connection onto Plessy's would be restricted to a right in, right out, albeit via a pork chop design would certainly be applicable to that.
Okay. All right, so that's the walkway or there's a walkway that exists that dead ends right now, right?
You're talking about that center one that goes east to Plessy's?
Yeah, what I'd like to do is extend that, we heard about that at the open house where, you build these walkways in the city and then they dead end. And I realize this is not in your plan here, but the idea of extending that walkway at least to the playground, you gotta pull up the map there to see it. It's goofy, right? And it ends on grass and nobody can use it. It's just so impractical.
I think you're talking about this portion.
No, I'm talking about that. And I'm prepared to move that obligation.
There is that's existing.
No, but it dead ends there.
Yeah, but we're continuing. We want to connect to it.
No, I'm sorry, Matt, you misunderstood. I mean, going west, it dead ends in the park. If you look at Google Maps, you'll see it.
You're saying
it dead ends there on the grass. It doesn't make any sense.
It's for people to play on the grass.
That's a good answer.
That's what it's for.
I know. I don't mind, even if it's a gravel walkway, and I'm prepared to move that obligation that they're wanting now, right, on that north side, that other walkway across to Plessy. It seems redundant to me if you've got one just further to the south. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, if I'm understanding you, you would say, remove this and put it here.
Right, extend it to the playground and out to the street, right? Because it's now silly. They gotta, if it rains, you're worried again. Sometimes the field's muddy, the city doesn't maintain them right way,
As a gravel pathway?
Bring it into the park, yes.
As a gravel pathway?
Yeah.
Eliminate this?
What is that gonna, well, I want 1 for 1, right? So give me is that a gravel or asphalt path?
Here?
Yeah.
I don't know the standard.
Well, what is that gonna be?
Asphalt.
Hey?
Asphalt.
So let's just move that asphalt path and bring it into the park. Bring it in so that they got, you can bring it, if you look at the length of that, okay? That gravel, that asphalt now, and you put it over there, yeah, exactly.
I think it's better that it in here as a gravel path.
Well, all I'm saying is that if you're doing asphalt there, just do it in asphalt over there. Let's just, for the same length, Matt, nothing more.
Fair enough.
Okay, all right, thank you. The buffer issue on the south side, are you prepared, you had that buffer that you suggested, I don't know how many more feet. Stephanie mentioned the width that you were prepared to give any more on that one, on the west side though.
So if you're talking about the trees.
Yeah.
And bring that up.
Yeah, right.
We were giving an additional 13 feet.
Okay, well, we need a bit more I like to flip that to the other side and get rid of that thing you have up in the north end there, that stretch that we have, that dog leg thing.
You're saying a setback here?
Right.
Okay.
Are you okay? And to flip that and then put that one to the north, the Brendan you had that one, sorry.
Yep, no worries.
You can call me whatever you want.
It's right there. Yeah.
Yeah, that. To me, that's kind of and then make that not 13 feet, we need 25. Backing on.
Are we eliminating that 13 feet
Yes,
and putting it on the east side
100%.
for a 25-foot setback?
Right.
I'm agreeing.
Okay. Thank you. And a fence, Penny had a good idea, the fence being along the west side versus the east side. Is that something that?
Well, that kind of would then create some unusable space that is in turn benefiting lands that are outside of us.
The irony of that is that I like the idea because maybe the residents would cut the grass instead of the city. It's kind of like, you know, well, and they do a great job looking after it already, so.
If you could picture this, say this is your property.
Right.
And you put the fence here, you're still obligated to cut your grass here, but then it starts to get derelict and it's kind of weird. I would suggest and be amicable to putting the fence along the property line where it should go. And then we have usable space, otherwise we have unusable space outside that fence.
All right, well, okay, so.
It is a good point, I guess, in terms of mowing the lawn, just on that point. It's the most.
It would for sure become derelict, because.
Well, when whoever you sell that lot to, we can put that as an obligation, they're gonna have to cut the grass.
But then it also, the whole point is you have the fence and then you have a setback.
Right.
I'm understanding you where there can be some nice plantings, it's maintained, it's
Right.
nice. That's also a bit of a selling feature as well for that area.
Right.
If you put it on the outside of that, well, then you lose that.
Right, okay, I get what you're saying, okay, that makes sense then. All right, so, a fence along that side, what were you gonna do with fencing further north? I asked that question.
Are you talking about here?
Backing onto those homes, yeah.
So we would make it an obligation of our home builders to put fencing along the rear.
And typically, what is that fence?
Wood fence, 6 foot,
6 foot, okay.
the same as what would be the.
All right, so 6 foot on the south side as well, so it'd be a solid, neighbor friendly
Your
fence.
standard 6 foot. fence.
Yeah, they would see the good boards, you would see the ribs. Right,
We're
that's a
getting
neighbor
really
friendly.
specific, but
Yeah.
sure.
Okay.
I can't control that.
No, I hear you, but I
To
just
some
want-
degree, sure.
Yeah, I
We're
just
getting
want
a
them-
little granular, but yes.
I want them to see the solid boards, I don't wanna see the cross section, you know what I mean?
I hear what you're saying is that the cross beams would be on the inside versus the outside. Fair enough.
On the west side versus the east, yeah, okay. So the fence. What other things did we have? Parking ratios within the site. I know we deal with that typically when it comes forward, but I want something in the zone. Now, one of the things that I've done. You heard the hearing earlier today, probably. You know, I pushed everybody on the south side of Ravelston now because of the issue there that they're kind of having in that area. They're not having it quite as much as Ravelston or as acute as Ravelston, which is west of Peguis. But because the city's approved the densities they have on the south side of Ravelston there, parking on the street has become an issue and so we basically kind of taken the approach of 1.5 to 1. And I'd like to put that into the zoning bylaw here.
I don't really want to handcuff the site to a parking ratio. I think in light of really the way that we've designed this neighborhood to really be inclusive of all modes of transportation. Understanding where the master transportation plan is going along Dougal Road and along Plessis, and we've provided linkages to it. We want to promote those alternative uses. So to handcuff to 1.5, I don't think is in the spirit of moving forward with those alternative forms of transportation.
Well, if that's the case, then you would be okay with the idea of requiring car co-op, what do they call that again?
Pick City Car Co-op as a.
What is it called?
Car share?
Car
share.
Car share? Yeah, the car share part, we would have no issue with that.
I think we're starting to get into details that are more related.
I'm kind of following your lead. I follow your lead, but you kind of let me into it. So.
Well, you're getting into specifics and semantics that are more related to the plan approval stage and not at this stage.
Well, yes and no, because as you know, we can do things in the zoning bylaw we can't do at a plan approval. And I'm thinking that, well, at the very minimum, like further to the north, okay, I hear what they're saying about Shady Shores, but at the same time, Shady Shores is a divided roadway. It's there's room for parking on the street. Okay. Pardon me?
It's a collector road.
Right, exactly. I'm more concerned about the southern end. Like, I'd like to see at least something in the zoning bylaw saying like 1.4, 1.5 parking ratio at the southern site. You already have RMFS, right? And I could let the other one go, but that one is the one that I think.
It's a collector road at the south end.
Yeah, I know, Matt, but it's a bigger site too, right? So.
Overall, I think we're dealing pretty similar in size. There isn't that much of a difference.
Okay, well, it's just more of a, workable site, I would argue, right?
Sure.
Because
You got that.
yeah.
But, you know, if you look at even in where, you know, there's been talks of zoning bylaw amendments that are coming forward, sort of as part of the half funding, as part of the zoning bylaw.
Oh, they're talking about waiving all that stuff, I know.
You know, parking ratios are planned to go down, and I think we should be supportive of that trend.
Yeah, I know, but we're also in a city where, you know, I think we're gonna see what Calgary has, where they allow parking on both sides of the street, right? You're going down the middle and you gotta turn the street into one way, we're heading in that direction, I agree. But, the challenge we have here on your development, and by the way, I think it's wonderful that you're doing R2 and R1 on the main road north and south, right? But the challenge, of course, that presents is everybody's got front drives and you don't have a hell of a lot of street parking already. And then my concern is the sites, what the zoning will do. But I mean, you're right, when they come forward with their plan, I mean, we can deal with that at the plan. Can we deal with that at the plan approval stage?
I think that's something you can deal with at plan approval.
If they, you want to impose more parking on them potentially.
I want,
they would
not
require
more, I want what the city bylaw says right now, is 1.5. I'm not asking for 2 to 1, I'm asking.
Yeah, so they don't have a variance. They didn't apply for a variance, and so nothing's been recommended for approval. So
It's
at this
1.5
point-
stands.
That's right.
All right, well, that's good. Then that is resolved. Oh, geez. Wasted all this time. Anyways. No, thanks, still. That's good. Just looking, what else was there? I'm fine if you want to keep your amenity there that you have for but I do want to specify what it's gonna be. Like, I know you're kind of saying we don't know what it is yet, but that is on your land. That amenity there. I would just say this, like, one of the things that I'm hearing about in my office a lot has to do with, in the Indo-Canadian community, right? A lot of the seniors, they like to go to a park, play cards, sit. And then they say, well, you know, we want to have a shelter to sit under if it rains, right? And it's like, well, that's great. Okay, now we gotta get the shelter up, right? And there's things that are coming now that we never saw before.
A covered shelter?
Well, a covered shelter and some sort of play feature on the, like, one side, I know you got some sort of round thing there or whatever it is. I don't know what that is. But, what are your thoughts on that?
Certainly open to a covered shelter. When it comes to the actual specific amenity itself, you know, I think that will sort of come and flush out as we get into the landscaping approval plans.
The risk of that is we don't say it here now, and let's say you come along, you do a pickleball court. Apparently, Public Works our staff tell us that people complain that pickleball is too noisy, the ball bounces a certain way.
I'm open to pickleball. I'm open to 3-on-3 basketball court.
Okay, so why don't we say shelter on south side covered with picnic table, proper, what size are these shelters? These big Stephanie's not here, whatever it is, the standard shelter size. Then you fix it, and then on the north side, you kind of a combo pickleball, you can actually do it together, right? What you do is you design it so that kids come along and they put up, the net can go down and the net can go back up again. And you have the basketball, but with basketball, 3-on-3 basketball, it has to be fenced because otherwise ball takes off. It's frustrating for the kids. So that's what I would recommend on the north side if possible. And the nice thing about that is then it's in. Somebody wants to complain about the pickleball, well, guess what? That was approved. You knew what you're buying on the house, backing on it, right? That's why I like to do it now. Otherwise, it's a headache later potentially, so.
I'm good with that.
Okay, all right. The blue lines you got there, those are your proposed sidewalks, right?
Yeah, the east side would be a curb adjacent sidewalk.
Okay, you got that through Public Works.
Didn't say we got it through. That's what I'm proposing.
Okay. Okay. Well, I wish you luck on that one.
Well, it has been done in other.
I know. That's like pulling teeth.
For our climate and for our city, I think it is a far better situation, as you described earlier in the meeting about the challenges of putting the sidewalks in. We experiencing those challenges, and I think curb adjacent is totally the way to go.
I agree. Now, you're not doing curb adjacent on the east-west roads, though, right?
That's correct. They would be standard.
But you're doing the curb adjacent on that one on the east side on the north-south.
Correct.
All right. And do we need to get that into the report, otherwise you're not gonna get it, so.
That would certainly help me with Public Works if you put it in the report.
Okay. I have, all right, curb to gutter, sidewalk, along east side of North-South Road. And, oh, I gotta be consistent, McCall was here earlier, that's all gonna be Shady Shores, you're not gonna change the name?
That's correct.
All right,
I think there's variations of what's east and what's west, but it's all Shady Shores.
Oh, okay, all right. I give some thought in terms of the parks that you're, the linear park, north and south, and indigenous name origin, if that's possible. I know it has to go through the committee anyways of welcoming Winnipeg, but I think that would be a positive thing.
Open to the idea.
What has to go through just for?
Park naming.
Park
I'm
name.
not sure if new developments have to go through welcome Winnipeg, do. I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, we need this clarified.
Well, if it doesn't, then you can do it right away if you're waiting a year now. But anyway, so, but if knowing how long you take your paper, it doesn't matter. So, okay, was there anything that I missed that came up? I'm just gonna look at my notes here. Vince. I'm gonna put in the requirement of the plan that anybody who was at this hearing, when the plan approval comes for any of those mobile family sites, that the residents be notified. Anybody who's registered, I'm not talking about the people who are at your open house, which are many. But people who, if they register for any one of these meetings, whether it be the one in June or today, that they would be notified at that time, and are you okay with that? Okay. And we normally have never done that, so people don't know when this happens, and I think it's a good thing for folks to know. Would you be, just coming back to the buffer again, Matt, are you okay? Like, what were you gonna do, when you go, when whoever buys the lot, they're gonna go in and, we know what the construction is like. The lot rating all has to change and everything like that. I know normally under the plan approval, we can then require a tree planting in that, right?
Yeah, if you're looking for more landscaping,
You're right.
the plan approval would be.
Okay, so we'll cover that off then with the landscaping for that. Okay, that answered my own question, so thank you. Was there anything that the public service wanted to say? Well, the applicant is here. Is there anything that you need to add?
You touched on a number of conditions that you're interested in putting in the zoning agreement.
Yeah. Right, what was that?
Now is probably a good time to go through that.
I don't think there was many, was it just the fencing, I think?
Yeah, there also the trees at the northeast corner of the lawn.
Right, the caveat idea.
So I'd come up with, the condition would read that for the proposed public reserve B shown on Schedule D to this report, mature trees shall be maintained to the satisfaction of the Director of Planning, Property and Development if possible, and provided they are in good health as determined by a licensed arborist.
Well, we're gonna change that because we're getting rid of that. That's not gonna be a
I
city.
think that's a caveat that he's putting on the title as opposed to the public reserve.
Was it that caveat?
Yeah, so it's still shown.
Oh, I see, okay.
I think since it was advertised as PR, we can't.
Right. We can.
Because it was advertised as PR, we can't absorb it.
Yeah, the ad cut.
Sorry.
Can you explain that again? Excuse me?
Yeah. Yeah, the
No.
ad cut. Yeah, we can go up, we can go down, but we can't go up.
Yeah.
This is going
So
up.
because it was advertised to the public as PR, that section, even though the public service doesn't want it. We can't delete it or absorb it into ulterior lots because that would be considered an upzone.
Right. It's such a silly rule.
But
It really is. I get it, but there should be an exemption in certain situations. I don't. So, do you understand that what they were saying?
As I'm understanding, it would require a reposting and a
Yeah.
readvertisement, which would be a huge delay.
We're leaving it, I guess.
So I guess we're leaving it.
We're leaving it. All right, we're not touching. All right, thank you, Kevin.
All right.
Yeah, or not. Well, you just pointed, it's not your fault. Don't shoot the message. No. Okay, well,
There
anything
was
else?
a few
Yes,
other ones,
yes.
yeah. You talked about building heights or caps.
Yeah,
on
right.
the site.
But I already heard that you're cutting it already at 3 stories along the back. You're not going higher than a 2-story house, basically, on the southern side of the
On
arm.
the southern side, our ask is 4 stories, drops down to 3.
4 on the west side,
On the
3.
west side, drops down to 3 on the east side.
And where would we put that in the agreement?
So what I propose is this parcel itself, the orange, is 354 feet.
Okay,
I asked that 254 of that feet is 4 stories, 100 feet is 3 stories.
okay, hold on. So 354.
Yeah.
So 254.
Yeah.
Is the 4-story on the west side.
The west side.
You run a line down the middle.
Well, you run a line.
254 and 100.
And 100.
And then the 100 feet is at the 3-story, which is the same as a 2-story house. It's no higher, a cap at 35 feet.
35 feet.
35 feet, all right. Well, we also have the 25-foot buffer now.
And the reason the 3-story is the same height as a 2-story is
Because you measure us, the measurement for a 2-story building is the middle of the roof line.
halfway up the roof.
Yeah,
You can build a house to 35 feet.
basically, that's what's building up, yeah.
And because this is a
Well,
So I can't predict what the roof is going to be. It's just that's the maximum height of
Yeah,
what the RMFS for that portion would be.
and that would have to be in the zoning
But I
agreement.
still don't understand how a
Yeah.
2-story is equal to a 3-story, all things being equal in terms of roof.
What I'm saying is that a single family home compared to an RMFS building is maximum same height of 35 feet.
Okay.
And the issue Bernadette raised, I raised in the last meeting, which was running the houses east and west, or the mobile family, I will deal with that, we'll deal with that at the
That's
plan
a plan
approval.
approval matter.
But we now know it's capped at 35 no matter what. And we now have a 25-foot buffer, which we never had before, so, okay.
Might just, so the zoning bylaw would count them at 35 feet. If the committee's intention is to grant the variance to 50 feet, then we would want to put that into the zoning
Variance as
agreement.
well.
Well, so they're capped at 35 feet because RMFS has a height limit of
Right.
35 feet. I don't know what the committee intends to do, but if the committee plans to approve the requested variance, which would allow 50 feet
Across the property,
across the RMFS.
but we're
Well,
changing that now, so you're okay with that being changed in the variance?
To what we had discussed about the 254.
Right, yeah, yeah.
So the 50 feet would apply to the 254.
That's, so, okay, so you could actually go up to a maximum of 5 stories.
Well, restrict it to 4 stories. Add the language. I'm fine with 4.
Okay, 4-story will do, okay, fine, thank you.
Just to clarify, sorry, is it within 100 feet of the north?
50 feet or.
You draw an imaginary line down the middle,
Yes.
and on the west side, that width is 254. On the east side, on the other side, that imaginary line is 100 feet.
Of the west property.
Right, and they're subject to 35-foot, the other side is subject to
50.
basically 3-story and 4-story. Let's put it that way.
So
50 feet is 4 stories.
Is it?
Yeah.
You can't get 5 stories on a 50 feet?
You would be very, very challenged.
Yeah,
low
okay.
ceiling heights.
okay.
I have no problem with what's going on right now in this meeting. I do not. Having said that, I have been hindered in the past from being in Councillor Wyatt's position right now and asking these questions as I wish, just a round robin of the amongst the including the administration and the proponents. On that basis, I'm letting anybody else here that has spoken opposition that they may speak again.
You can't do that, Counselor. That for sure you can't do.
Well, we went this
Well,
way.
no, well, because this is the applicant.
This is a rebuttal.
This is a rebuttal, and
This is rebuttal, but we go back to the administration. And when we gone to the Vancouver administration so many times here.
but we have not, Madam Clerk.
Yes, so if we go back to the administration, the applicant does have the opportunity to rebut. It doesn't mean that everybody who spoke gets an opportunity to speak again, but the applicant does have the last
Only the
right of
applicant.
speaking.
Because they have the right, because it's their application.
Only the applicant.
Correct.
Okay, because I've been warned in the past, Jason, you cannot ask questions of the administration, otherwise that's a full new thing again. In this case, it is only the application. Okay.
Whoever told you that didn't know what they were
All right,
talking about.
well, you can check this out. This is for my first term.
I don't know, is that,
And
Normally, we have questions for public service before the applicant comes up on the table
As
and
we
then
have,
they speak
as we
in
did,
rebuttal and we
as
ask
we did.
questions, but
this is part of that normalcy,
yeah.
but only at this point.
I hate normal.
It is not, we're not doing a full circuit again. All right.
no, is there anything else, Mr.?
Yeah, I think, so sorry, can I just double check with the setbacks there or the height? So it's that for the proposed RMFS residential multifamily small lot, block 5. The following building height limits shall apply, excluding projections permitted under the zoning bylaw. The maximum height of any building on the land within 254 feet of the west property line shall not exceed 35 feet. And any building on the land within.
No,
what was the-
no. You have it the other way
Oh,
around.
fifth, sorry, yeah, fifth, thank you.
Yeah.
50, so 50 feet. And then the height cap for the remaining part was
35.
35.
Right.
But the increased height cap. So 35 is the step down,
Right.
but you had mentioned you're open
There
to
is no
40.
increase height for the balance of the two, beyond the 254.
So the the 100 feet strip going north and south
Yeah.
is capped at 35 feet.
Yeah.
The 254 going north south, the west strip
Yeah.
is capped at 50.
The variance wouldn't apply for that
Right.
portion, I think is what you're saying.
Right. We'll put it in the zoning bylaw as well. Okay? Just to be safe, but anyway. Anything else you see there, Jim?
We talked about the privacy fence. So that for the proposed RMFS residential multifamily small lot, block 5, the RMFM residential multifamily medium lot, block 1, and the R1S residential single family small lot, block 4. As shown, a 6-foot tall opaque privacy fence shall be installed along the east and south property lines where abutting existing single family houses.
East and south as well. Oh, we're doing it, but I thought they have a fence back there, the townhouse.
They do. I haven't, sorry to cut that out.
Yeah,
Just
I don't think
through
we'd be doing another fence there.
Yeah.
No.
Along the east, east property lines where abutting existing single family houses on R1E residential single family lots to the satisfaction of the director of planning, property and development.
Where do I move the walkway over and all that? Is that in the?
That would be the.
Kevin, that's right. Okay, the ACG. Okay, we'll come to you in a second.
And then I guess just the last one is on that, the conversation around the buffer or lack thereof and what is happening with that. If you want to include, there could be something like that for the proposed RMFS residential multifamily small lot, block 5. The following provisions shall apply. We could say like no building shall be permitted within 10 feet of the east property line, the south property line. What have you.
Right.
I'm not sure if 10 feet is what you wanted or if 10 feet or more or less.
What are we talking about now?
I'm not sure if 10 feet was what you had,
But what are we talking about? I'm sorry, the residents were just leaving. Sorry.
oh, that's fair. There had been discussion around buffer space between the south portion of the site.
No, I don't, we're not doing that. No. Are you talking
You don't
about townhouses back on the?
No, there's no buffer there.
No. We're just having a north-south buffer strip of 25 feet. Back on the seal down, but thank you for raising that. So, was there anything else that you saw? No,
That's everything.
okay. Kevin?
I want to be clear that the public servant at the parks would not give credit for the buffer strips along the west property line.
I think that's understood because they weren't gonna give credit before anyway.
So what you're proposing here is a fairly large under dedication of about half.
Under dedication. How's that under dedicated now? That would, we were over dedicated, I thought.
Sorry, where are you, you're saying Parks is not gonna give credit here?
Parks not gonna give credit.
Well,
Really?
I need credit, I need dedication in order to get the amenities. Like, we need to be.
Yeah, no, you gotta have it. That, when you say credit, what do you mean by
So
that?
that counts as our 10%, otherwise we're gonna be penalizing.
Well, yeah, no. Well, you're not asking credit beyond 10%.
No, otherwise
Okay.
we're not gonna put the amenities in.
Well, is that in the ACG report? Where is that?
So that's in the park strategy that buffers are not credited. So,
But that's not here today.
that is here tonight.
We're in the document.
I believe it's 0.7 in plan considerations.
Oh, right, okay. Let's go through the ACG report then, if that's okay. We'll cover it all off that way.
Haven't you said that 3 times today, Counselor White? Let's go through the ACG.
Yeah. Oh, God. That's what my son always says, do I repeat myself? Anyway, Jacob, too soon.
Thank you.
Surprising.
Well, okay, so starting on Schedule B, let's start at the top. 1 and 2 was raised. This is the issue you're raising. Right? And, okay, the Parks does not support proposed dedication. But in the AC, these are the general comments. I've never seen this before in the ACG report, actually. Normally that's in the planning report. This is the ACG report, just says, okay, this is what you're.
ACG deals with public infrastructure, parks and.
It normally just says, this is the infrastructure you're building. I've never seen this before, like kind of a, this is more rhetoric, which I always see in the planning report, which they get from the parks people. I hear you, but that clause kind of throws me there.
Sorry.
I don't know.
Again, we're trying to be transparent and, make sure that everybody's on the same page, as well as put it on the public record that, the park strategy says that, and same thing with the development agreement parameters that was endorsed by council, that buffer strips are not provided, on.
But this, okay, just so I'm correct, the Schedule B, is this the development servicing report?
No.
Well, it is, because it turns into that.
Is ACG, which becomes a development agreement.
Right.
The plan considerations does minor modifications to the Mylars or legal plan of subdivision.
Okay, so what I'm gonna propose, we'll go through each one here. But I'm gonna suggest that clause one, I'm gonna move, like, one motion that will be moved ultimately, and I wanna run. I hear what you're saying, Kevin, but I think the way it reads is like, this should have been general comments section. I've never seen that before. Typically you jump right into, you know, water mains, water waste. That's the stuff that I'm used to seeing in the servicing agreement.
My apologies if I haven't put in the right area, but that does belong within the ACG.
All right.
It should have been in the general comments, and I'm sorry.
No, it's not your, no, I'm not saying anybody did anything wrong. It's just new to me, right? It's, I've never seen.
Counselor, if you turn the page to page 29, section 2.
Yeah.
0.5 is the more specific one that talks about obligated to dedicate a minimum of 10%. And then
Page 29.5, okay.
But I think all of those clauses are irrelevant.
The limit, okay. Minimum, the west liberty most. All right, well, clause 5 doesn't limit, clause 5, the way I read it, does not limit you to having a wider right of way on the westerly side.
No, what it's specifying is that that is to be the dedication, is basically all of those trees.
Oh, I see the way. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that has to be amended. Madam Clerk, I'm gonna suggest that under section 1, general comments. And number, in terms of 1, 2, and 3. That these comments be maintained but moved from the ACG report and as a subsection to the planner's report. Because that's,
We don't amend the planner's report. The planner's report is as submitted.
then I'm gonna move that we strike all of that.
We strike all of that.
Yeah, item 1, I'm gonna not move it, I'm suggesting that the motion will read that we strike all of, 1, 2, and 3.
You mean 5?
Of section 1, general comments.
Yeah. Well, the way it reads right now.
Those have no real repercussions.
Are you sure?
Well, the repercussions are in section 2, the plan consideration.
I think it's section 2, number 5.
All right, then, Madam Clerk, I'm gonna suggest that the number 5 be, the developer be obligated as part of dedication. Well, I just think that could all come out.
But they are not instructions.
They're not instructions. That's the public services point of view.
Even section 2?
If you want to, let's leave it up to Kate, but that has no repercussions on the steps after this.
I think it's 0.7. The proposed public reserve dedication north of Shade Shore Drive does not support parks interest and serves only as a buffer land. This should not be credited.
That's just that little one.
Again, that's a policy statement.
But that's saying we're not getting credit for that area.
Correct.
Correct?
He's correct.
But I want credit.
So I'm gonna say 7 be struck.
Okay, so in section 2, plan considerations, delete condition 7.
Correct.
Okay.
Are we amending?
And we amend number 5 as well.
I think we amended to the developer be obligated to dedicate a minimum of 10% of land for public park purposes.
Period.
Period.
Yes. You get rid of the rest. Under number 5, there's a period at purposes, and all right, so we're now on page. Well, water, what about going back, water and waste department, which is my proposal? For a project of this. Like, I've never read this before.
Sorry.
I've never read, not you, this is water and waste now coming in.
I'm the one who's writing, so I.
No, but I've never read water and waste coming in and saying something like blankets cloth like this, whereas for under 3, I'm talking about page 28, 3. For a project that proceeds over extended period of time, when the project progresses to further stages.
I would love to explain this.
Okay.
It has to do with the biosolids, treatment capacity.
Oh, you mean the one that they're building that they're running over budget already?
That they're building.
For the record, may I read it before you explain it? Sure. And you're starting at for a project that proceeds, that's where you want to start, Councilor White?
Number 3, bottom page 28.
You're right, for a project, you want to start up for a project that proceeds, that's what.
Sure, that's fine.
For a project that proceeds over an extended period, when the project progresses to further stages, it may experience a lack of servicing from existing city of Winnipeg municipal wastewater infrastructure, as others may use remaining capacity in the intervening time. We wish to stop there. Do we need to?
Good reading.
Use of a portion of the city's infrastructure capacity by the project is permanently assigned to a particular proposal only when a permit application has been reviewed and accepted by the Water and Waste Department. Once capacity of the wastewater system is reached, proposals to discharge additional wastewater flow into the city's wastewater system will be rejected.
I mean, that's a powerful statement.
It's a very powerful
It's
statement.
pretty deep.
So, if I may.
Yes.
It is known that both the biosolids capacity, which is regional, as well as the interceptor that fronts this site are both near capacity. This development, as it's currently planned with the current servicing report, has shown that there's capacity within that pipe.
Okay.
And that there's capacity within the biosolids.
What has shown this capacity? So
Their study. So
Their own.
they have hired
their
an
study, but they have to get their information from the city.
So they hired an engineer, a capable engineer who got their information from the city, submitted a report. It was accepted as meeting the water and waste standards.
Right.
Water and Waste confirmed that it worked.
Right.
However, we are not in control, similar to ANS Homes that that Terracon, that a developer may rezone their land and then proceed to sit on it for 20, 30 years.
But even if, let's say a year later from now, they come in and they say, well, sorry, capacity's all gone. That's technically what this is.
That is technically what that is saying. And
Well, I know a guy who's trying to put something up, he's trying to put a car wash up on Regent Avenue. And he can't get it through because they were at capacity and he's like 150 meters, not even, from the major interceptor that goes all the way in North End Treatment Plant that runs up Burn and goes up Owen there.
But that was known that he was at capacity before we purchased it.
Well, he did. Anyway.
So, again, we can't control it.
Yeah.
We would hope that.
I can't control what, sorry?
That another, so.
Let's say
if
somebody
they
else.
rezone And they sit on it for 10 years before they actually pull a building permit.
Right.
Should we sit on that excess capacity for those 10 years waiting? Or should we allow somebody who's ready to pull a building permit tomorrow?
Okay.
So
So what's driving this? Is this the room in the pipe or the room at the plant? What's the driving?
This one is a double-edged sword where it's both the room and the interceptor fronting their site.
And the room at the other.
And the eventual room where you got your biosolids capacity of 60 to 70,000 population equivalent over three major.
If I can just add a couple of comments, Counselor, when we did this original first phase, we had conducted a servicing report that also incorporated these lands that are here today. In addition, we've had follow-up conversations via our consulting engineer with Water and Waste to confirm that there is in fact capacity. Where I have say problem with this clause, Kevin, I totally respect and hear what you're saying of what it is saying. I have a problem that should these lands be developed, to me, that is, say, parking and taking the capacity. Not necessarily, okay, well, it's a first come, first serve, it's a race to the finish line. To me, it's, you have approval, you've eaten up that capacity.
Well, and the issue is that it's a bit of a, it's almost like the lawyers, right? They put in a clause just, right? It's like, and well, we did tell you, right? And it's like,
So you have
I
a
mean-
different interpretation, is what you're saying?
He has a different goalpost. He says that once we get the approval for the development.
It's already
rezoning,
said, it's
that
already
it should be
signed.
wrong. Whereas Waterways is saying.
Approval should mean approval, not.
well, that's just it. I mean, if you get approved by council, then Water and Waste Department should be locking in.
I would think so.
And guess what? The next guy coming along, too bad.
Should be told no, not.
Right.
If you get it done faster than this person, then it's yours.
Okay, so.
Well, and so in other words, it should be triggered based on the council approval, not being triggered based on when they pull a permit. This is what they're trying to say.
I think that's wrong.
Right, okay.
Okay, so
How
would
do
you
we
like
do
to
that?
delete Condition 3 from section 1.
No, I just think we
Read
dropped the
this.
word permit.
Again,
I see, it doesn't sound like a condition, it sounds like these are the rules.
This is a warning. This is a warning.
This is a warning.
Yeah, but it's a warning based on their rules that they're inventing. Who said that they block, they can say that it's at the permit application stage?
Yeah.
Council is supreme. Council has now made a decision on this application. I always have been told your council is supreme. And if it is, then technically it's when council votes on the rezoning, not when they're pulling the
In the
permit.
meantime, this is what the administration.
Well, no, and that's why we gotta amend this.
Okay.
We gotta send a message back to Water and Waste that we're the ones writing the policy, not them.
Well, all right, but even with council agreeing, let's say, it's still, therefore, they agree, therefore the capacity is held in the bay and it's it's an assigned indefinitely.
Well, yes, and
Definitely.
like, okay, let me put it this
Try
way.
to tell the other councils that we're gonna have debate on that.
Well, no, let me put it to you this way, Counselor. I would suggest Water and Waste is acting as an outlier. In other words, every other department gets circulated on applications. Every other department has an opportunity to have input to the application. Every planning department, transit, everybody. Okay? And then they come to the table and say, this is what we need in the ACG, and it's voted up or down or whatever, and whatever council approves, and then it's done. Water and Waste is basically saying, I don't care what council decides. We're gonna do what we wanna do, because we have the right to override council, and that's wrong.
I see what you're saying. I do see
Yeah.
what you're saying.
They don't have a right to do
Fine,
this.
but regardless, we have to resolve this for.
Well, I agree, we gotta
For the sake of this development hearing.
Well, and not only that, I don't want them writing this at other communities as well.
That's true, but in the immediacy, the proponents deserve clarity.
Well, we should strike the whole damn clause then, number 3.
But how do you know 3 is as a clause of this, how do we know that's not the administrative? We can start striking it, it's like saying, well, the moon's gonna rise.
Well, no, we're signaling to Water and Waste that the days of them.
When you give me my stuff, I'll get you your.
I know.
Just to clarify, move on from this, if you'd like to delete condition 3.
Gentlemen, I need your attention here. So, no, it's okay. So number 3 is my sense, where Councillor Schreier and I are saying is, look, we have to send a signal to Water and Waste. I'm concerned these clauses are gonna show up in other meetings and other, like, at the end of the day, I guess what's happening in Winnipeg, we've had all this development and the system is getting to a certain point. And, for a long time, Water and Waste said, okay, subject to, they were already kind of skirting council, right? They'd say, subject to you hiring an engineer, you gotta bring a report in when the time comes. And that was okay when we had capacity, right? It's been working. But now we're hitting the rivers, hitting the road, running out of that capacity. And now they've revised it a bit. So they're making it a little more tougher, right? It's not just go hire a consultant and then we approve it, but no, we're saying, well, you know what, if you go to get your permit application and the capacity's gone, you can hire all the consultants you want, right?
And that's my concern, this hearing and these proponents for this very important development needs and deserves, I'm not sure which one's more important, clarity.
Well, and I wanna send a message
Where
to council.
are we at?
I just want to be clear that I can come up with examples back from 2013, similar wording that actually played out where they sat on their development for 10 years.
Yeah.
And when they did come forward, there wasn't capacity. And
You're saying that this
is not a new thing.
Okay.
This is something that Water Waste has been saying in situations. The problem
Well, I know
is
you were there before.
that we're hitting more and more of these walls. And that's just reality.
All right, So it's a warning, but it's not necessarily gonna happen.
I would like to think that Water and Waste will do their best efforts that.
Well, I'm gonna
As long
add-
as the developer's moving.
I'm gonna
I
add, I'm not gonna
anticipate
strike,
an issue.
I won't strike the clause then, Kevin, I'm gonna add it to the clause. And I'm gonna add the following wording. To be added at the end of the clause, and that is, and that it is recognized. That when a subdivision application is approved. With the said attached Schedule B. That council has the final say on this.
I'm not gonna dispute that. It's.
And I'm
Is
keeping
that-
the
is that-
clauses
is
in,
that
the warning
clarity?
is there.
Does that offer clarity? Does that
Well,
offer
I think it's
clarity
gonna set up
to
a
this
bit of a
development?
debate in the future.
Does
but
that offer
anyway.
clarity to these?
No, there's
developing
nothing clear about it, but that's the situation.
Well,
We're talking about
I
wastewater.
think you need to, I think council needs to,
So I want that added in,
no, I can see, but having said that, you know, the point of it being raised. 10 years is a long time, it's happened, what about a timeline, what about a?
no, but I wanna
a
also
limit?
say the decision is clear. What we're zoning here is clear, the rezoning.
All right, as long as it's clear, because whether you agree or not, because clarity is utmost important when you're dealing with gigantic, gargantuan developments like this. Can you
Well, it's not
imagine,
that big.
all of a sudden they're not entitled to the, like, oh my god.
They're getting smaller because we're running out of land. Okay, I have to send a message to my.
And what if it's the last straw that breaks the camel's back, all of a sudden there's one tiny development, they move quick. Well, now that the end of this development, they can only do 90% of their.
So we got that, great.
Yep.
Thank you. I won't remember it again, so,
This is important though.
so section 2. Number 1 is fine, control strip, let's just go through this quickly here. Length of the plant area abutting Shady Shores. What's the control strip for?
The control strip was there to ensure that the developer would get.
I understand, okay. Number 2. Well, okay, the public walk, is this the sidewalk? Is that what they mean by public walk?
So, a pathway between two right of ways is classified as a public way.
So what public walk are they talking about here?
The mid-block walk that connects to the existing.
Okay, but they'll up, so I'm amending this, that this has to be amended to show that up and to. And stopping at the new north-south road.
The public walk is just that short piece that connects the.
Are we connecting Shady Shore Drive West into Waterside?
Well, this is what I'm talking about now, section 2, number 2.
Okay. I thought
We're talking the mid-block path that connects.
That one.
Right there, so because the other one adjacent to it is an open right of way already, it is a public walk.
It is.
Was that, all right, is that where we're driving, that's fine. Okay, so 2 is fine. 3, the developer shall at no expense to city legally open a public road. As a local resident conceptually as shown on the attached as determined, what was that referring to?
So this is the road that Matt was referencing on the south limit that connects Shady Shore west.
Which road?
North of the forest. Directly north of the forest.
The one that's showing now. All right, so that's fine.
It's not on their plan, it's being amended into their plan.
Oh, the proposed.
Oh,
Or this.
Here.
okay, so clause, okay, so we gotta strike that one. We're not doing that. We already have one entrance in, I don't need another.
If we're striking that, the public service would request that we do an AT path.
That's fine. Is that fine?
Yes.
Okay. So number 3 is struck to replace to be AT path. Oh God, it's now gonna dead end.
Sorry, open a public walk.
Well, it's got, okay, can you go back to the map, Brandon, which shows the park and everything, you know, the interaction of the land? Oh, yes, okay. So there's already is there a sidewalk at the, okay, there's already a street there, so it'll go right into the street.
Yeah, sorry, I was confused.
Okay.
My mistake, they applied and we advertised as it being a public walk and we're asking for a minute. So there's already a public walk, we don't have to add it.
Oh,
I consider it.
so we don't have to take 3 out?
Sorry, if you want to get rid of the road, what are we talking about 3?
Section 2, number 3.
Section 2, number.
Oh, we moved on from there.
We're talking about a local street. I thought you were saying.
You want to delete the road?
Yeah, so we gotta
have to
delete it and replace it with,
I don't think we have to replace it. I think we advertise it as a public walk because that's what they applied for.
okay, so 3 is gone.
It is a public walk. As advertised.
But three talks about the public road, not the public walk.
I think just strike three.
That's right. So three's gone. Public walks contain pathways or, but you're replacing, don't we have to put the wording in that there be an AT path there?
Number 4 covers it.
Okay, public walks contain pathways are established in the right of way with okay, very good.
Sorry, I actually just want to look at my notes quick.
Well, hold on. And we gotta amend number 4 because we're removing that obligation. Is that a right of way? No, it's not. That's not 8 meters, right? That section we're moving over to the other side?
So public walks are classified as right of ways, but they're not.
Okay, so that's getting an AT path, but the other side, Kevin, where we had the walkway going from the north-south road to Plessy, that's not considered a right of way. The midsection one.
The midsection would be considered a public walk, which is also an open right of way.
We have to strike that.
Oh, so we gotta, all right, well, we'll just say, we'll amend it to say, to be applied to satisfy the direction. Other than the exemption being that one site.
Which site?
This one. So this one here, so I'm talking this walkway.
You're deleting that one, I thought.
Yes, but this, the way that reads, it makes this required.
No,
Oh,
because you're deleting the pathway, that one evaporates.
Where's the deletion?
That's coming up.
Okay. All right, well, I wanna we gotta get the AC, but we also gotta get the ACG that this is going from here to over here, right?
That has to go into the section for servicing considerations under the parks.
Okay, let's get to that.
So it's way down. It's
all right, let's keep going.
Last clause in here.
So number 5, we've already said is gone, right?
Oh, we've amended it.
Be off, right, up to the word purposes, yeah, thank you. Number 6, the walkway connecting to Shady Shores Drive West
That should be struck.
is open as a right of way and not credited as a public reserve. Where was that about? Where is that?
I think that is talking exactly what we had said, that we're proposing this as a public walk.
Yes.
Right? Not a road opening. The ask was for a road opening, and it's basically stating it again that it's not gonna be opened and credited, so I think.
Okay, so number 6 we're striking. Yeah. What are we gonna be, yes, Kevin?
It meets the classification of a public walk, not a park.
But you're putting in the AP path there now.
Yeah, and an AT path goes in a public walk if it connects 2 right of ways.
Okay.
This connects 2 right of ways there.
Oh, the walkway connecting is open as a right of way and not credited as a public.
Well, then I think we should take away and not credited.
Right, I agree. So we stop.
Not credited is just for clarification, like.
Let's get rid of that. I don't like that. It's like, the walkway connecting to Shady Shores Drive West is opened as a right of way, period.
Yeah, you're not credited as a public reserve.
Right.
That's not needed.
No, I mean, anyway, okay, 7.
That's fine. What say you of that? You're not getting any credit. That's the terminology I'm using.
The proposed public reserve dedication north of Shady Shores Drive is not, I'm reading 7 now.
We struck that one.
Right, okay. The land,
Pardon me?
that's being struck as well. Okay, yeah, that's that big north-south corridor, okay. I'm going number 3 now, section 3. All right, 1 is fine, 2. 2 is typical.
Yep.
3.
Yep.
Yeah, section 4, Roman number 4. That one is fine. 2 is the one you mentioned about wastewater sewers, 2A.
Yeah, it's more that first sentence that the water and waste department's preliminary assessment indicate there will be constraints in wastewater servicing capacity for servicing this proposal. I would just strike that sentence.
Well, this kind of ties into that discussion we had earlier, right? With the warning.
This one can be deleted.
All right, we'll delete. So delete clause 2A and have clause 2B and C amended accordingly.
2A first sentence.
Oh, right. So 2A first sentence, which is a long one. So you're keeping where it starts paragraph 2 will need to consider?
The study in section 2 will need to consider.
Oh, yes, the study in section 2 will need.
How can you take
Section
2A
3.
out? It's not I thought that's just the reality of life, I thought. How can you scratch it?
That sentence, was, sorry, we were confused. That's all.
That's okay.
It-
It happens.
It's rectified. We discussed it with the developer. We got the right densities. They plug in.
Okay.
The assessment no longer indicates that the capacity will be hit.
So this
with a number of units.
So therefore, we're talking the whole second sentence of the first paragraph of section
not sure of
28 is irrelevant.
We were not sure of the densities that they were applying for. We were not sure of the unit counts.
Okay. So, okay, let's just get through this. So number 2A.
Well, I need clarification.
All right, Councillor Carroll, go ahead.
Okay.
Look, I mean, this is
Sure.
how often I read that part out. You told me to, and I read it out.
So the example I would say here is that
That was a good point.
based on their application, we assumed they were going for 600 units. They're not, they're going for 450. 450 fits in the pipe. Therefore, this sentence is no longer true.
Of section 4(2)(a). Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
So number 2A is gonna be reworded by striking the first sentence.
Yeah.
I got-
The first sentence or the first section?
No, just the first sentence.
Just the first sentence of 2A.
And then we go on to everything else, other clauses are fine. 3C though.
Yeah. Okay.
3C, the government required to construct or pay for that will be struck.
Struck.
Yeah. 3C is gone. 4A.
Standard.
Okay. So 4 is fine. Any issues there with 4, Mr. Glavin? No. 5, lot grading.
Standard.
Okay. Plessy Road. Now, this is where the pork chop thing comes in, right?
No.
No?
No. The public service request that we amended to include, item 5 or B, land drainage sewer, in which would be to enable the improvement of the road.
Let me read this. The developer shall pay to the city. So they're gonna have the sidewalks going in. What sidewalk?
The sidewalk is in.
No, it's an asphalt sidewalk, right?
As per the development agreement parameters, you pay for your fronting roads.
Okay.
For an arterial street, it is this. Including a land drain.
Oh, so this is just a little doohickeys coming out.
This is just a little doohickey.
Okay, I thought it was a whole damn, let's see, okay.
Just a little part.
So that, all right, so that, you're fine with that?
That's part of the.
It's part of the parameters, okay, 7. Well, you know what, I'm making Qualico go asphalt, but anyway, I wanna go asphalt. What are your thoughts
As
on
opposed
that,
to
Matt?
what?
Concrete.
We have done asphalt roads in other jurisdictions.
You guys have done quite, what, you did cheap maintenance?
I'm a fan of asphalt roads, understanding we do have to adhere to the city of Winnipeg standards, as is per the parameters.
Okay, let's do it this way. Can we add a clause C that says something to the effect that in the event it can be demonstrated to the city that an asphalt standard roadway could be designed to the satisfaction of the director, that this should be considered.
I'm open to it.
Okay.
I would just like to mention that an asphalt standard can certainly be designed. However, the city does not have the
machines to fix them.
The resources in place to ensure that the standard is met during construction for asphalt.
Why not have what to ensure standards?
Are you kidding me? That's what Public Works is saying.
This is one of many reasons, but this is a very large reason. In that.
This is a brand new one. I haven't heard this one yet. This is good. Are you kidding me?
I'm not kidding.
Oh. Hold on. When I was in my other life, feels like a long time ago now, working for Santa Fe, I know the city came in with a bold change on the, the underground, all of the, what do they call that? The subsurface requirements now were raised, all the requirements are raised. But you're saying they don't have the inspectors go out during the course of construction to make sure it's done?
I think there's multiple issues here. And I think to change the spec on a local road at this level for an individual development agreement is not the appropriate way forward.
Problem with that, I agree with you, Kevin, but I've been asking for a full,
What is not the appropriate way forward?
doing a one-off.
Doing one-offs.
And I'm saying to you, for 20 years, I've been calling for public works, and they are saying, we agree, there's a way we should go.
SPC?
Well, yeah, and I've been demanding it, and Jim is like, get into that. Anyway, no, I want us to start to do this. And if we don't do one-offs, it's never gonna happen, because we're not doing it as a policy piece for the city. We're building all these damn concrete roads still that we can't maintain.
So to give you an example, asphalt is much more, it's a flexible pavement. It's much more dependent upon the base underneath it.
Yes.
Currently, with concrete and development, we have issues with some developers installing substandard base, and we have no ability to fully check the proctors before the concrete goes down.
So you're basically what you're telling.
We can't afford supervisors, we can't afford.
So what they're saying is that we've cut our internally so much that we can't do what any city of our size across Canada does automatically, which is to enforce their own standards when it comes to development, because they are installing asphalt roads, by the way, Calgary everywhere.
100%, but this is a technical conversation that I think is best left with the department.
But it doesn't get resolved. They don't care. Did I say that out loud? Anyway, so 7.
Can we move a motion and an addendum after this?
Yeah, you can move a motion on the
No,
SPC Public Works.
No, and I've tried that, and it's like,
Unless
it's in Janice Lutz's work, doesn't give a damn. So anyway, 7, I'm putting 7C. That, what did I say, Kate? Did you
In
get?
the event an asphalt roadway can be constructed to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works, it should be considered.
Sure.
Very good, thank you.
Sorry.
And hopefully we get, I know your company is very good in being innovative and looking at new concepts, so maybe we can strike something here. Anyway, number 8, sidewalks.
Would request you strike by 100 millimeter thick.
Why, that's always in there.
Because we're gonna be doing back to curb sidewalk on portions. The standard is 150 for the back of curb. The way it's written now, it can accommodate the back of curb, but the 100.
It's not deep enough?
The concrete goes thicker when it's right back to the curb because it needs to be more.
Okay, any issue with that, Mr. Glavin?
No.
All right. So, the 1.5 meter wall, just Portland concrete cement is what you want.
And the standard will be the standard,
Okay. So we're striking the words by 100 meter thick.
100 millimeter, yes.
I'm sorry, 100 millimeters.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be pretty thick. The developer shall construct all sidewalks concurrently with the pavement with which they share the right of way. What, that's standard? Developer shall, snow storage easements.
Back to curb sidewalks require snow storage easements.
Okay. That's good, you've got all accommodated here. All right. Yeah, fencing, bollards, good.
Where are we at now?
We're on 9B.
9B.
Developers permit the city to file a caveat against the title. Okay, that's fine. Okay, number 10, we're striking. That's where the pork chop design comes in, or where does it come in? We talked about this earlier, Kevin.
Yeah, no, I'm well aware.
What are your thoughts?
Your goal is to limit them to a right in, right out.
Right.
Let's just write that.
Okay. So Kate, this gets struck, and it's replaced with the developer shall pay and install.
Shall construct.
Right
in, right out.
Right in, right out with the pork chop design. We'll call it that. I like that. Pork chop. I'm just making me hungry. And to the satisfaction of the director of public works for the Plessy Road intersection, proposed east-west road. Yeah. Will we get that there? 11, private approaches.
I don't believe they have any single family space in
What do you mean? They're all private approaches.
it's just a one north road.
Oh, I
It's a
see.
little slip.
Okay.
So I don't think that's.
12 is standard, 12B is standard, 12, 13. Okay, boulevard standard, signage is standard. Yes. Street names are standard, fencing. All right, well, that issue came up as well, 17A. What do we got there? What was it? 17A came up about, you wanted, there was no fencing on the western side of that southern RMFS.
I didn't want fencing abutting the areas that were the trees. So.
All right, so number 17, I agree. I don't think that's a big issue. 17, I disagree. We agree to disagree with Stephanie, but anyway, 17A struck and B becomes A.
Can we leave, and exempt the multifamily?
What do you mean?
Can we leave 17A?
Yeah.
But exempt.
Jerry! What the hell was that?
Somebody left their mic on. Can we exempt the RMFS or lots?
They're listening in on our meeting and taping us. Fast.
No, it's still the people who participated in the public hearing are still in the hearing.
Oh, but why are they muted?
They are, but.
Why don't we just say, Kevin,
Well, he should be able to do that. We should control that.
Well.
Why don't we just exempt blocks 5?
We just say exclusive
here and here, because then it also takes care of that one.
Well, I'm just gonna block 5, right?
Yeah, but there's.
No, they're out of it. We're closed. Their delegations are done.
Yeah, but we don't want them to go from the hearing.
Oh,
If they were in the gallery, they'd be allowed.
that's crazy.
We can't mute them.
No, they are muted. He just unmuted himself accidentally.
So
Let's just exempt block 5 and then put for block 5 bullards if you to delineate the property line.
Block 5 is what?
The south multifamily.
Okay, so are you fine, like,
Sure.
all right, so we're gonna put bullards along there instead of fence. And bullards last a lot longer than fence, by the way.
So what's the language here?
We're gonna say that provide continuous bullards instead of continuous open style.
Let's just work on A first.
That's what I'm talking about.
So let's just exempt block 5.
Which number A?
Okay.
17A.
17A.
Okay.
Fencing, actually.
And that instead of block 5, it'd be bullards.
And then for block 5, we'll write a similar clause.
Okay.
For block 5, we will have bullards.
Okay, very good.
So copy and paste A, but only for block 5.
Very good. So pay a caveat.
Does that make sense?
I need the technical language. So for 17, I know.
You want me to write it?
No, I can. The developer shall no expense the city provide continuous open style fencing within the developer owned land for properties abutting the public reserve, exempting block 5.
Yes.
Okay.
Good, excellent. So B is fine, 18 is a standard
Sorry,
utility.
I would like to add a new B and then we'll.
Okay, very good, carry on.
Okay.
So for 17B, the developer shall at no expense of the city provide bullards to delineate property lines along block 5 in the public reserve lands. As determined and by to the satisfaction.
On the western side of block 5.
The block 5 only has one border with public reserve lands.
Oh, right. Okay. The buffer is not considered public reserve, the new one we created, the 25-foot one?
That's why we kept 17A.
Okay.
Sorry, Kevin, can you repeat the last part of that?
The developer shall at no expense to the city provide bullards to delineate the property between block 5 and the public reserve lands, comma, as determined by and to the satisfaction of the director of public works.
The ease and fluidity with which he smiths that out.
He's engineering.
It shows that it is not a newbie that asks for a newbie.
I can almost drive a train.
He's engineer.
And then rename the obviously.
That's what you hear from the old guys in Transco. Anyway, so 17, okay, I wanna make sure the fence along that side where the residents were here earlier gets accommodated here. Oh, that's right, it comes back to you, right? Okay, good. Boy, you guys are smart. Okay, so 18 is fine. 19 is fine. 20 is standard. 21.
21, we will need to add FG. We'll have to add a G clause. The developer agrees to construct a pathway within the public reserve located at.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Kevin. The park that we're talking about, and that will be
located at 225 Chevy Drive West.
Okay, you got that?
From the existing terminus to the Shady George Drive West as determined by.
Right, the satisfaction of the director of public works. Okay, good.
Can
Well,
you send me that one?
I haven't written it, I just said it.
Okay.
But I certainly can.
So with the new clause G, is that, so not, and where are we eliminating the walkway that was on the other side there? Where's that being done? Cause is that in here?
We'll need a minute to make sure that we delete.
Yeah. Cause we're flipping one for the other, right? So. And we're almost done. Yes. Not that I don't enjoy all your company. But I do miss my dog and it's getting dark early now. It's kind of sad how it gets dark.
Do we arrive at asphalt or gravel?
We could be done.
Sorry, go ahead. Everything.
Sorry,
So,
Kevin.
Kevin?
Did we arrive at whether or not we were?
It's gonna be asphalt, cause the other one was gonna be asphalt. But basically, we're flipping one for the other, so. Oh, you're typing it out for Kate, there you go. Okay. All right,
Thank you, Kim.
and I think the other ones are straightforward enough. So we went through the ACG, Mr. Chairperson.
Yes.
And we happen to now amend the zoning agreement. Is there anything there that we gotta catch?
Yes.
Yeah. I sent over the proposed new conditions. Sorry, just one moment.
Oh, wonderful, thank you.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
good.
What is good, sorry?
The wording.
That's right. So,
Great.
I don't know. It depends on, so I said you two options depending on what they decide to go with. But the conditions are, as we discussed, that the proposed RMFS block, the following building height limit shall apply, excluding projections permitted under the zoning bylaw. The maximum height of any building on the land within 50 feet of the west property line shall not exceed 35 feet, 10.668 meters. That for the proposed RMFS residential multifamily small block, if there's an M block or if there's not an M block, it would apply to that. And for the R1S residential single family small block, as shown on the map, that a 6-foot tall opaque privacy fence shall be installed along the east property lines where abutting existing single family houses on R1E residential single family estate lots. And it's just worded.
That a 25-foot buffer, where do you have that?
I thought we can only do so in the zoning agreement, we can only do a setback.
Well, no, the buffer's gotta be somewhere. It's gotta be either in the zoning agreement or in the ACG, but I don't know.
Do it as a setback. Why would you not do it as a setback?
All right, I have no issue with that. That's the same thing. Setback buffer, let's call it that.
Well,
So then
it allows them to have property and it's.
That's fine. All right, so 25-foot setback for the purpose of a buffer. I wanna make sure that's in there, right?
Right, I will add that back in.
Okay,
Is that
running north-south.
building to this property line?
Yeah,
So
when I was-
10 feet, 25 feet, did you say?
25.
And
25
just the, okay. And just the east property line, correct?
Along the RMFS eastern property line, a 25-foot buffer be installed with the fence on the property line of the private property owners and the applicant's land, right?
The fence could probably just be left out.
Well, the fence is a separate clause.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, do you have that already or do you want to resend that to you?
Nope, I've got it.
You got it.
And we're not doing it for the south property line, it's just the east property line, right?
That's right.
Right, just the side, yeah. And do you have the clause in there about the 254 versus the 100, you know, we went through that?
Yes.
We got that one, okay. So 100 feet is 335 feet. The 254 side, the western side of that RMFS is 50 feet. Right?
Yeah, and it's just that excluding projections permitted under the zoning bylaw, the maximum height of any building on the land within 50 feet of the west property line shall not exceed 35 feet. The other component
rests on whether or not the committee approves the variance, the 50-foot variance.
Do we have to amend that?
No, like if the committee is intending to approve that 50-foot variance, then nothing needs to be done for this.
No, but I want the variance to be consistent with what we're doing here in terms of this.
It would be, so it'll say for the RMFS lot, 50 feet across it is okay, but then in the zoning agreement, there's a 35-foot height cap for the 50 westerly feet.
Okay.
And so it limited a little bit.
Okay, fine.
And then probably just worth noting that there's also the hydro conditions, which will further limit, they're in the zoning agreement, and they further limit.
That's not our issue.
Yeah, exactly, but.
Curb and gutter, should that be in the zoning agreement as well? The sidewalk, the curb to gutter sidewalk.
The back of curb sidewalk?
Yeah, that's right.
It is covered, it is accommodated.
I just want to toughen that up because can we put it in the zoning agreement as well?
Again, it's public infrastructure, so it belongs in the ACG.
Okay.
It belongs in the development.
Okay, that's all. Okay, perfect.
I don't anticipate an issue. We've written it to accommodate.
Well, you wrote it that way, it looks like. Yeah, no, okay, fair enough. I was just covering my notes. Okay, I don't know. Is there anything else, guys?
Kate, we need to delete section 2, clause 2.
Where was this? What was that about, Kevin?
That's that public.
Oh, that's that one we're moving. Okay, so yeah, okay.
Okay.
good.
I'm just gonna read these back out to make sure we haven't missed anything.
No.
No, I'm gonna do this quickly. I just wanna make sure that everything.
Yeah, no, I'm just jazzing a record.
Okay, so we'll start with the ACG amendments. So that is actually an amendment to Public Service Recommendations 1B. So we are making the following amendments to the ACG. In section 1, general comments, add the following wording at the end of the paragraph that it's recognized that when a DAS application is approved, that council has the final approving authority. In section 2, plan considerations, we're deleting clause 2 in its entirety, deleting clause 3 in its entirety, amending condition 5 by deleting all the words after park purposes. We're amending condition 6 by deleting the words "and not credited as public reserve."
We're not deleting all of clause 5.
No, amend condition 5 by deleting
Okay,
all
I'm
the
sorry,
words
I
after park
apologize,
purposes.
okay. Go ahead.
And then amend condition 6 by deleting the words "and not credited as public reserve."
Right.
Delete condition 7 in its entirety.
Okay.
And then in section 4, servicing conditions, we're amending condition 2A by deleting the words "the water and waste department's preliminary assessment indicated there will be constraints in wastewater sewer capacity for servicing the proposal." Deleting condition 3C in its entirety.
Correct.
Adding the following new condition 6V, land drainage sewer. In condition 7A, delete the words "by 100 millimeters thick." Add the following new condition 7C in the event.
No, was that 8?
that's-
8 that was 8A.
8A,
8A, yeah.
not 7.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, 8A.
By 100 millimeters thick was 8A.
8A, yeah, the other one is the road.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good catch.
All right, I'll move that down after. Add the following new condition 7C. In the event an asphalt roadway can be constructed to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works, it should be considered.
Right on.
Amend. This one might be something that Kevin and I had come up with before, so I'm not actually sure if the committee wants to do this. Amend condition 10 by adding the following paragraph. This condition is deemed satisfied if the Transcona South secondary plan for the adjacent area to the east does not identify a purpose does not identify or propose a.
I believe Councillor Wyatt has indicated he would like to delete the entire clause.
This is 10?
And add a new 10.
Pork chop.
That has to do with the pork chop.
Yes.
So would you leave in that pork chop with this pork chop already?
So my amendment, there's no point on
I
that.
know what I'm gonna get for supper now. Go to Kosovo.
Oh, right, yeah, underneath that, I had eastern connection on Plessis would be restricted to right in, right out design using pork chop. The developer shall pay and construct the Plessis Road intersection pork chop design on the east-west road to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works. That makes sense.
As determined by and to the satisfaction.
There you go. Very good.
Amend condition 17A. This one is exempting block 5. So we're adding the words exempting block 5. Add the following new condition 17B. The developer shall at no expense to the city provide bollards to delineate the property between block 5 and the public reserves lands as determined by and to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works.
Rename 17B to C.
Right.
17B becomes.
I could also just give this one 17C.
I would prefer B, or that the caveat is the final one because it applies to both.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, actually, we should amend it that it's fence / bullards. So 17B should have we should add, after fence, we should add / bullards.
The original 17B or the new
The
17?
original 17B.
Okay. So
Should be renamed to C, and the developer shall permit the city to file a caveat against the title of each such.
Right, because they gotta be on, whether it be a fence or bullards, yeah.
To maintain and or repair / replace the fence / bullards as originally constructed.
I don't know how we're gonna do that, we don't have force it, but it's like.
You know, yeah, that goes into so that allows us to put it into the zoning.
Okay, that's good, it's good. Need more staff.
And then you would need to add that to the zoning agreement as well. The bullards to the fence clause.
Okay, so in the old 17B, new 17C, add the words / bollards after fence. Add the following new condition 21G. The developer agrees to construct an asphalt pathway in the existing public reserve located at 225 Shady Shore Drive West from its existing terminus to Shady Shore Drive West, approximately 125 meters as determined by and to the satisfaction of the.
Well, and I would say an asphalt pathway, that's the equivalent of the existing asphalt pathway to it. That's there now. Like,
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna stray from that.
okay, I just don't know, I
You're
don't
right,
wanna,
like, you're right, and
typically we say the width.
I don't know what the width is, and I think we just keep it.
All right, to the standard of the existing pathway.
Sure.
Existing, sure. That is already in place.
The standard of the existing pathway.
Well, I think it's there now, isn't it, you guys?
There's an existing pathway
Yeah.
and dead ends. So
Okay.
Right,
Great. I'll change that to the developer agrees to construct an asphalt pathway to the standard of the existing pathway in the existing public reserve located at.
well, it's not the
width.
existing public reserve.
What's that?
Can we say the width instead of the standard?
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
But I don't think it's located in the existing public reserve.
It's located within the existing public reserve.
It is?
Yes.
Okay, all right, fine.
Great. That is it for the amendments to the ACG, and then we get into the zoning agreement amendments. So we're gonna be amending recommendation 2A by adding new clause 4. For the proposed RMFS residential multifamily small lot block 5 is shown on the map dated June 24th, 2024, and attaches schedule B to this report. The following provision shall apply. No buildings shall be permitted within 25 feet of the east property line. New recommendation 5, that for the proposed RMFS residential multifamily small lot as shown on the map dated June 24th, blah, 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 the following building heights shall.
Sorry, before you get, sorry, I'm stopping you, Kate, what? Okay, I'm a little confused, this buffer is 25 feet. Now, we're not asking for the land to be dedicated. Now, typically though, under zoning requirements, if they're putting up a multiple story building there, they're gonna be having a buffer anyway. Under the zoning bylaw, what is that?
I believe it'd be for RMFS, I think it's 4 feet.
Oh, really?
So that's.
Okay, so you could have put up a 3-story building 4 feet away from the back property line before.
It depends on how they,
Well,
this is a little bit complicated because it depends on how zoning determines the rear property line and the front property line. And because my understanding is that this will be further subdivided at a future point, we don't actually know exactly where the side property lines are at this point because it's just a block.
well, what would be let's say it's a side property line, what would that be then?
4 feet.
And if it's a back property line?
20 feet.
20 feet.
Yeah, or 25. Let me just double check that.
I imagine it would be a back because this thing runs north-south.
I don't think it's.
No?
Side,
Is it fronts?
so we're increasing that side yard from 4 feet to 25.
Okay. So technically, you would be building right on the 25 foot. Probably.
Probably.
Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you.
The following building heights shall apply. that excluding projections permitted under the zoning bylaw, the maximum height of any building on the land within 254 feet of the west property line shall not exceed 50 feet. That excluding projections permitted under the zoning bylaw, the maximum height of any building on the land located within 100 feet of the, should that be east property line?
That's right.
I think I sent you a, it's the last one I sent you at 6:49.
Oh, no,
Sorry, I should have flagged that for you.
no, that's my fault, sorry. Okay, so. Because the other one you already are permitted to 50 feet if you get the variance, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
So then, sorry, strike what I just said, that excluding projections permitted on the zoning bylaw, the maximum height of any building on the land within 50 feet of the west property line shall not exceed 35 feet. Okay. That for the proposed RMFS multifamily small lot block 5, RMFM residential multifamily medium block lot block 1, and R1S residential single family lot small lot block 4. A 6-foot tall opaque privacy fence shall be installed along the east property lines where abutting existing single-family houses on R1E residential single-family estate lots to the satisfaction of the Director of Planning.
Well, I just want to make sure all the zoning is the same along those, we're not, like, you're being so specific there. The zoning is the same along those homes backing on that side?
It is, yeah.
Okay, good. So that's fine. Okay.
That is it for the zoning agreement amendments.
Yeah.
Those were variants.
Hey?
Little variants.
I believe what the committee wants to do is give the applicant what they've applied for. And give them
These changes.
the 50 meters or the 50 feet instead of 35 feet,
Correct on that.
other than where it's limited to 35 feet as per the zoning agreement.
That's correct. Okay, I don't have any other questions for your follow-up. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
In there already, right?
Nothing further.
I know you already.
No, you're fine with the proposed changes? Okay. I need to take a quick washroom break. I apologize.
But one other thing,
Diuretic pills that I take.
It's
bowlers.
I'll run here and I'm coming back out.
You realize some of us have been in here for
Yeah.
Fine.
over 10 hours.
Well, you know what? It's good.
And thank you. Take a quick break. All right, and we return from a break to the hearing portion of the East Coast Transcon Committee meeting. It's Wednesday, November 4th, 2024. And it is 7:28 PM. And where are we at this point? Clerk McMillan.
Motions.
Motions.
All right.
So I'm gonna move that the Winnipeg Public Service, and this is number 9.
If you
Report
could just
9.
excuse me a moment, we're on number 9, right?
I'm gonna move that the Winnipeg Public Service report be taken as read.
Hold on a moment. All right,
Page 9.
Motion carries.
I'm gonna move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
Motion carries.
I'm gonna move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in as amended and forwarded on to the Standing Committee of Property Development, which we already know the amendments.
Any further clarification from the clerk on that?
No, just to clarify, those are all the amendments that I just read out. So if anyone's watching.
Okay, enough.
And supporting reasons, number 1, this is infill land in the city of Winnipeg. 2, it's consistent with Plan Winnipeg. 3, the developer went through extensive public consultation in the community, which was appreciated. 4, we had a very productive 2 hearing meetings, engaging with local residents and the applicant. And I think common ground was found a number of issues and addressed local concerns without jeopardizing the need to find housing in the city. And number 6 is the need to find housing in the city is large, specifically with the mayor's challenge for 8,000 homes by, even though we should be building affordable homes. You know, that's the bigger issue, but 8,000 homes by November. That this gives number 9, this gives, I think it's 9, gives us predictability in terms of what the land use on this land would be in the future. It is located near industrial lands to the north and south. And it resolves a lot of longstanding issues with pertaining to uncertainty of what will be developed here, especially in terms of densities. Densities in the future are only going to go up. Pressure will be only to go up more on density, and therefore it's actually in the residents' best interest to have this mattered out now. I will also add.
We amalgamate with St. Paul and Springfield.
Yeah, before we secede, before we de-link, because they said in Montreal, and demerge. And then I would also add that this improves the existing public amenities, namely the interconnectivity of sidewalks and active transportation. This provides residents with improvements to with new rec facilities. Oh yes, I had to add in the clause. I got to add that in. We forgot that one, guys. We got to put in the sitting shelter. We got to get that into the clause.
Oh,
The sitting and the that's got to go in the motion.
yeah.
So on the right of way, there has to be the motion to support. There has to be that. Is that in the zoning agreement, or is that will that be in the
No,
servicing?
AC.
Yeah, ACG. So the ACG has to be amended further.
All right, do you want to finish your supporting reasons for?
Let's just jump back. I haven't done my
Okay, all right, that's fine with me. Let's jump back.
Technically, the supporting reasons are part of the motion as amended,
You're right,
so,
so that's right, we're still on the motion.
yeah.
Yeah. So we need to add in wherever Kevin thinks we should add in that the amenity indicated in the park.
So 21H,
Okay.
the developer shall construct sitting structures, with a roof.
Yeah, large enough to accommodate.
I think of the official word for it.
Well, it should be like 10 by 20 roof structure to accommodate picnic table. That would be, that would have open sides roof, the sort of thing that public or as deemed required, as the standard that the city has for these things.
To accommodate picnic table like partitive, like picnic table is in.
Well, they gotta put a picnic,
Or
so they
not.
gotta put a picnic table in. And they gotta put this, right, and they put these 4 posts and a roof over top, right? And as per required by Parks and Open Space, right? They have a standard.
And it is understood what section, subsection this is.
So it's to be 21G, the developer shall construct a pergola, including with seating area.
Not pergola. Pergola is open.
Pavilion?
This is a roof shelter. Pergola is like where it's wood and you can look up through the sky.
Okay,
Okay.
Yeah.
how big is it?
Well, whatever the standard is we've been building these now for Parks and Open Space as the standard.
They're called pavilions, are they not?
I don't know.
That sounds.
Maybe they are.
If they're hexagonal, octagonal,
Yeah, they're kind of
they're called pavilions, my understanding.
I don't know.
They're
basically shelters, sitting areas that are good for.
Shelters, let's go shelters.
Okay.
Not confused by shelter.
Yes, but given the dimensions,
Yeah.
it's.
Give me a minute. I know there's OSWK has some in Ever Trails.
Right, yes, that's right. That's big up there. And then on the north side of that walkway is the pickleball / 3-on-3 basketball court that will be fenced and asphalt and properly built to the city standard.
27. Sorry. I know you wanted that.
We'll let you guys clean it up. Do that tomorrow. But you know the intent. So I'm moving the motion of supporting reasons. I'm done.
All right. Is it understood by the clerk? The motion has to be for the record. We can't move a motion, vote on a record that.
Well, no.
I just want to confirm the pickleball court, where that should go.
So there's
an amendment to the ACG.
Well,
It's in there.
yeah,
Throw it in 21.
you know where it's supposed to go.
Great. So the developer, language
We
here.
can go on the north side of the walkway or south side, I don't care, but one or the other.
Developer shall pay the full cost of construction for a pickleball court or 3-on-3.
No, a pickleball slash basketball, 3-on-3. Pickleball, it's a combo.
Oh, it's a
Same,
combo.
it's the same combo, it's the same place.
All right, and then you got
Okay,
the
combo
a
for you.
pickleball or slash 3-on-3 basketball court to be constructed to,
not or,
no,
yeah,
slash.
okay. And fence, and fence.
I could put a pickleball fence in the middle of that.
No, what you do is you fence the court, so that when you're playing basketball, the ball doesn't take off on you, so you gotta put up a basketball fence, which is like 10.
Where's your fence for the pickleball? In the middle of the basketball court?
Yeah, they bring your own, what they do is they bring their own, not fence, net.
Bring your own net.
The people bring their own
Bring
net,
your
so
own
you
net.
put in the posts and then they put in the net themselves, that's what they do in South Vancouver.
All right.
Yeah.
Your own net.
Go check it out. But the only thing they don't have is a fence. But they're playing tennis, well, they should have a fence for playing tennis, but anyway.
Okay, so they're to be constructed to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works.
Right.
Sorry, can I just read it?
Yeah.
I don't blame you.
Well, I think that's.
Just one of those.
Long day.
11-hour day.
No, that's helpful actually. This one is new 21.
We want to go with, construct, the developer shall construct at no cost to the city, so.
Yeah.
But we need to determine.
I just don't want to lunch, yeah.
Constructed, as determined, there's this section, sorry.
A little bit.
And then you.
You got Chelsea?
Construction.
You can't go, right? Can't go wrong.
Well.
Then you hear you.
Councilor,
Yes, sir.
how many seats would you like in your seat, in your, covered seating area?
Well, typically it's like you put it up and then they got a picnic table, so it's.
The ones in Albert Trails typically have like almost a semicircle of benches and chairs.
I'll make it subject to plan approval.
Okay, sure. So,
Yeah. I gotta go look at Amber Trails, see what's going on up there. I go up there all the time, my buddy, my brother's up there.
Zoning.
Not my
plan
real brother, well, logically, but my brother.
So,
Yes.
I think it's in spots.
oh no, I did right
Or
here.
my brother, actually. Anyway, who's that? Party. Party, yeah, alrighty. I think we moved that.
Yeah.
We good?
All right, so the motion has been stated and understood by the clerk.
Yes.
So,
And it's been
I
vetted.
think I understand it. I know the clerk understands.
Fair enough. All right. Culminates to this point, excuse me, yeah. Yeah.
I feel like if you want it subject to committee approval or no?
We should maybe amend recommendation to.
That's in the zoning agreement or whatever, yeah, planners, yeah.
Well, no, but if you wanna, do you want
Correct.
parks plan reviewed by your community committee?
Correct.
So then that needs to go into the ACG.
Correct.
Okay. So just the plan approval for that 21G, or are you talking about a more general?
I just wanna, I don't need to, like, what are you referring to, Kevin? Sorry. Are you referring to all of the parks?
I'm just referring to the pickleball.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
Shelter.
Yeah, I don't need to see the pathways, and everything. I trust that will be done right. Pickleball and shelter,
Okay.
yes, plan approval or subject to committee approval.
Sure.
Um,
Just throw that at the end of the line, I guess, subject to
Approval by the East.
correct.
twice.
Go with my motion. All right,
Okay,
and I'm gonna move that
Okay.
I move the supporting reasons and the motion amended motion.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
So we're in the middle of our supporting reasons, we've gone back.
I'm done the supporting reasons.
That's great. I just need to understood by everybody here for the record before we vote on it.
Yeah.
We can move to the next motion. So is this understood by the clerk?
Yes, I believe so.
All right, hats off to all involved. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
All right, fair enough. Any further supporting reasons? You're in the middle
Oh,
of
thank you,
supporting-
public service, for all their work on this matter, including.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Supporting reasons, you were in the middle of your supporting reasons when you were, when we.
Yeah, you know, and I just want to thank the residents for coming here tonight and speaking, and they've been very
Those are not
passionate.
supporting reasons.
Well-
I agree with you. We can say that at the end.
Okay.
I agree.
All right,
Uh,
I'll move that then.
supporting reasons for your motion. All right. Well, that is it, and I've got nothing further to say for all we've gone through to get to this point. And the motion is heard and motion carries.
Thank you. I'll move the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
Motion carries.
Okay, please know that the committee has made a recommendation on this matter that will now proceed to council. No further representations are permitted on the subdivision rezoning. All persons who registered for the public hearing will receive notice when the matter is to be considered by council.
I'd like to move, Mr. Chairperson, that in terms of number 10, that the report of the public service, report be taken as read.
Motion carries.
I'll move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
Motion carries.
I'll move that the accordance with subsection 2473, the city of Winnipeg Charter variance A is consistent with the plan of Winnipeg and any applicable secondary plan. B, not created an adverse, does not create a substantial adverse effect on the amenities, use, safety, and convenience of the adjoining property and adjacent area, including an area separated from the property by a street or waterway. C, is the minimum modification of the zoning bylaw required to relieve the injurious effect of the zoning bylaw on the applicant's property. And D, is compatible with the area in which the property be affected situated. Same supporting reasons.
Okay, myself as well. And, all right.
And I will.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And I'll move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Federal Service be concurred in and the variance be.
Just, you're going to amend the public service recommendation.
All right.
Giving them the 50.
As subject to the amendments.
Okay. As understood by the clerk.
Right.
Okay. Any further for that motion, clerk? We're good to move that motion? Motion carries.
And I'm going to move that the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded, but before you call the vote, I just want to thank everybody, including the residents and everybody else who participated in this process. It was very long, but I want to thank the applicant for meeting us halfway on a lot of issues that we need to address as a city. And it made I was very happy to actually deal with this matter today and move it on to council rather than having another layover. So.
And fair enough. And the hats off to the proponents, the developers, a culmination of a lot of work culminating into today, a testament to their professionalism, to the rest of people here, including the citizens who came in, took a lot of time, their time to say their piece here in the democratic process, although it does take a lot of which we've discussed, including the costs involved as well. My goodness, and to those members of the administration that have held on for over 10 hours straight, pretty much 9 hours ergonomically, 9 hours in terms of getting through the day, getting it all done. And I am witness, and the record is there. Hats off to the meticulousness by which we all kept each other on track. And
thank you.
And that's a testament.
And even with the 10-minute buzzer.
There you go.
Right on.
That's been a rock buzzer. Thank you to everybody. And we have not moved the motion yet.
I'll move it.
Motion carries.
And I'll move the adjournment of the public hearing.
Motion carries. Just going to confirm for the variance, please note that the committee's decision with respect to this application may be appealed. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be concluded in the order issued, which will be mailed to all persons registered. Okay.
And well, no, I just had a quick item. I missed the morning number 7 under regular agenda, street names.
Yep.
I'd like to move a motion count. I want number 1. I want to reconsider that. I want to put it on the next.
Can we move back to regular?
I'll move that we go back into the regular agenda.
And unanimously,
I'm going to move that item 7 be laid over, that the motion approved be laid over and it be rescinded and the matter be laid over to the September 23rd.
Okay.
Oh, that is what they moved last time.
Oh, did they?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, very good.
And I will wish to.
Okay, but what about the plan approval? Number 6, what did you do on that?
They approved it.
Good. All right.
And I wish to state for the record, given what we went through, given what we learned, given some concerns we have, that and points made by Councillor Wyden in discussion here, concerned that the city may not be able to attain its own standards of pre-construction. And also that we may need clarity as we move forward regarding time limits, regarding approval of water and waste capacity, use and fulfillment when it comes to certain sizes of, or any size potentially of.
What are we talking about?
Because we,
Are we still in the regular meeting?
I
Because
just
we
need
can-
to put that on the record.
worms.
I just want to put it there for the record. It's not a motion. I'm stating something.
I hear you.
Because of what we already went through today, talking about who gets what time, who gets the capacity based on whether it's approved or based on whether it's done.
Based on the
If we've
permit
got
or
any
based on the approval.
concerns, I just want to say it's been brought up as a concern this evening.
I think it's gonna
Which is
become a
which
big
is a good
issue,
thing.
Jason.
Pardon
It's
me?
gonna become a big issue.
Well, therefore, I'm glad we had this little chat.
Yeah.
It's good to be, no, it's, well, let's face it, it's good to know where the administration's coming from
Right.
and why. And
You gotta go,
That
get it.
was off the
All
record.
right. And,
I'll move the adjournment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Schreier. You did a hell of a job putting this.